the investigators have got to know that they were conspiring to turn hospitals in Anantnag, Srinagar, Baramulla and Nagaon into a storage center for such deadly weapons. Because earlier, if you see what we have seen, that the Jash module involved in Red Fort blast was planning to turn such hospitals into the weapon storage center. Not only this, apart from that, if you see what we have earlier seen, that just as Hamas used hospitals in Gaza, like Al-Shifa hospital was used as a specific storage sites for weapons, this Jash terror module was also trying to convert several hospitals in the southern part of Jammu and Kashmir to use as a weapon storage centers.
What you're saying, Akhil, is very important here. You're saying there was this Hamas style of operations underway. The attempt was to make hospitals in different parts of Kashmir into ammunition centers, storage spaces for future terror attacks.
That's right, Vedika. This is what we have seen that last week itself. If you see, the NIA has received such credible inputs, and after that, the moment this input was received, a major raid was conducted earlier this week by the police at hospitals in Kashmir, from where what we have seen, weapons were recovered from lockers belonging to the accused doctors. So this is something which is not new. Earlier, what we have seen that across several hospitals, this raid was conducted in Baramulla, Anantnag, and Budgam. So right now, there's a major revelation that has been coming from the investigation from the side of the NIA probe, that in which what we have seen that they were basically planning to use hospitals in the similar pattern, the way Hamas leaders were using it in Gaza, in which what we have seen that the Al-Shifa hospital was basically turned out to be a large storage site where Hamas operatives were basically using it as a storage center.
All right, Akhil, do stay with me. Anushka, stay on as well. I want to bring our viewers up to speed with all the latest in the probe. Well, it's been 10 days since the 10/11 Delhi blast. As per sources, the blast accused Umar made several videos. As many as 12 videos is what we're hearing have been recovered from Umar's mobile phone. The videos are said to be centered around Umar's radical thoughts. In his videos, Umar can be heard invoking the Afghan Mujahideen and is also said to have shared videos of radical Islamists to influence young professionals. Meanwhile, the NIA probe has revealed that hospital lockers were used to hide arms. NIA has arrested 4 more prime accused in the November 10th Red Fort blast, taking the total arrests to this case to 6. The latest arrests were made in Srinagar. All 4 are believed to have played key roles in the attack earlier. The agency has picked up Amir Rashid Ali, in whose name the car, remember, was used in the blast, and Jasir Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support. In an NDTV exclusive, visuals have emerged of 50 bags of ammonium nitrate recovered from Fatehpur Taga in Faridabad on the same day as the blast. Security agencies are also hot on the trail of a Jaish handler named Hanzullah, who reportedly supplied bomb-making videos to one of the accused in the case, Muzammil. Meanwhile, the Faridabad police has set up an SIT to probe all the activities that were on at Al-Falah University. All right, now some new revelations as well at this point. We're going to take you through some of them. The new revelations that we have for you, of course, talk about the 12 videos recovered from Umar's mobile phones. This is extremely crucial in terms of the evidence that the NIA and other security agencies need. At this time, Umar invoked Afghan Mujahideen videos. Like I said earlier, in these videos, he was reaching out to the youth and trying to radicalize them. And that's why he shared these videos that we have been talking about, 12 videos from his mobile phone. Umar made videos to influence young professionals. As I mentioned, these are very important takeaways, really, from the developments we have and also the SIT probe that is happening at the Al-Falah University. I have with me our reporters, Pradeep Datta, Anushka live with me. Pradeep, coming to you now. I want to understand from you what the latest is on the ground. What's concerning, of course, and we've already spoken to Akhil about it, are some hospitals that were on the radar of these terrorists to make them into storage camps, just like the Hamas. But other than that, we're seeing raids taking place. We've seen arrests take place. Bring us up to speed on that, as well as the handler, which the NIA and other security agencies are now on the lookout for.
Yes, you are absolutely right. See, the biggest concern right now for the security agencies is radicalization, and they have already launched a crackdown against such elements. While so far as this hospitals being converted into storage centers where they can keep ammunition, already there had been case where the AK rifle was recovered from one of the locker. That's one of the reasons that the crackdown has been launched. We have seen that hospitals across Jammu and Kashmir are being searched, and instructions had been given that now the lockers will be allotted to a person, and the name of that particular person will be mentioned, so that these lockers are not misused by any of the paramedic or the doctors in particular hospitals. So they are taking those measures. But so far as those handlers are concerned, right now, in fact, the security agencies have zeroed on two persons. One is Hanzula. He's considered to be a Jash handler operating from Pakistan. Other is Ushaka. He's also believed to be a Pakistani, but some agencies feel that maybe he's a Syrian, but he's someone with whom Umar Nabi as well as Dr. Muzammil, they met in Turkey in the year 2022. He's the one who had asked them how to maintain the secrecy, how to use encrypted apps, and Hanzula is the one who has provided those videos where he was trying to tell them how to make bomb. And this is what actually during interrogation Danish has also revealed. He said that Danish was initially hesitant. Finally, he was taken by Dr. Adil to Faridabad. When he was taken to Faridabad, in one of the rooms, he saw that Umar Nabi, who was making that time a bomb, and he was having two test tubes in his hand where he was just trying to see the reaction of a particular chemical. That was the time when he got a little bit hesitant, but finally, those videos which Umar Nabi had made to promote extremist ideologies, some of those videos were shown to him, and he was brainwashed and indoctrinated. So he was a multitask master. When I say, so far as this white-collar terror module is concerned, I'm saying multitask master. He was making bomb, he was making videos promoting extremist ideology, trying to recruit youngsters, brainwash them, indoctrinate them, because the plan was bigger. It was not that only one blast they had to carry out. They had to carry out multiple explosions, and for multiple explosions they need more hands, and for more hands what they tried to do was like involving those people whom they thought can be easily radicalized. So right now security agencies are working on all these leads. They have even raided Kot Balwal jail, the central jail, where they have tried to ensure that the Pakistani and the Kashmiri terrorists should not remain together. Even there should be no mingling of those criminal elements inside the jail with the terrorists, so that those criminals are not lured to terror ideology. That's what normally is being done by these terror-related elements. So all sorts of measures are being taken. But right now, yes, the focus is on who are these Hanzula and Ushaka. What is their real name? What has been the purpose? How long they had been associated with them? Because these seem to be the code name, Ushaka and Hanzula. These are not the real name. If we talk about Hanzula, when on October 18, they recovered those postals. On those posters was the sign of Commander Hanzula Bai. They are trying to find out, is the Hanzula Bai the same, the Hanzula that Maulvi Irfan Ahmed Waghe was in touch with? Because Hanzula was basically in touch with Maulvi Irfan Ahmed Waghe. It was Irfan Ahmed Waghe who had further indoctrinated, brainwashed these doctors, and created a module so that nobody can get an inkling and that see how these white-collar doctors, the professionals, can ever be part of any kind of a terror conspiracy. And in those videos also, when he's trying to provoke youngsters, instigate them, he's trying to invoke Afghan Mujahideen, saying that see, what Afghan Mujahideen and Taliban can do. They have defeated the world superpowers like USSR and United States of America. You can also do it. All that is required, that you need to have faith in yourself and Allah.
All right, Pradeep Datta and Anushka, thanks for joining me live. Quick recap on the latest that we have for you. The hunt is on for the handler, Hanzula. He's being tracked. The UP ATS has also said that Shaheen wanted to build a small doctor's team. I'm being told that we have to now cut live to the chairman of Adani Group. Gautam Adani is speaking. Let's cut across.
Broken tenacity. A civilization that refuses to break is also the one that learns how to build. जो सभ्यता राख में भी अग्नि जगाती, वही हर युग में नई धरती बसाते. Fast forward to today, and there can be no doubt that over the past decade, Bharat has not only been the world's fastest growing major economy, but it has also grown to become the fourth largest economy on the planet. However, across history, no nation has sustained economic power without civilizational confidence. When a civilization knows who it is, its economy knows where it must go. The two have always been inseparable. But as we gather here today, the nature of the global battleground is rapidly changing. The gatekeepers of tomorrow will not be kings or conquerors. They will be algorithms that are silent and unseen. And these digital empires will either become the custodians of our civilizational principles or rewrite them. This is why we meet to debate Indology and to ensure that our heritage is preserved in the world that lies ahead. हम यहाँ अंतम मिलते हैं ताकि ज्ञान के दीप जलाए तथा युग युगांतरों तक भारत धर्म की धारा फैलाए। Now allow me to tell you how all of this started. And as always, behind every action sits a simple story, and here is mine. The initial years of my childhood were spent in Banaskantha in a North Gujarat. मेरा बचपन बनासकांठा के रेगिस्तान में बीता और लाखों हिंदुस्तानी बच्चों की ही तरह मेरी मां की गोद में ही मेरी पहली पाठशाला थी। Like millions of Indian children, my first classroom too was the lap of my mother. Every evening, as the golden sun set over our home, my mother would gather me and my siblings, and she would narrate episodes from our eternal epics, the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. She, Santaben, would tell us the stories about Prabhu Ram's 14-year exile, Sita Mata's devotion, the engineering wonder of the bridge to Lanka, the war with Ravan, the reunion of Prabhu Ram and Sita Mata, and then Sita Mata's separation again. From the Mahabharata, she spoke about Arjun's battlefield doubts and Krishna Bhagwan's words to Arjun to rise beyond family bonds and serve the purpose of Dharma. My mother was not just telling me stories. She was doing what every Indian mother does. She was shaping my sense of duty, devotion, and Dharma. She would tell me, "Beta, રામની શક્તિ તેમના ધનુષમાં ન હતી, તેમના ધર્મમાં હતી." અને ધર્મની રક્ષા એ જ કરી શકે જે પોતાના સ્વાર્થને ભૂલીને પ્રજાના કલ્યાણ માટે પોતે દીપ બની જાય. Prabhu Ram's strength was never in his bow. It was in his dharma. It is only the one who forgets his own ego that can become a lamp for the welfare of his people. Every virtue in my mother's story had a name and a face. A wife like Sita, who lit the flame through the exile's night, turning her sorrow to strength and darkness to light. Brothers like Bharat and Lakshman, loyal and true, tied by dharma in everything that they do. My mother was not just narrating the principles from our epics. She was teaching me how to live them.
All right, you have the chairman of Adani Group, Gautam Adani, speaking there in Ahmedabad during the Global Indology Conclave. Breaking news coming in. Big remark coming in from Home Minister Amit Shah on SIR. Home Minister has said that stopping infiltration is essential in India and is not only essential for the country's security but also crucial to prevent the contamination of the nation's democratic system. Unfortunately, some political parties, he says, have taken out rallies to protect those infiltrators and are opposing the purification or the cleanup of the voter list being carried out by the Election Commission. This is something that the Home Minister has just said on SIR. I believe Aishwarya is joining me live on this story. Aishwarya, this seems to be... I'm going to go to Aishwarya in a moment from now, but this seems to be an attack on the TMC that has also upped the ante. But the Home Minister there making this very important comment, significant comment coming in from the Home Minister there saying that stopping infiltration in India is not only essential for the country's security, but also crucial to prevent the contamination of the nation's democratic system. Remember, the TMC is also upping the ante and they want to take the Election Commission head on before the 9th of next month. I believe we have more breaking news coming in. Talking about the TMC, it's all set to scale up the SIR fight in Bengal. A key meet will be chaired by TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee. The Trinamool Congress has begun preparations ahead of the 9th of December SIR draft list. Abhishek Banerjee will be addressing party leaders on the 24th of November, so that face-off then intensified. The SIR row in Bengal has escalated with Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee and Leader of Opposition Suvendu Adhikari shooting off letters to Chief Election Commissioner. In her letter, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee highlighted that continuing the SIR drive will endanger lives as there has been no clear communication from day one regarding the documentation and critical gaps that exist in training. She urged the CEC to halt the SIR drive. On the other hand, Suvendu Adhikari emphasized that there is systemic fraud under the TMC regime and called it an assault on democracy. The Trinamool Congress retorted on BJP's charge, stating that CEC should take responsibility and alleged that the electoral body is highly influenced by the BJP and acting at their behest. Meanwhile, the Election Commission sent a show-cause notice to 7 BLOs in Kolkata over poor performance in terms of digitization of data from the enumeration forms and has sought a response by today.
सत्ता जाने का डर है. सत्ता जाने से तो इतना करप्शन किया, उनका पूरा मंत्रिसभा जेल में जाएगा. टीएमसी का गुंडाराज खत्म हो जाएगा. लगातार जिस तरह से घुसपैठिया आना बंद हो जाएगा. नौकरी बेचना, टाटा को भगाना है, सब काम बंद हो जाएगा जो पिछले 15 साल में यहाँ किया है। 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा वोटर डिलीट हो जाएगा तो ममता बनर्जी कैसे जीतेगी? डेथ वोटर, फेक वोटर और बांग्लादेशी मुस्लिम घुसपैठिया रोहिंग्यास, उनका सपोर्ट से उनका है। बीजेपी का साथ तो अंतर ज्यादा नहीं है, 22 लाख का अंतर है।
CEC is surely influenced by, highly influenced by Bharatiya Janata Party, and as a result of that, in one side, the common citizens, they came into tremendous pressure and committing suicides, as well as the BLOs. They are facing huge problems, and with proper importance to Honorable CM's letter, they should analyze the situation and reconsider their process.
2200 kilometer is not just fencing. Hundreds of kilometers are without fencing. There are jungles, there are rivers, there are mountains. And even if blame is put on the BSF and the Home Ministry, some BSF may be corrupt. But these people in lakhs who have come into West Bengal, they have got all documents. Who has provided them with all documents? Mamata Banerjee, Police Minister, Chief Minister, Home Minister, she doesn't know where such people are coming from, where are they staying, where are their documents?
Rithvik now joining me live on that story. Rithvik, we just broken news here on Breaking Ground that Abhishek Banerjee will be chairing a key meet, and there will be a lot of face-offs that we should expect ahead of the 9th of next month.
Well, definitely what we are given to understand that, the Trinamool Congress party, in order to put more pressure on the Election Commission, now they have lodged several allegations. Remember, yesterday West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee wrote a letter to the Chief Election Commissioner seeking an immediate halt of the entire ongoing SIR exercise in the state of West Bengal. And now the TMC has decided to address its party men across the length and breadth of the party. And Abhishek Banerjee is set to address a virtual meeting, next week, and in which the prime issues will remain SIR and the Motua vote bank. Remember, places in Bengal where Motua community people dominate, that's being a major concern as per the SIR.
We'll have to interrupt you there. I believe BJP's Gaurav Bhatia is speaking on this issue. Let's cut across.
बताते हैं तो ये कांग्रेस के शासन में हुई क्यों? क्योंकि उन्हें लगता था ये घुसपैठिया जिसका धर्म एक ऐसा धर्म है जो उनको वोट करता है, ये उनकी सोच थी, इसलिए इन्हें आने दो। सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा यह राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा है, ये जो लोकल डेमोग्राफी है, जो कल्चर है, संस्कृति है, उसे नष्ट करते हैं, और उसके बाद आदेश पारित किया। आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री बने, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी ने सुनिश्चित किया कि जो बॉर्डर पे फेंसिंग होती है, जो बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स रहती है, ये घुसपैठियों को आने ना दे, पहली बात। दूसरा, हम प्रतिबद्ध हैं, एक एक घुसपैठी, जो भी घुसपैठिया होगा, भारत से बाहर जाएगा। और कुछ पिटीशन सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अभी भी हैं लंबित, सबका ध्यान रखते हुए ये कार्रवाई मजबूती से जल्द होगी। लेकिन घुसपैठियों से प्रेम दिखाना, उनके हक की बात करना, जबकि भारतीय नागरिकों का हक का हनन करते हैं, ये चिंताजनक है, जिसपे ममता बनर्जी, राहुल गांधी, अखिलेश यादव, अरविंद केजरीवाल को बोलना चाहिए।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी।
थैंक यू एवरीवन।
All right, that was BJP's Gaurav Bhatia speaking there, taking on the TMC on SR as well. Tamil Nadu's Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin has also hit out at AIADMK for supporting Election Commission's Special Intensive Revision process, the SIR process. Udayanidhi Stalin called BJP, and I'm going to quote him here, Udayanidhi Stalin has said BJP has got a slave in AIADMK to file cases in favor of the SIR, while AIADMK says SIR is necessary to weed out fake and duplicate voters.
எஸ்ஐஆர் மூலமாக பாஜக எதிர்ப்பு வாக்குகளை எல்லாம் நீக்க முயற்சி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க, செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. பீகார்ல கண்கூட பார்த்திருக்கிறோம். குறிப்பா சிறுபான்மையினர், பெண்கள், ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட மக்களுடைய அந்த சமூக வாக்குகளை எல்லாம் நீக்க முயற்சி செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இந்த மோசடி எதிர்த்துதான் இன்னைக்கு நம்முடைய கழக உடன்பிறப்புகள் நீங்க ஒவ்வொரு வாக்குச்சாவடியிலும் மக்களுக்காக அவங்களுடைய ஓட்டுரிமைக்காக நாம போராடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். ஆனா இங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவர் எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் என்ன சொல்றாரு? எஸ்ஐஆருக்கு ஆதரவு தெரிவிக்கிறாரு. ஏன்னு கேட்டா திமுக எதிர்க்குது, அதனால நாங்க ஆதரிக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறார். சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட்ல அதற்கு ஆதரவா வழக்கு தொடர்ந்து இருக்கிறாரு. பாஜகவுக்கு இன்னைக்கு நாடு முழுக்க பல மாநிலங்கள அடிமைகள் இருக்கலாம், வாய்க்கலாம். ஆனா நம்ம ஊர்ல இருக்கிற மாதிரி அடிமைகள் மாதிரி அதிமுக அடிமைகள் மாதிரி ஒரு கடைஞ்செடுத்த அடிமைகள் அவங்களுக்கு எந்த மாநிலத்திலையும் சிக்க மாட்டாங்க. அதனாலதான் பாஜகவுடைய நம்பர் 1 அடிமைகள் அவங்க தான் நிரூபிக்க திரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு வழக்கு தொடர்ந்திருக்கிறார்.
A quick update for our viewers as well. BCCI is planning to shift out the under-23 knockout matches from Delhi. The matches from Delhi to Mumbai, it's confirmed now, will be shifted due to the pollution in the national capital region. The knockout games scheduled from November 25th to December 1st are the ones that are being moved to Mumbai. That's the update that we have for you. Moving on now, after 16-year-old boy Shaurya died by suicide in the national capital over alleged bullying by his teachers in school, 4 teachers, including the headmaster of the private Delhi school, have been suspended. The Delhi government has formed a committee to probe the untimely death allegedly caused by harassment. The government has ordered for the report to be submitted within the next 3 days. In fact, the Delhi school concerned, St. Columbus, has responded saying the teachers are under suspension till further notice. The headmaster and teacher are available for investigation. The school also mentions that suspended teachers cannot visit the school while they are under suspension. On Wednesday, Shaurya's father, Mr. Pradeep Patil, filed an FIR and named the school's headmaster and teachers for mentally harassing his son. Shaurya died by suicide after he jumped off the platform of a nearby overground metro station near his school on Tuesday, and he left behind a note blaming his teachers. Spoke with Pradeep Patil, Shaurya's father. Mr. Patil says the family had already taken the decision to change his school some days back. Mr. Patil, thank you for speaking with NDTV at this unimaginably difficult time. How is the family coping right now?
मैम, किसी का बेटा खोने के बाद क्या किसी के ऊपर गुजर सकती है, ये आप समझ सकते हो.
बिल्कुल.
उसके मम्मी की जो हालत है वो बहुत ही खराब है.
How is your son doing, sir?
मेरे बड़ा बेटा तो अभी वो बहुत ही बुरी कंडीशन में है.
Mr. Patil, if I can, and please feel free to tell me if you're not comfortable answering any of these questions I have for you, but this is something that has jolted a lot of parents across India, your son's death. You mentioned that Shaurya had spoken about harassment earlier as well. When did you first sense कि कुछ गलत हो रहा था स्कूल में?
लास्ट 3 से 4-5 महीना पहले मुझे जब उसने बोला था, मुझे एक टीचर ने बुलाया था, मैं स्कूल में गया भी था, तो मैंने उनको बोला था कि मुझे मार्क्स का इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है. तो उसने मुझे बोला था कि आपका बच्चा शरारत करता है, पीछे जोक्स सुनाता है, मिमिक्री करता है. तो मैंने उनको बोला था कि अगर बच्चा शरारत नहीं करेगा तो कौन शरारत करेगा, क्योंकि होता क्या है, बच्चे ही तो शरारत करेंगे. और बच्चे, हम बिजनेसमैन के बच्चे कितनी देर हमारे पास होते हैं. जब हम सो के उठते तो बच्चा स्कूल गया होता है 7 बजे, और हम रात को 8 बजे आते हैं, तो 2 से 3 घंटा बच्चा हमारे पास होता है, बाकी तो स्कूल में ही होता है. और हम बच्चे को इसीलिए भेजते हैं स्कूलों में, हर पेरेंट्स भेजते हैं कि अपने बच्चे को अच्छी तरह से संस्कार मिले।
The school has suspended 4 staff members. Do you think this is enough, sir, or do you fear that these teachers may return in a few weeks or months from today?
बिल्कुल ये इनफ एक्शन नहीं है मैम। हमने इनको बोला है कि ये टीचर्स को पहले अरेस्ट करो, और अरेस्ट करने के बाद ही, क्योंकि टीचर्स पुलिस वाले अभी तक इनको इतना टाइम क्यों दे रहे, स्कूल को इतना टाइम देने का रीजन क्या है? अभी इन्होंने जो सस्पेंड किया है, कल एक हाई लेवल कमेटी बैठी है, उसके बाद इन्होंने इनको सस्पेंड किया है। आज इतने लोग स्कूल के सामने प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हम कहते हैं कि ये टीचर्स के या प्रिंसिपल्स के पासपोर्ट जमा करो, क्योंकि ये कहीं बाहर ना चले जाए, और इनके ऊपर एक्शन पहले लिए जाए, अरेस्ट किया जाए कि इसको और क्या एंगल है क्या, और इसके ऊपर पूरी सी पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए। और कल भी इस 2019 का एक पास आउट बच्चे ने भी ये बोला कि ये स्कूल में ये टीचरों ने हमें भी बहुत तकलीफ देते थे, लेकिन हमने कभी इसके खिलाफ आवाज नहीं उठाई कि डर के मारे। तो मतलब ये आज से नहीं है, बहुत पहले से बच्चों को यहाँ पे तकलीफ दिया जा रहा है, सिर्फ मेरे बच्चों को नहीं, लेकिन बच्चे डरते हैं। इसके साथ वाले बच्चों ने भी बोला ये चीजें कल की इंटरव्यू में, बहुत सारे बच्चों ने ये चीजें बोली।
That's very important that you say that you have a lot of people who are supporting you at this time, Mr. Patil, but I want to understand from you, has the school administration reached out to you directly since the incident? If they have, what has the conversation been with the school administration?
18th को इंसिडेंट हुआ है 2:45 को, और 19th को सुबह एफआईआर लगभग 10 बजे एफआईआर हुई है। उसके बाद 4 बजे मुझे स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल का ब्रदर का फोन आता है कि हम आपके साथ है, आपको जो हेल्प चाहिए हम करेंगे। मैंने बोला मेरा बेटा मुझे चाहिए, मुझे मेरा बेटा आप दे सकते हो तो दे दो, मुझे हेल्प और क्या कर सकते हैं, इससे बड़ी हेल्प मेरे को और कुछ है ही नहीं अभी, मेरे लिए क्या हेल्प है। लेकिन वो क्या किस तरह से हेल्प मुझे करना चाहते थे मुझे नहीं पता। बट कल जब प्रोटेस्ट हुआ तो हमारे टीम के 2 बंदे अंदर गए थे, तो वहां के हेडमास्टर्स की वर्डिंग थी कि ऐसा किसी कोई भी लिख सकता है अपनी चिट्ठी में नाम, और वहां से कैसे हम एक्शन लेंगे। तो जो अंदर गए थे उन्होंने ये बोला था कि प्रिंसिपल साहब अपने बच्चे को आप मारो, और मेरी वाइफ का भी यही वर्डिंग है उसके बच्चे का कि आप उसके बच्चे को मारो और मेरा नाम लिखो चिट्ठी में, ऐसा अगर हो सकता है तो ऐसा करो ना। ऐसा कोई बच्चा मरने वाला किसी और के नाम क्यों लिखेगा? जो जिसने किया है उन्हीं के तो नाम लिखे ना, और भी तो टीचर्स है स्कूल में, उनके नाम क्यों नहीं लिखे? और हेडमास्टर के सामने अगर हो रहा है और हेडमास्टर कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं दे रही, कुछ एक्शन नहीं दे रही, इसका मतलब क्या है? हम चाहते हैं कि
Mr. Patil, then would you say the school has failed in its duty of care, sir?
100% फेल है, 100% फेल है। स्कूल ने कोई अभी तक एक्शन नहीं लिया था, एक्शन तो ले लिया, लेकिन हम टेम्पररी सस्पेंशन नहीं चाहते, हम उनको अरेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, और उसके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए, एक्शन लेना चाहिए।
Mr. Patil, how would you want Shaurya to be remembered?
मैम उसको डांस बहुत अच्छा पसंद था। 2 महीना पहले अपने कॉलेज स्कूल को उसने डॉन बॉस्को स्कूल में रिप्रेजेंट किया था एज अ डांस ग्रुप डांस में, मैंने वो भी वीडियो भेजी है। उसको बहुत एक्टिंग बहुत ज्यादा पसंद थी, तो उसने मुझे बोला था कि पापा मैं बिजनेस में आने से पहले मैं एक्टिंग में भी जाऊंगा, बॉम्बे कोचिंग करूंगा, क्लास करूंगा। तो मैंने उसको ओके कर दिया था, सब कुछ चीजें थी, और सिर्फ 10 दिन की बात थी, 10 दिन के बाद हम स्कूल चेंज करने वाले थे।
A very strong, a very brave father there speaking a day after cremating his son. We'll bring you that full interview at 1 p.m. With me here on Breaking Ground. We're slipping to a short break.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Hi, Mr. Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
क्या हाल बा? क्या है ब्रेकफास्ट का इंतजाम आज सुबह? You're watching NDTV coverage of the Bihar elections. Cricket style RoboCam walking around. This is a wave of a kind which was only seen last in 2010. उम्मीद से बढ़कर जहां आप जाते हैं आप पार्टी को जीत दिला रहे हैं. ओवैसी and the BJP right next to each other. क्या हो रहा है ये? आपने तो बिहार के चुनावी मैदान पे एक के बाद एक छक्के मारे आज. Prashant Kishore in his debut election in Bihar is not headed for the ceiling.
Results on NDTV is the top trend right now. Oh, wow.
जो मखाना बनाते हैं वहाँ पे मैं आपको तालाब में देखा था.
Digital live viewership, NDTV is right on top.
NDTV has been the OG of election coverage. Everyone who's watching, thank you for your trust, thank you for your time.
माइक सिर्फ आवाज ऊंची नहीं करता, आवाज मजबूत भी करता है। माइक के साथ आती है जिम्मेदारी। जिम्मेदारी आपकी आवाज बनने की, दूसरों की आवाज सुनने की और सुनाने की, बिना कुछ छुपाए हर बात ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखने की। क्योंकि जब हमारा माइक ऑन होता है तो कुछ कट नहीं होता। आ रही हूं मैं एनडीटीवी हेडक्वार्टर्स से और यहां माइक ऑन है।
जब आ रहे थे नतीजे और बीजेपी जेडीयू 200 के पार जा रहे थे, आपका दिल एकदम डूब रहा था?
जब से रिजल्ट आए हैं मैं प्रॉपर्ली सो नहीं पाया हूँ।
जब वाजपेयी जी और अडवाणी जी बीजेपी चला रहे थे, 2 सीटें आई तो सिनेमा देखने गए, इतनी बड़ी हार हुई, आपने क्या किया?
यहाँ घर पे बैठ के रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा हूँ।
एक और जो मुझे लगता है शायद आपसे चूक हुई, जिस पे मैं आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूँ, वो ये कि आप ही ने नीतीश कुमार की तबीयत को अटैक किया। बाकी जो लोग थे, तेजस्वी का मैंने इंटरव्यू किया, वो कहते देखिए हमारे कल्चर में नहीं है बड़े लोगों को हेल्थ को लेकर अटैक करना।
मैं आपको फिर से कैमरे पे दूर आ देता हूँ। मैं अभी भी नीतीश कुमार जी मानसिक और शारीरिक तौर पर स्वस्थ नहीं है, ये कहने में कोई गुरेज नहीं है।
नहीं, पर ये बैकफायर करेगा ना।
आप ये कैसे जानते हैं? ये कॉज एंड इफेक्ट, मेरे पास ऐसा कोई दूरबीन नहीं है।
जब बातचीत हुई लोग एनेक्डोटली जब बातचीत हुई लोगों से, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई बड़ों को इंडिया के कल्चर में कहाँ कोई अटैक करता है। आपने तो बोला था कि चुनाव हार लूंगा, नहीं मतलब अगर 25 सीट आएंगी तो राजनीति से संन्यास ले लूंगा। ये आप बोलते बहुत हैं, ये आप ही ने बोला, मतलब ये फुट एंड माउथ डिजीज है क्या? मतलब आप बोलते हैं फिर लोग बोलते हैं आपने बोला था कि राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा।
ऐसा है ना राहुल, जब आप हमसे सवाल करेंगे तो जवाब तो देना ही पड़ेगा। तो बोलते ज्यादा ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आप सवाल नहीं कर रहे और मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
गाड़ी घोड़ा सब लोग वो हैं, इनको पैसा चाहिए। पैसा तो पहले कंसल्टेंसी से कमा रहे थे, अब कंसल्टेंसी नहीं करेंगे।
Well, the infamous Bengaluru traffic is truly out of the world as Indian astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla quipped at an event that navigating traffic in the IT city is harder than space travel. This after Shubhanshu spent nearly thrice the time on the roads to reach the venue than his presentation at the other end of the city. Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge responded to the comments saying that we will fix it and it won't happen again. Yet another personality highlighting the traffic congestion and crumbling infrastructure of Bengaluru, which has become the norm for its residents and visitors alike.
I'm coming all the way from the other side of the Bangalore, Marathalli. So I've spent thrice the time that I'm going to be spending on this presentation with you. So you have to look at the commitment that I have.
So I'll not take much time. I know everybody has to get back. Like Mr. Shubham Shukla said, it was easier for him to get from Space to Bangalore, but from Marathalli to here was a little difficult. So we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Moving on, the Family Man gang is back, and so is the legendary Srikanth JK bromance. Off-screen, Manoj Bajpayee and Sharib Hashmi are in full form, pulling each other's leg and giving us the kind of banter fans love them for. We sat down with Manoj, Sharib and the director Raj to talk about season 3.
मैं एक एजेंट हूँ।
ओके
ओके
ट्रैवल एजेंट ना
He's a spy, Dumbo.
व्हाट आपका कोड नेम भी है क्या लाइक टाइगर पैंथर लायन
इंटेलिजेंस में काम करते हैं बेटा सर्कस में नहीं
सर आपके नाम पे एक अरेस्ट वारंट इशू हुआ है
आई एम अ सस्पेक्ट
श्रीकांत सर ने अपनी फैमिली को भी इस सब में घसीट लिया है
कोई बहुत बड़ा गेम चल रहा है
Man is back, but this time we will not talk about you. We'll talk about Shahrukh. The moment he saw me, Abhira.
No, I overheard.
Yeah, you
I overheard, and you know what's really sad?
One second, hold on. JK, come here. He has to tell you something.
Yeah. So I was saying that it's really sad when you get to hear your co-actor who's been working with you for 7-8 years speaking to a very well-known journalist and more interested in knowing how was he in the first episode, and when the journalist admired his performance, appreciated few words, and he said, "That's all I want to do."
I said, put it next week.
I mean, 7-8 years of relationship is ruined in that one moment. Believe me, I'm not well.
Manoj, say the iconic dialogue he said.
What?
What did he
That's
tell?
what he said. मैं कैसा हूँ?
मैं ठीक हूँ ना?
मैं ठीक हूँ ना? That's what he did. I mean, he didn't ask about the episode that much.
So तो सभी को बता
He didn't ask about Manoj Bajpayee. He didn't ask about anybody. So forget about Manoj Bajpayee. Okay, how are the children working? They have grown up. Nothing. मैं कैसा हूँ? So you said, हाँ बिल्कुल बहुत बढ़िया. And then in a variety interview, I was talking about my nervousness and panic. And then it went to
JK.
Allah.
Shahrukh, yeah.
He said, नहीं मुझे कभी कोई नर्वसनेस नहीं होता मैं तो मेरे लिए बड़ा इजी होता है ये सीजन में जाना
I saw that when he was saying, Manoj was saying that I get very nervous, it's very hard for me to get the character, and he did entirely explain his, I could feel his nervousness. It comes to Shahrukh and he goes, मेरे लिए बहुत आसान
मुझे ये सब नहीं होता है
आज पकड़ा गया शाहरुख
पकड़ा गया
बुरी तरीके से
चारों तरफ से
हाँ अगर आप ओवर नहीं करते मनोज सर तो फिर आप विश्वास नहीं करते
मुझे अलग अलग लोगों ने बताया हुआ है लेकिन आज मैंने अपने कानों से सुन लिया
Coming to the show, you know, we see this Northeast. We already knew that's coming. What did you keep in mind? Because it's a very sensitive area. The people. How did you keep that in mind? That we have to make sure we don't go wrong when we are representing them culturally as well as politically.
I think if we go in with fear and trepidation that, oh shit, I might do it wrong, something is not aligned in yourself first, I feel, because you're just going in open-hearted, at the end of it, to understand, absorb and represent. That's all. You're not doing anything more than that. You're not twisting it, you're not changing things, you're not trying to highlight or subdue any other stuff. So when you go open-hearted, go with it. I don't think we ever told us, hey, we should be careful, we should not do this. None of that stuff happened, because we've been through season 1 and season 2 are also sensitive regions, and so some cultures we knew very well, some we didn't. So it was good. It was great to go and explore, actually.
And also, are you getting married this time? Dating someone in this episode? Is that happening?
पूरा season देखिए एक बार.
I'm worried about you.
I'm worried about JK. It's high time now that he also has a family of his own.
But yes, we
लेकिन
really
स्वयं
like
पर
this.
अचाना पड़ेगा.
हाँ, बिल्कुल.
सब वहाँ पे सबसे पहला जो कैंडिडेट होगा मैं ही रहूँगा वहाँ पे. तुझे वरमाला पहनाने के लिए.
But it was so much fun to see you guys. I hope that your daughter now tells you that, Papa, I like Jaideep uncle more than you.
This guy is a perpetual, is a favorite. मैं तो यार सब्जी.
मेरी जगह कोई नहीं ले सकता.
मैं अपनी फैमिली के लिए सब्जी हूँ, है ना?
घर की मुर्गी.
When I was watching second season का that scene where I resigned from task. So that performance, I performed it, I forgot about it, and I was watching it, and inside me I felt, oh, yeah, Manoj, it was really good, Somewhere you are appreciating yourself. Because
nice.
I don't watch myself. And the biggest critic of my wife, she's saying, good job, huh? Good job.
Thank you so much. It's always lovely talking to you guys, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the episodes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Family Man releases today. Now it's time to take you through our going viral segment this afternoon. The Prince and Princess of Wales shook hands with Paddington Bear and discussed marmalade sandwiches backstage at this year's Royal Variety performance. Let's get you that conversation.
How are you doing? Very well, thank you. How are you doing? Lovely to see you. How are you doing? You okay? Very nice. I know, yeah. Because it's completely the set today. Very nice. Paddington is on strict vocal rest at the moment. Quite right. It's amazing, honestly. The way you were singing was totally incredible. How are you doing? Quite the voice.
Very nice to meet you, Paddington. Enjoying your marmalade sandwich?
Always. Can't get enough marmalade sandwich. It's very hot in there as well.
Second to short break, news and updates will continue in a moment from now. Remember, there is going to be a protest also by students and parents of the Delhi school where Saurabh was, after which he had committed suicide on Tuesday. We'll bring you an update from the ground.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer, and also a top Indian pro at the moment.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
They have inspired us. They have redefined what's possible. They have shown how ideas spark inspiration and create impact. NDTV Indian of the Year 2025. Ideas, inspiration, impact. Coming soon.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, stay tuned.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you Delhi.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. Stop. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka.
Three cities, 3 children, 3 preventable deaths. In just the last 72 hours, India has been shaken by a series of tragic student suicides, each one pointing to the same uncomfortable truth. Our children are not safe where they should feel safest. In Delhi, 16-year-old Saurabh jumped from a metro station after allegedly being humiliated and bullied by his teachers. His final note naming those he believed drove him to the edge. In Jaipur, 9-year-old Amira fell to her death from the 4th floor of her school after months of unanswered complaints, bullying and safety violations inside a prestigious private institution. And in Mumbai, a 19-year-old college student took his life hours after being assaulted on a local train, allegedly for speaking Hindi instead of Marathi. Different cities, different circumstances, but one pattern: children and young adults crying for help. Today on Breaking Ground, we're asking the questions that cannot wait anymore. How many alerts must parents raise before schools act? Why are safety lapses dismissed until they become fatal? And what kind of society are we becoming when a teenager fears his teachers, a child fears her classmates, and a young commuter fears the language he speaks? Viewers, 3 families are in mourning. 3 futures have been cut short. We must confront a crisis that we cannot longer ignore. We will be going into the details of all 3 cases. I'm Vedika Sood, and here are the headlines at 1 p.m. NIA makes big revelations in the Delhi blast case, says hospital lockers were used to hide arms and ammunitions. Agencies suspect Hamas-style tactics. A lot of evidence being recovered from Umar's phone. Home Minister Amit Shah's big comment on SIR, says stopping infiltration is essential and that few parties are busy protecting infiltrators. TMC meanwhile decides to scale up fight against SIR. Karnataka power tussle intensifies. DKS camp MLAs in Delhi to push for his elevation as CM. Siddaramaiah camp ministers hold strategy meet during dinner. Amid this, DKS's cryptic tweet says, where there is effort, there is fruit. Prime Minister Modi heads to South Africa for G20 summit. Ahead of departure, PM says the summit will be an opportunity to discuss key global issues. Meanwhile, US snubs South African president. US government representative will only be attending the closing ceremony. We start with some breaking news coming in from the Delhi Education Minister on Saurabh committing suicide. The Delhi Education Minister has said that they will be writing to all schools and schools must focus on mental well-being. And the Delhi Education Minister and its ministry has also said will ensure such incidents are not repeated.
मैं एक पत्र लिख रहा हूं स्कूलों में सीबीएसई के मानकों के आधार पर किस प्रकार से जो मेंटल हेल्थ मेंटल वेलबीइंग के लिए व्यवस्थाएं की जानी चाहिए क्या वो सुचारू रूप से हो रही हैं इसके संदर्भ में मैं स्कूलों को पूछ रहा हूं और कहीं स्कूलों को अगर ज़रूरत है तो हम उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे उनको मदद करेंगे हमारी अगली पीढ़ी मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहे विषाद के में ना पड़े इसकी हमें बहुत चिंता है देखिए हमने एक कमेटी भेजी है जो जांच करेगी अपनी रिपोर्ट लाएगी उसके पैरामीटर ये भी होंगे क्या मेंटल हेल्थ से संबंधित हर चीज़ का फॉलोअप किया जा रहा था नहीं किया जा रहा था अगर कुछ कमी है तो भविष्य में ना रहे इसका भी ध्यान रखिए
After 16-year-old boy Shaurya died by suicide in the national capital over alleged bullying by his teachers in school, 4 teachers of the private Delhi school have now been suspended, including the headmaster. The Delhi government has formed a committee to probe the untimely death allegedly caused by harassment. The government has also ordered for a report to be submitted within 3 days. In fact, the Delhi school concerned, St. Columbus, has also put out a statement responding. They have said the teachers are under suspension till further notice. The headmaster and teachers are available for investigation and that the school also will ensure that the suspended teachers cannot visit the school while they are under suspension. On Wednesday, Shaurya's father, Mr. Pradeep Patil, filed an FIR and named the school's headmaster and teachers for mentally harassing his son. Shaurya died by suicide after he jumped off the platform of a nearby overground metro station on Tuesday and left behind a note blaming his teachers for the step that he had taken. Ishika now joins me live. Ishika, we believe there will be protests at about 1 o'clock this afternoon at the school by other parents and students. What are you picking up? Where are you as we speak?
Well, Well, Vedika, we are at the school, and any minute now we can see that the parents will be gathering here yet again to protest for what they call is that justice denied to Shaurya. Yesterday also we saw the kind of public anger that was seen on the streets and especially outside the school, after which the school was forced to suspend 4 of the teachers that Shaurya parents in fact had named in the FIR also. But the parents now, they are saying that this is not enough. The school has merely suspended the teacher. Why was the resignation not asked is the question that now the teachers are raising. And as we have seen that now the Delhi government, if we talk about, has also taken cognizance of this. A high-level inquiry committee is now investigating the case, and the report will be submitted in 3 days, after which the Delhi government will see as to what action will be taken on the school. Now the Education Minister Ashish Sood has also said that he will be writing to all the schools to inquire whether or not the mental well-being norms of the students are being followed by the schools as per the CBSE standards. So certainly after all of these strict directions, it remains to be seen whether the lesson will be learned or not. Over to you.
Stay with me while we also tell our viewers that I spoke with Mr. Pradeep Patil, Shaurya's father. Mr. Patil did say to NDTV that the family had taken the decision to change his school some days back. Mr. Patil, thank you for speaking with NDTV at this unimaginably difficult time. How is the family coping right now?
मैम, किसी का बेटा खोने के बाद क्या किसी के ऊपर गुजर सकती है, ये आप समझ सकते हो। और उसके मम्मी की जो हालत है वो बहुत ही खराब है।
How is your son doing, sir?
मेरे बड़ा बेटा तो अभी वो बहुत ही बुरी कंडीशन में है।
Mr. Patil, if I can, and please feel free to tell me if you're not comfortable answering any of these questions I have for you, but this is something that has jolted a lot of parents across India, your son's death. You mentioned that Shaurya had spoken about harassment earlier as well. When did you first sense कि कुछ गलत हो रहा था स्कूल में?
लास्ट 3 से 4-5 महीना पहले मुझे जब उसने बोला था, मुझे एक टीचर ने बुलाया था, मैं स्कूल में गया भी था, तो मैंने उनको बोला था कि मुझे मार्क्स का इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं है। तो उसने मुझे बोला था कि आपका बच्चा शरारत करता है, पीछे जोक्स सुनाता है, मिमिक्री करता है। तो मैंने उनको बोला था कि अगर बच्चा शरारत नहीं करेगा तो कौन शरारत करेगा, क्योंकि होता क्या है, बच्चे ही तो शरारत करेंगे। और बच्चे, हम बिजनेसमैन के बच्चे कितनी देर हमारे पास होते हैं। जब हम सो के उठते तो बच्चा स्कूल गया होता है 7 बजे, और हम रात को 8 बजे आते हैं, तो 2 से 3 घंटा बच्चा हमारे पास होता है, बाकी तो स्कूल में ही होता है। और हम बच्चे को इसीलिए भेजते हैं स्कूलों में, हर पेरेंट्स भेजते हैं कि अपने बच्चे को अच्छी तरह से संस्कार मिले।
पाटिल जी, डिड शौर्य शेयर एनी स्पेसिफिक इंसिडेंट्स, कोई हादसे टीचर्स के नाम आपके साथ शेयर किए थे बिफोर दिस वीक, बिफोर द इंसिडेंट टुक प्लेस? व्हाट वर द कन्वर्सेशंस अराउंड दिस एट होम?
हाँ, मुझे उसने बोला था कि मुझे स्कूल में बहुत परेशान किया जाता है। तो मंडे को ही मेरी बात हुई थी उससे कि बेटा हम स्कूल चेंज करेंगे, तू 10th में है और स्कूल के 20 मार्क्स होते हैं, हम टीचर से पंगा नहीं लेना, सिर्फ 8 से 10 दिन तेरे को स्कूल जाना है, उसके बाद हम स्कूल चेंज कर लेंगे। तो उसने स्कूल के 2-3 नाम भी मुझे बता दिए कि मेरे को स्कूल में जाना है। तो हमने बोला था कोई बात नहीं, 10 दिन के बाद हम स्कूल चेंज करेंगे और स्कूल में तेरा एडमिशन करेंगे। और उसने नाम भी बता दिए थे मुझे, इक्ति महाजन और मनु कालरा जी के जैसे 2-3 नाम भी उसी दिन भी बताए थे। तो हमने उसको इग्नोर किया क्योंकि 8 से 10 दिन तो हमने स्कूल बचा है।
पाटिल जी, आप मुझे ये कहने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आपने डिसीजन ले लिया था स्कूल बदलने के लिए, लेकिन आपको ये डर था कि मार्क्स स्कूल से भी जाते हैं इन द बोर्ड एग्जाम्स, इसलिए यू वर वेटिंग फॉर द एग्जाम्स टू गेट ओवर, फॉर दोज मार्क्स टू कम आउट?
बिल्कुल मैम, अभी 10 तारीख से प्री बोर्ड के एग्जाम शुरू होने वाले सीबीएसई के 10th क्लास के, और ये 18 तारीख को इंसिडेंट हुआ है। 17 तारीख को रात को मैंने उसको बोला था कि हम स्कूल चेंज करेंगे, और उसने स्कूलों के नाम भी बता दिए थे और हमने उसको फाइनल भी किया किसी स्कूल में जाना है हमने।
Patil ji, according to students from Shaurya school, Shaurya had shared with the school counselor that he had suicidal thoughts. आपको इसके बारे में पता था? स्कूल ने आपको इन्फॉर्म किया था इसके बारे में?
कोई इन्फॉर्म ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया था। हम यही कहते हैं कि अगर उस दिन उसने अपने टीचर्स को या किसी को बोला है, उसके दोस्तों ने हमें रात को 10 बजे ये चीज बोली थी कि अगर उसके टीचर्स को उसने ये चीज बोली है कि मेरे मन में ऐसा था, थॉट्स आते हैं, तो टीचर्स का फर्ज बनता था कि उसने हमें बोलना चाहिए था।
बिल्कुल। और आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आपको कुछ नहीं बताया गया?
कुछ भी नहीं बताया गया था। 4 दिन पहले उसके एक टीचर ने उसको बोला था कि हम तेरा टीसी दे देंगे। तो हमने बोला बेटा अभी टीसी देंगे तो कैसे होगा, और इसने ये चीज हमें पहले नहीं बताई थी टीसी देने की, लेकिन डरा धमकाने की बातें करते थे उसको। और जो बच्चे के 10 दिन के बाद स्कूल खत्म हो रहा है उसको अगर आप टीसी देने की बात करते हो, टीसी देंगे, आप सोच सकते हो कि क्या गुजरेगा। पूरा साल उसने किया और 10 दिन के लिए अगर उसको टीचर बोल रहे टीसी दे देंगे। और ये कल आप स्कूल के बाहर जो प्रोटेस्ट किया बच्चों ने, उसमें भी बच्चों ने भी यही बोला है। किस बच्चों की ऐसी शिकायतें थी मैम कि किस बच्चे ने अगर लेस नहीं बांधी तो भी उस बच्चे को स्कूल से उसी दिन के लिए बोला कि तेरे को टीसी दे देंगे, उसको तेरे स्कूल से वापस भेज देंगे। इतनी स्ट्रिक्टनेस स्कूल में होती थी।
You've detailed also, Patil ji, in your FIR what happened during the dramatics class. आप हमें कुछ बता सकते हैं what you learnt about what happened with your son on that day?
मैंने FIR की कॉपी में लिखा हुआ है
जी।
और जो उस दिन हुआ उसके पहले भी हुआ था। 4 दिन पहले टीसी की धमकी दे दी उसको, और जिस दिन इंसिडेंट हुआ उस दिन युक्ति महाजन मैडम ने उसको इतना इंसल्ट कर दिया कि तेरा पैर फिसला नहीं है, तू जानबूझ के गिरा है और तू ड्रामा करता है। जब ये रोने लगा तो इसको बोला कि ये रोने का नाटक मत कर, मुझे कुछ मतलब ऐसे वर्ड बोला कि मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मतलब ऐसे गंदी लैंग्वेज में इतना वर्ड यूज किया था उसको।
Patil ji, was there something unusual about Shaurya's behavior that morning before he left for school?
कुछ भी नहीं था। एक दिन पहले उसने आइसक्रीम मंगाई थी, मॉन्स्टर मंगाया था, और सुबह उसने मम्मी को 7 बजे बोला था कि मैं आ जाऊंगा तो बाहर से खाना मंगाना मेरे लिए, क्योंकि मैं वहां नहीं था उस दिन इसके लिए। इतनी सारी बातें करके गया था।
Patil ji, you've accused 4 teachers, including the headmaster, of mental harassment, sir. What were the most serious actions or words, in your view, that pushed Shaurya to this point of suicide?
जब उसने सुसाइड नोट लिखी है, शायद आपके पास कॉपी उसकी मिली है नहीं मिली मुझे नहीं पता, उसमें उसने लिटरली ये लिखा है कि जो भी ये पढ़ेगा मैं सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्कूल के टीचर की हैरेसमेंट की वजह से कर रहा हूँ, मेरे पास कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, और मेरे बॉडी के पार्ट्स किसी के काम में आएंगे तो मैं वो डोनेट करो, किसी काम में आए तो ले लो। ये उसने बोला। 10th क्लास का बच्चा इतनी मैच्योरिटी से लिखता है।
बिल्कुल।
माँ बाप की, भाई की माफी मांगता है, बड़े भाई को बोलता है तू बड़ा भाई था मेरा, मैंने कुछ गलती किया होगा, रिस्पेक्ट नहीं दिया होगा तो उसके लिए मैं माफी चाहता हूँ। मम्मी मेरी, आपने इतनी बार मेरी गलतियां माफ करी है, मेरी आखिरी गलती मेरी माफ कर ले। ये मम्मी को जो बच्चा कहता है। पापा को कहता है पापा मैं आपकी तरह इंसान बनना चाहता था, लेकिन अब मैंने इतनी बड़ी गलती कर रहा हूँ, नहीं बन पाया, मुझे माफ कर दो। और उसने उसके बाद बोला कि मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश है ये टीचरों ने जो किया मेरे साथ वो किसी और बच्चे के साथ ना करे, उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए, ये मेरी आखिरी ख्वाहिश है। हम इसीलिए मैं कल ही मेरे बच्चे को मैंने अंतिम विदाई दी है, लेकिन फिर भी मैं आपके सामने हूँ। बहुत कितने दुख के साथ समझ सकते हो आप मुझे, लेकिन मैं और किसी बच्चे को शौर्य की तरह इस देश में नहीं देखना चाहता। और ये मेरे शौर्य के साथ नहीं हो रहा, बहुत स्कूलों में हो रहा है, लेकिन बच्चे स्कूल के डर के मारे आवाज नहीं उठाते थे। लेकिन हम भी डरते थे, हमने भी आवाज नहीं उठाई थी। लेकिन आज मेरा बेटा मेरे पास नहीं है, तो मैं ऐसा किसी और का बेटा नहीं खोना देना चाहता हूँ। मैं आपके माध्यम से सभी,
you're being very brave by being here today and speaking to us. We are with you in this campaign, in this fight for justice. I have a few more questions for you before I let you go. I know this is difficult for you, Mr. Patil. The school has suspended 4 staff members. Do you think this is enough, sir, or do you fear that these teachers may return in a few weeks or months from today?
बिल्कुल ये इनफ एक्शन नहीं है मैम। हमने इनको बोला है कि ये टीचर्स को पहले अरेस्ट करो, और अरेस्ट करने के बाद ही, क्योंकि टीचर्स पुलिस वाले अभी तक इनको इतना टाइम क्यों दे रहे, स्कूल को इतना टाइम देने का रीजन क्या है? अभी इन्होंने जो सस्पेंड किया है, कल एक हाई लेवल कमेटी बैठी है, उसके बाद इन्होंने इनको सस्पेंड किया है। आज इतने लोग स्कूल के सामने प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हम कहते हैं कि ये टीचर्स के या प्रिंसिपल्स के पासपोर्ट जमा करो, क्योंकि ये कहीं बाहर ना चले जाए, और इनके ऊपर एक्शन पहले लिए जाए, अरेस्ट किया जाए कि इसको और क्या एंगल है क्या, और इसके ऊपर पूरी सी पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए। और कल भी इस 2019 का एक पास आउट बच्चे ने भी ये बोला कि ये स्कूल में ये टीचरों ने हमें भी बहुत तकलीफ देते थे, लेकिन हमने कभी इसके खिलाफ आवाज नहीं उठाई कि डर के मारे। तो मतलब ये आज से नहीं है, बहुत पहले से बच्चों को यहाँ पे तकलीफ दिया जा रहा है, सिर्फ मेरे बच्चों को नहीं, लेकिन बच्चे डरते हैं। इसके साथ वाले बच्चों ने भी बोला ये चीजें कल की इंटरव्यू में, बहुत सारे बच्चों ने ये चीजें बोली।
That's very important that you say that you have a lot of people who are supporting you at this time, Mr. Patil. But I want to understand from you, has the school administration reached out to you directly since the incident? If they have, what has the conversation been with the school administration?
18th को इंसिडेंट हुआ है 245 को, और 19th को सुबह एफआईआर लगभग 10 बजे एफआईआर हुई है। उसके बाद 4 बजे मुझे स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल का ब्रदर का फोन आता है कि हम आपके साथ है, आपको जो हेल्प चाहिए हम करेंगे। मैंने बोला मेरा बेटा मुझे चाहिए, मुझे मेरा बेटा आप दे सकते हो तो दे दो, मुझे हेल्प और क्या कर सकते हैं, इससे बड़ी हेल्प मेरे और कुछ है ही नहीं अभी, मेरे लिए क्या हेल्प है। लेकिन वो क्या किस तरह से हेल्प मुझे करना चाहते थे मुझे नहीं पता। बट कल जब प्रोटेस्ट हुआ तो हमारे टीम के 2 बंदे अंदर गए थे, तो वहां के हेडमास्टर्स की वर्डिंग थी कि ऐसा किसी कोई भी लिख सकता है अपनी चिट्ठी में नाम, और वहां से कैसे हम एक्शन लेंगे। तो जो अंदर गए थे उन्होंने ये बोला था कि प्रिंसिपल साहब अपने बच्चे को आप मारो, और मेरी वाइफ का भी यही वर्डिंग है उसके बच्चे का कि आप उसके बच्चे को मारो और मेरा नाम लिखो चिट्ठी में, ऐसा अगर हो सकता है तो ऐसा करो ना। ऐसा कोई बच्चा मरने वाला किसी और के नाम क्यों लिखेगा, जो जिसने किया उन्हीं के तो नाम लिखे ना, और भी तो टीचर्स है स्कूल में, उनके नाम क्यों नहीं लिखे। और हेडमास्टर के सामने अगर हो रहा है और हेडमास्टर कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं दे रही, कुछ एक्शन नहीं दे रही, इसका मतलब क्या है। हम चाहते हैं कि
Mr. Patil, then would you say the school has failed in its duty of care, sir?
100% फेल है, 100% फेल है। स्कूल ने कोई अभी तक एक्शन नहीं लिया था, एक्शन तो ले लिया, लेकिन हम टेम्पररी सस्पेंशन नहीं चाहते, हम उनको अरेस्ट करना चाहते हैं और उसके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए, एक्शन लेना चाहिए।
Mr. Patil, the Delhi government has now ordered a high-level probe. What are your expectations from this investigation? What justice do you want for your son, Shaurya?
जो कमेटी बनी है वो तो लेगी ही लेगी एक्शन, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि जिन्होंने उनको और भी बच्चों को जो सजा दिया है, जो बोला है, उनको कड़ी सी कड़ा सजा मिलना चाहिए, उनको अरेस्ट करना चाहिए।
And Mr. Patil, many parents from school have been protesting, demanding justice for your son Shaurya. Have any of Shaurya's friends reached out to you, to your wife, to your son to tell you what he was going through in school in the last few months?
मैम, जब बच्चा स्कूल से निकला था तो उसके दोस्त अश्मीर ने फोन करके मेरी वाइफ को बता दिया था कि आज उसके स्कूल में ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है, और वो उसके ड्राइवर के साथ नहीं आया, तो वो उसको अपनी गाड़ी में ले रहा था, लेकिन गाड़ी में भी वो नहीं आया, उसको धक्का देके बोला नहीं, और मेट्रो की तरफ वो चला गया। तो स्कूल के टीचर्स का अगर उसको ये बोला था कि मुझे ऐसे थॉट्स आ रहे, तो उन्होंने टीचर ने हमें बोला कि बच्चा हमारे हाथ में देना चाहिए, मेरा ड्राइवर गाड़ी के बाहर गेट के बाहर है, उसको बुलाना चाहिए।
Mr. Patil,
लेकिन उसके बाद
yes, I have a few very important questions for you. What you've gone through is extremely tragic. One can't even gauge at this point, the pain you and your family are going through. If you could send one message to other parents and schools watching this conversation, sir, what would you tell them to learn from your son's tragedy, sir?
मैं आपके माध्यम से सभी बच्चों को यही संदेश देना चाहता हूँ, सभी पेरेंट्स को देना चाहता हूँ, बच्चे हमारे लिए एजुकेशन से ज्यादा हमारे बच्चे बहुत प्यारे हैं। अगर बच्चों को कुछ भी दिक्कत है स्कूल में तो उन्होंने अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ, अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करना चाहिए, और टीचर्स ने भी बच्चों को अपने बच्चे की तरह हैंडल करना चाहिए। हम बच्चों को स्कूल भेजते हैं, उनको सिखाने के लिए भेजते हैं, उनको ऐसे ट्रीट करने के लिए नहीं भेजते। बच्चे माँ बाप से जो चीजें नहीं बोल सकती, तो बच्चों ने, टीचर्स ने भी बच्चों के साथ एज अ फ्रेंड भी रहना चाहिए और उनसे उनकी दिक्कत समझनी चाहिए।
Mr. Patil, how would you want Shaurya to be remembered?
मैम, उसको डांस बहुत अच्छा पसंद था। 2 महीना पहले अपने कॉलेज स्कूल को उसने डॉन मॉस्को स्कूल में रिप्रेजेंट किया था एज अ डांस ग्रुप डांस में, मैंने वो भी वीडियो भेजी है। उसको बहुत एक्टिंग बहुत ज्यादा पसंद थी, तो उसने मुझे बोला था कि पापा मैं बिजनेस में आने से पहले मैं एक्टिंग में भी जाऊंगा, बॉम्बे कोचिंग करूंगा, क्लास करूंगा, तो मैंने उसको ओके कर दिया था, सब कुछ चीजें थी, और सिर्फ 10 दिन की बात थी, 10 दिन के बाद हम स्कूल चेंज करने वाले थे।
In 10 days, you were going to change his school. The script could be very different. Mr. Patil, what would you like to say to your son today, sir?
I have no words.
Well, you have no words, and we also again express our condolences to you, Mr. Patil. Thank you for your strength and your courage in speaking with us today. As a parent, I cannot imagine your pain, but we hope your voice leads to the accountability and change you are seeking. We stand with you and your family in the hope that no other child faces what Shaurya has been through. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Ishika joining me live from outside that Delhi school. I believe, Ishika, the protests have started. Are the parents there as well?
Well, Vedika, currently I'm present right outside the school gate where all the parents here have gathered here. And not just the parents, but also family, friends have gathered here. We'd like to show you the visuals. You can see that the candles have been lit here. You can see the posters, the placards which demand justice for Shaurya. हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आप यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं, स्कूल ने 4 टीचर्स को सस्पेंड कर दिया था, आज आप फिर से पहुँचे, आज क्या डिमांड?
आज हमारी डिमांड है कि सबसे पहले वो उस दिन के सीसीटीवी सार्वजनिक किए जाए और पुलिस जो कार्रवाई करती है रोज़ के रोज़ अपडेट दिया जाए और सबसे पहले उसमें उनके जो प्रिंसिपल है उनका नाम नहीं है एफआईआर में, वो नाम डाल के सबसे पहले प्रिंसिपल को अरेस्ट किया जाए और सारी जितने भी उनकी जो उस दिन की कार्रवाई हमें सार्वजनिक किया जाए टीवी में।
एफआईआर कॉपी लेकर आप
एफआईआर की कॉपी हमने लेकर सामने रखी है कि इसके अंदर प्रिंसिपल का नाम नहीं है, जो कि यहाँ पर मेन जो प्रबंधक के तौर पे आपको टीचर को सपोर्ट
के खिलाफ भी एक्शन की डिमांड।
बिल्कुल, स्कूल के खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए, अरेस्ट होना चाहिए। हमारी जो एफआईआर है वो भी बहुत मेहनत से और जदोजहद से कल एफआईआर दर्ज की गई है और हमें आगे आने वाले समय में अगर पुलिस मुख्यालय के बाहर या मुख्यमंत्री रेखा गुप्ता के घर के बाहर भी हमें धरना देना पड़ा तो हम सुबह से लेकर रात तक, रात से लेकर सुबह तक हम हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे, अनशन रहेंगे जब तक दोषी जो टीचर हैं जेल के अंदर नहीं जाते, जिनको अरेस्ट नहीं किया जाता। हमारा जो है, हमारा बच्चा जो शौर्य है वो हमारा बच्चा भविष्य था आने वाला, जिसने आज आत्महत्या करके हमारा मनोबल जो है, जो हमारी जो इस बड़े स्कूल सेंट कोलंबस स्कूल जिसके अंदर बच्चा पढ़ाने में हम सोचते हैं कि हमारे बच्चे का भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल होगा और आज वो अंधकार में जा रहे हैं। लानत है इस स्कूल पे।
All right, there you have protests taking place outside the school in Delhi. Ishika live from the ground, getting you those angry voices of parents and supporters of Saurabh, who lost his life by committing suicide on Tuesday. We're moving on to another tragic story, this time from Jaipur. The CBSE has issued a show-cause notice to the Jaipur school where Class 4 student Amira had jumped to death from the 4th floor on the 1st of November. The Central Board of Secondary Education found several violations by the school, hinting at tampering of evidence as well. The school had washed the site of the incident that contained crucial evidence much before the forensics team arrived, and the board noted safety lapses as well at the premises. The CCTVs weren't actively monitoring what was happening, which allowed the student to jump unchecked from the 4th floor, and it was observed that safety nets were also not in place. Meanwhile, the distraught parents have sought strict action against the school, including cancellation of its affiliation.
Has the response been sympathetic? I mean, would have expected if your daughter went through this? There are all these guidelines about psychologists and teachers behaving in a certain fashion. Has the school been sympathetic to what has happened post that, or they are just brazening it out?
नहीं, जैसे कि हम अपने घर से भी ज़्यादा सेफ मानते हैं स्कूल को। हमें लगता है कि अगर वो स्कूल में जाएगा बच्चा तो हमारा बहुत सेफ होगा, लेकिन जो इस स्कूल का बिहेवियर रहा है, जो नेग्लिजेंस रहे हैं, वो बहुत ही ख़राब रहे हैं। क्योंकि पहली बात तो यहाँ 6 मंजिल की स्कूल बनी हुई थी और गाइडलाइन के अनुसार 2 फ्लोर तक ही आप ओपन रख सकते हो और 2 फ्लोर से ऊपर कवर्ड रहना चाहिए। तो वो कवर्ड नहीं था, वो ओपन था। जो एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर हैं यहाँ पे मदन दिलावर जी, और जो उन्होंने टीम गठित करी इस जांच के लिए, जिसके रामनिवास जी थे हेड, तो उन्होंने इस बात को बिल्कुल भी उजागर नहीं किया कि ये स्कूल इल्लीगल है, इसकी बिल्डिंग इल्लीगल है। 6 फ्लोर तक उन्होंने अप्रूवल कैसे दे दी? सबसे पहला सवाल तो यही बनता है। दूसरी बात ये है कि इन्होंने जो मीडिया को बताया, मीडिया को ये इस तरह की बातें बोल रहे हैं कि उसको हेलोवीन देखा था, हेलोवीन खेला था, हेलोवीन का सपना आया होगा। स्कूल टीचर के पास एक ही बार गई कंप्लेंट करने, जबकि सीसीटीवी में साफ साफ नजर आ रहा 5 बार गई है। इस तरह के स्टेटमेंट दिए जा रहे हैं।
शिवानी जी, I just want to very quickly and विजय जी, I just want to very quickly come to you as well. हम लोग, क्योंकि ये बात हम आप लोगों से बात इसलिए भी करना चाहते थे कि और पेरेंट्स भी कम से कम थोड़े सजग रहें कि उनके बच्चे जिस तरीके के प्रेशर से जूझ रहे हैं, शौर्य के साथ जो हुआ, आपकी डॉटर के साथ वो हुआ, वो शायद किसी बच्चे के साथ नहीं होना चाहिए, किसी फैमिली को उससे नहीं गुजरना चाहिए। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, what were the circumstances, और क्या has the school been responsive? Has there been any action that the school has taken or taken against the school?
Yeah, so it has already been 19 days since the incident had happened. No condolence message, nothing from the school side till today. No message we have got. Nobody came to our house for a visit, for a condolence, nothing. And even the parents are not coming and giving these supporting us. Nobody from the school and nobody from the parent side also. So this is already very disheartening to know that this kind of thing has happened in the school, but nobody is coming. Nobody, neither the school teacher nor the principal nor the promoters, nobody.
Harsha now joins me live on this tragic story. Harsha, a lot of revelations coming out of an alleged cover-up post the suicide by the school. What can you tell us about that?
Well, yes, firstly, I think this utter callousness is actually something that is very, very stark in this entire case. Like you heard the mother say, they're completely heartbroken. They've lost their only child. And even the classmates, the parents of the classmates have also not reached out to them. And I was given to understand when I met the parents that is because they are under pressure from the school. Now, really what transpired, I think that is what the parents want to know. And it's definitely there in the CBSE report. So firstly, the last footage of Amira in the class shows her very clearly going up and down to the teacher, and then after that no action is taken. She leaves the classroom and then she reaches unattended to the 4th floor and manages to jump off. Now what the CBSE report says is, firstly there has to be an audio in all the CCTV footage where there was no audio. So exactly what transpired in the class is also something that's not very clear, and it's a clear dereliction of the CBSE's guidelines. Secondly, why was a school with such small children allowed to go up to 6 floors? If it had gone up to 6 floors, where were the safety nets? Where was the railing? You have a child who goes all the way up and she jumps off. Where was the floor attendant? So many things. I think the CBSE report that I have read has actually put the school in the dock. And they will be given 2 days to reply.
Many unanswered questions there, which we will find out in the days to come. Harsha is there on the ground and she will bring you all the updates. But the third tragic incident that has taken place in the last 72 hours, a college student died by suicide in Maharashtra's Thane, allegedly due to mental stress after a group of people thrashed him over an argument on the Hindi-Marathi language row. The student Arnav Khaire was a resident of Kalyan East in Thane. The student's father said his son was thrashed by the group of people in a train that he routinely took to reach his college in Mulund. During one such commute, an argument broke out over the Hindi-Marathi language. At least 5 people thrashed him severely. Khaire's father, Jitendra Khaire, told the police that his son died by suicide due to mental stress caused by the assault. The police have started an investigation and a search is on to find the accused.
घटना घडली. माझा मुलगा नेहमीप्रमाणे कॉलेजला निघाला. सकाळी ट्रेनमध्ये बसून जात असताना त्याला ट्रेनमध्ये धक्काबुक्की लागत होती. तर समोर त्याच्या एक हिंदी भाषिक होता. आता तो कुठला होता ते मी असं सांगू शकत नाही की तो यूपीचाच होता की कुठला होता. तो समजून गेला असेल त्याच्या कदाचित राहणीमानावरून, म्हणून तो बोलला की तो हिंदी भाषिक मुलगा होता. आणि त्याला मी सांगितलं माझ्यावर धक्का येतोय, म्हणून तो त्याला हिंदीतून त्यांनी सांगितलं की भाई थोडा आगे धक्का दो, मेरे ऊपर धक्का आ रहा है. तर त्याच्या बाकीचे प्रवासी होते त्यांनी डायरेक्ट त्याच्या कानाखाली मारला आणि पहिल्यांदा मारला आणि त्याला सांगितलं की तुला मराठी बोलता येत नाही का, मराठी बोलायची लाज वाटते काय. आणि त्याला अजून माझा मुलगा घाबरत मला हे सांगत होता की तुला मराठी बोलायला लाज वाटते का. आणि मी त्याला परत विचारलं की तुला काय भरपूर मारलं का. हा पप्पा ते बरेच लोक होते आणि मला घाबरवलं, मी खूप घाबरलो होतो, म्हणून मला मुलुंडला उतरायचं होतं. तर मी ठाण्याला उतरून नंतर पुढे कॉलेज.
कोळशावाडी पोलीस स्टेशन कल्याणच्या हद्दीमध्ये सहजीवन सोसायटी आहे तिसगावला. तेथे एक 19 वर्षाचा मुलगा अर्णव खरे यांनी राहत्या घरी गळफास घेऊन आत्महत्या केलेली आहे अशी माहिती मिळाल्यानंतर आम्ही तो गुन्हा दाखल केलेला आहे, ADR दाखल केलेला आहे. त्याची हकीकत अशी आहे की त्यांच्या वडिलांनी पोलीस स्टेशनला येऊन सांगितलेलं आहे की कालच्या दिवशी ट्रेनमध्ये मुलगा जात असताना त्याचा गाडीत चढण्यावरनं गर्दीमध्ये काही मुलांशी वाद झाला आणि त्या मुलांनी मारलं. त्याच्यात मानसिक तणावाखाली होता. त्या कारणास्तव त्यांनी घरी येऊन आत्महत्या केली असावी असा त्यांनी संशय व्यक्त केलेला आहे. त्या अनुषंगाने आम्ही ADRच्या दाखल केलेला आहे. आमच्या महिला पोलीस अधिकारी तोडकर तपास करीत आहेत. वरिष्ठ पोलीस निरीक्षक श्री गुरव साहेब आहे, त्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाखाली या गुन्ह्याचा तपास आमचा चालू आहे ADR.
A quick word from Radhika, who has been tracking this story. Radhika, no arrests yet in this case?
That's right, Vedika. No arrests have happened yet in this particular case. Of course, an ADR has been registered as that particular cop was revealing an accidental death report has been registered, and the inquiry is still ongoing to understand what were the circumstances that led to that assault and his subsequent death. Of course, very, very tragic incident. A 19-year-old boy taking his own life as a result of harassment that he faced in the name of language. But Vedika, this has also led to a political war of words in the state of Maharashtra, because this is not the first time that people are getting assaulted and harassed in the name of language, in the name of Marathi imposition. So therefore, BJP has hit back at both Raj Thackeray as well as Uddhav Thackeray for instigating people in the name of language, for creating this politics of Marathi imposition in the state of Maharashtra. We've seen multiple incidents in the past as well. Unfortunately, this time it went too far, whereby this boy was assaulted, and subsequently, as a result of how anxious he was and how distressed he was over it, he committed suicide. That's what we are being told. But yes, of course, as you said, a case has been registered, but no arrests have been made yet. Inquiries on.
3 tragedies in the last 72 hours, all 3 children, a teenager, someone who was 9, and yet someone who was an adult, all committing suicide. So joining me live there is some breaking news coming in. Getting you more on the 10/11 Delhi blast probe. There's been a big revelation in the investigations. NDTV has accessed the images of a flour mill that has been recovered from Dr. Muzammil's room. According to sources, this machine was used to grind urea. Dr. Muzammil's bomb-making machine is possibly what you're seeing on your screen. Anushka joining us live. Anushka, another huge revelation, a huge piece of evidence that we're now seeing on our screens. What are your sources from investigating agencies telling you about this recovery?
That's right, Vedika. A grinding machine has been recovered from a cab driver that the NIA had detained while questioning. Now, this cab driver came in contact with Muzammil when his son was burned because of hot milk that was in fact spilled over him, and he went to Muzammil to get his child treated. After which, he developed a strong bond with Muzammil, and Muzammil gave him a grinder machine, which was in fact being used to grind some chemicals so that he could refine it further with more electrical devices, is what we are getting to know from the investigating agencies. Now, the grinder also plays a key role. Grinder and an electrical gadget was recovered from that cab driver whom the NIA had in fact detained. Now, this driver belongs from the Dhauj village here in Fatehpur Taga district. We are showing you the visuals of the Al Falah University. This is where the whole incident started unfolding, when 2,900 kilograms of explosives were recovered from a rented accommodation of Muzammil Shakil. He was teaching as a senior doctor here and was a resident doctor and used to stay inside the campus for 3.5 years. And now we are seeing that after piecing all the information together, it has come to the knowledge of the investigating agencies that multiple people were working in close coordination to make this blast possible, which Umar had in fact also help take place in the Red Fort area. Now we are seeing that more and more details are coming after the investigation is progressing. We are seeing that a grinder machine has in fact been recovered from a cab driver who was in contact with Muzammil while he was staying here. He was using that grinder machine to grind a lot of chemicals, and later he used to refine those chemicals using electrical gadgets. Both of the gadgets have been recovered by the NIA team, and further questioning of all those people who are involved with these white terror module people are right now being investigated. Over to you.
And the action continues inside Al Falah University. You have teams of the Haryana police, if I'm not mistaken, that are inside the campus right now. And this recovery being one reason why so much interrogation is on of doctors, of the staff connected to Al Falah University.
That's right, Vedika. We are seeing that multiple people, almost as many as 200 people have been questioned so far in this whole case. The faculty members, the students, we are also getting to know that the cab driver was responsible for providing SIM cards to the students whom Muzammil used to be in contact with. Now, we are seeing as the investigation is deepening, the investigating agencies are also trying to find out whether or not he managed to radicalize more people inside the university, because remember, this is a key university where everything is in fact unfolding. All the links, all the investigation connects back to the Al Falah University, whose founder had been arrested by the ED a few days back. We are seeing that so far 6 members have been of the White Terror module have been arrested, but we are seeing that as the investigation deepens, we are seeing more and more shocking revelations that are coming in front of us about how they managed to hatch such a big kind of conspiracy in the national capital.
All right, Anushka, thanks for joining us live. There big breaking news coming in. What you see on your screens is an important piece of evidence as part of the investigations that could lead to more arrests and more leads in the 10/11 probe. Well, it's been over 10 days since the Delhi blast. As per sources, the blast accused Umar made several videos. As many as 12 videos have been recovered from Umar's mobile phone. The videos are said to be centered around Umar's radical thoughts. In his videos, Umar can be heard invoking the Afghan Mujahideen and is also said to have shared videos of radical Islamists to influence young professionals. As far as the probe is concerned, there has been a special SIT formed to probe activities inside the Al Falah University, where doctors and the staff are being questioned. That's what even Anushka just pointed out. The NIA has arrested 4 more prime accused in the 10th November blast, taking the total arrests to 6 for now. Earlier, the agency, remember, had picked up Amir Rashid Ali, in whose name the car had been registered, and Jasir Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support. In an NDTV exclusive, visuals have emerged of 50 bags of ammonium nitrate that were recovered from Fatehpur Taga in Faridabad on the same day as the blast. And tracking the latest news from Karnataka at this hour, where the Chief Minister war has seemed to have escalated. Shortly after the DKS camp jet down to Delhi and held talks with Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge, the Siddaramaiah camp dined together last night in Bengaluru and held talks. The dinner and talks are being viewed as a show of strength by the two camps, and calls for change are also growing louder. Meanwhile, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Sivakumar has posted a cryptic message on his social media account where he has spoken on power and said that where there is effort, there is fruit. Meanwhile, on one hand, Karnataka MLA KN Rajanna has maintained that the Congress letter calls for Siddaramaiah to continue as Chief Minister, as so he must. While on the other hand, Karnataka MLA Iqbal Hussain cited his meeting with Congress President Kharge and said that DK Sivakumar must become the Chief Minister. However, DKS yesterday too maintained that he has no idea about the MLA's Delhi visit. He also added that Siddaramaiah will complete his full year term of 5 years as Chief Minister. Meanwhile, Siddaramaiah continues to reiterate leadership charge and said that he will focus on delivering promises.
ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು.
ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಈ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಈಗಲೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ, ಮುಂದೇನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ.
ಸರ್, DK ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ನುಡಿದಂತೆ ನಡೀತಾರೆ ಅಂತ CM ಅಂದರೆ ಅಂತ CM, ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣ CM ಆಗ್ತಾನೋ ಆಗಲು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ DK ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಜನ ನಮಗೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭರವಸೆಗಳಿದ್ದೇವಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಣಾಳಿಕೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರ.
ಕೆಲವರು ನಾಳೆನೂ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಇವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಈಚೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗೂ ನಾನು ಸ್ನಾನನೂ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು.
ಸರ್, ಇವತ್ತು CM ಅವರು ನಾನು 5 ವರ್ಷನೂ ನಾನೇ CM ಆಗಿರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೂ ಏನೋ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದವರು, ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಅವರು CM ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ CM ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ACC ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ದಿ ಲೀಡರ್, DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ he will be the lone DCM, he will continue up to the parliament elections ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರನ್ನ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡೋರ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅದು? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇನೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ನೀನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸತ್ಯ ಹರಿಶ್ಚಂದ್ರ ಆಗು, ನಾನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸತ್ಯ ಹರಿಶ್ಚಂದ್ರ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
On that note, we're slipping to short break. News and updates in a moment from now. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
Delhi blast probe intensifies. NIA hot on the trail of Jaish handler named Hanzullah, who reportedly shared bomb-making videos with the white-collar terror module linked to the Delhi blast. Karnataka power tussle intensifies. DKS camp MLAs in Delhi to push for his elevation as Chief Minister. Siddaramaiah camp ministers hold strategy meet during dinner last night. Amid this, DKS comes up with a cryptic tweet. Politics speaks over Bengal SIR. Bengal BJP alleges there is systemic fraud under TMC regime. TMC hits back. 3 shocking cases of student suicides in Delhi, Maharashtra and Rajasthan. 4 teachers suspended at the Delhi school post Saurabh's suicide. More developments in the other 2 cities as well.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
क्या हाल बा? क्या है ब्रेकफास्ट का इंतजाम आज सुबह? You're watching NDTV coverage of the Bihar elections. Cricket style RoboCam walking around. This is a wave of a kind which was only seen last in 2010. उम्मीद से बढ़कर जहां आप जाते हैं आप पार्टी को जीत दिला रहे हैं. ओवैसी and the BJP right next to each other. क्या हो रहा है ये? आपने तो बिहार के चुनावी मैदान पे एक के बाद एक छक्के मारे आज. Prashant Kishore in his debut election in Bihar is not headed for the ceiling.
Results on NDTV is the top trend right now.
Oh wow.
जो मखाना बनाते हैं वहाँ पे मैं आपको तालाब में देखा था.
Digital live viewership, NDTV is right on top. NDTV has been the OG of election coverage. Everyone who's watching Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your time.
माइक सिर्फ आवाज ऊंची नहीं करता, आवाज मजबूत भी करता है। माइक के साथ आती है जिम्मेदारी। जिम्मेदारी आपकी आवाज बनने की, दूसरों की आवाज सुनने की और सुनाने की, बिना कुछ छुपाए हर बात ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखने की। क्योंकि जब हमारा माइक ऑन होता है तो कुछ कट नहीं होता। आ रही हूं मैं एनडीटीवी हेडक्वार्टर्स से और यहां माइक ऑन है।
जब आ रहे थे नतीजे और बीजेपी जेडीयू 200 के पार जा रहे थे, आपका दिल एकदम डूब रहा था?
जब से रिजल्ट आए हैं मैं प्रॉपर्ली सो नहीं पाया हूँ।
जब वाजपेयी जी और अडवाणी जी बीजेपी चला रहे थे, 2 सीटें आई तो सिनेमा देखने गए, इतनी बड़ी हार हुई, आपने क्या किया?
यहाँ घर पे बैठ के रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा हूँ।
एक और जो मुझे लगता है शायद आपसे चूक हुई, जिस पे मैं आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूँ, वो ये कि आप ही ने नीतीश कुमार की तबीयत को अटैक किया। बाकी जो लोग थे, तेजस्वी का मैंने इंटरव्यू किया, वो कहते देखिए हमारे कल्चर में नहीं है बड़े लोगों को हेल्थ को लेकर अटैक करना।
मैं आपको फिर से कैमरे पे दूर आ देता हूँ। मैं अभी भी नीतीश कुमार जी मानसिक और शारीरिक तौर पर स्वस्थ नहीं है, ये कहने में कोई गुरेज नहीं है।
नहीं, पर ये बैकफायर करेगा ना।
आप ये कैसे जानते हैं? ये कॉज एंड इफेक्ट, मेरे पास ऐसा कोई दूरबीन नहीं है।
जब बातचीत हुई लोग एनेक्डोटली जब बातचीत हुई लोगों से, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई बड़ों को इंडिया के कल्चर में कहाँ कोई अटैक करता है। आपने तो बोला था कि चुनाव हार लूंगा, नहीं मतलब अगर 25 सीट आएंगी तो राजनीति से संन्यास ले लूंगा। ये आप बोलते बहुत हैं, ये आप ही ने बोला, मतलब ये फुट एंड माउथ डिजीज है क्या? मतलब आप बोलते हैं फिर लोग बोलते हैं आपने बोला था कि राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा।
ऐसा है ना राहुल, जब आप हमसे सवाल करेंगे तो जवाब तो देना ही पड़ेगा। तो बोलते ज्यादा ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आप सवाल नहीं कर रहे और मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
गाड़ी घोड़ा सब लोग वो हैं, इनको पैसा चाहिए। पैसा तो पहले कंसल्टेंसी से कमा रहे थे, अब कंसल्टेंसी नहीं करेंगे तो पैसा कहाँ से?
फिर किया जाएगा उपाय, लोगों से पैसे मांगेंगे। पिछले 5 साल में भी 2 बार पलटे हैं नीतीश कुमार।
नहीं, पर अब जो लोग देख रहे हैं आपको, वो कहेंगे फिर शगुफा छोड़ रहे हैं।
फिर क्या शगुफा छोड़ना?
अरे कि आपको पलट जाएंगे। अब एक तरफ बोल रहे हैं कि वो सेहत उनकी ठीक नहीं है, मानसिक स्थिति ठीक नहीं है।
आप मुझसे कि आप सवाल पूछते हो और
Welcome back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has left for Johannesburg to attend the 20th G20 Leaders Summit, a landmark edition as Africa hosts the gathering for the first time. The summit, taking place from the 21st to the 23rd of this month, will convene world leaders to deliberate on economic stability, sustainable development, global governance reforms and stronger collaboration between emerging and advanced economies. The Prime Minister will also address all 3 sessions of the summit on topics including climate change, economic growth and disaster risk reduction. On the margins of the G20 Leaders Summit, Prime Minister is expected to hold bilateral meetings with some of the leaders present in Johannesburg. Prime Minister Modi will also be participating in the India, Brazil, South Africa IBSA leaders meeting that is being hosted by South Africa.
This will be Prime Minister's 4th official visit to South Africa, following his bilateral visit in 2016 and later for the 2 BRICS summits in 2018 and 2023. This is the first G20 summit that will be happening on African soil, and in that context will bring the spotlight on the development issues of Africa as also of the global south. The summit will be important for India to ensure continuity of its priorities in the G20 after having hosted a very successful presidency in 2023.
President Donald Trump's administration on Thursday vehemently denied South Africa's announcement that the United States was ending a boycott of this weekend's G20 summit in Johannesburg, saying no U.S. official would take part in talks. Now, the president of South Africa earlier Thursday described an 11th hour about turn by the Trump administration, which had relentlessly attacked South Africa over treatment of white minority farmers by the post-apartheid government. The White House said the U.S. ambassador would attend, but only for a handover ceremony, as the United States of America will next year host the summit of the Club of Global Economic Powers at a golf club owned by Donald Trump in Florida.
We have received notice from the United States, a notice which we are still in discussions with them over, about a change of mind about participating, and so therefore we do need to engage in those types of discussions to see how practical it is and what it finally really means. In a way, we see this as a positive sign, very positive, because, as I've often said, boycott politics never work.
The United States is not participating in official talks at the G20 in South Africa. I saw the South African president running his mouth a little bit against the United States and the president of the United States earlier today, and that language is not appreciated by the president or his team. The ambassador or the representative of the embassy in South Africa is simply there to recognize that the United States will be the host of the G20. They are receiving that send-off at the end of the event.
And it's time to take you through what's going viral at this hour. Indian cricketer and World Cup winner Smriti Mandhana has confirmed her engagement in a fun social media reel that featured her and some fellow players. Take a look.
Hey भाई बहुत खुश लग रहा है भाई बात क्या है ए भाई हुआ क्या ए भाई हुआ क्या ए भाई बोलना यार हुआ क्या कट चप्पले ए भाई हुआ क्या सूट सिलवाने समझो हो ही गया बोला ना समझो हो ही गया अरे समझो हो ही गया समझो हो ही गया.
And we're stepping to a short break. Southern View up next with my colleagues down south. Stay tuned.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer, and also a top Indian pro at the moment.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you.
That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
I think that's very, very important.
They have inspired us. They have redefined what's possible. They have shown how ideas spark inspiration and create impact. NDTV Indian of the Year 2025. Ideas, inspiration, impact. Coming soon.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, stay tuned.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app, and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Hello and welcome to Southern View, the show that gets you all the major news from South India. Joining me right now from different parts of South India are my colleagues basically. Umar is with us from Hyderabad and Sam Daniel joining us from Chennai to bring us all the major news from what's really playing out in whole of South India. Now first up is of course the Karnataka, which is on the top lines right now because it's the drama that's unfolding here regarding the politics, whole of a drama revolving around the CM chair. Now, who's going to be a CM here, whether there would really be that revolution, the change in the CM phase, that needs to be seen because what really is panning out here in the state is that there are set of MLAs from the Deputy CM DK Shivkumar who have en route to Delhi, met the High Command, have put forth their demand that it's 2.5 years that the government has completed here in the state. Now, it is the time for the Deputy CM DK Shivkumar to become the Chief Minister. Now, meanwhile, there's the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah who's also indirectly basically clearing the air and taking a dig as well against the DK Shivakumar's camp too, stating that he is going to remain in the Chief Minister for the next 5 years. Now, amid all that, what really is going to happen, whether the High Command will be able to put this whole matter to the rest, that needs to be seen. But before that, listening to what that the DK Shivakumar as well as the Siddaramaiah, the state CM, had to say.
ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ಅನುಭವ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಕೇಳೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಿಚಾರ.
ಕೆಲವರು ನಾಳೆನೂ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
ಸರ್, ಇವತ್ತು ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ 2.5 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಇವತ್ತೇ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹಂಚಿಕೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಯಿತು ಸರ್.
ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸರಿ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಮನೆಯಿಂದ ಈಚೆ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗೂ ನಾನು ಸ್ನಾನನೂ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಯಾರೋ ನನ್ನ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಸ್ಪಿಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು.
ಸರ್, ಇವತ್ತು CM ಅವರು ನಾನು 5 ವರ್ಷನೂ ನಾನೇ CM ಆಗಿರ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೂ ಏನೋ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ.
ಭಾಳ ಸಂತೋಷ. ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದವರು, ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಅವರು CM ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಯಾರು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ CM ಆಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಷ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಚಾಮರಾಜನಗರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದರೆ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು.
ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್, ಈ ಅವಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್.
ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ, ಈಗಲೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿದೆ, ಮುಂದೇನೂ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿರ್ತದೆ.
ಸರ್, DK
ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವರು ನುಡಿದಂತೆ ನಡೀತಾರೆ ಅಂತ CM ಅಂದರೆ ಅಂತ CM. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಣ್ಣ CM ಆಗ್ತಾನೋ ಆಗಲು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ಇದ್ದರೆ ನೋಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರದಲ್ಲಿ DK ಸುರೇಶ್ ಅವರು ಈ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ರಿಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಅದಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಕಾಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ. ಜನ ನಮಗೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷಕ್ಕೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಭರವಸೆಗಳಿದ್ದೀವಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಣಾಳಿಕೆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ಈಡೇರಿಸ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ.
One really can sense a lot of things from the silence that both DK Shivakumar as well as Siddaramaiah is trying to maintain. However, the DK Shivakumar's camp, which basically en route to Delhi, did try to play smart by stating that they are there for the different reasons, basically for the official reasons. But however, NDTV was able to ascertain their main reason by speaking exclusively to Ramnagara MLA Iqbal Hussain, who went to Delhi, met the senior Kharge there and put forth their demand that it's the time for the DK Shivakumar to become the Chief Minister. Now listening to our exclusive conversation with Iqbal Hussain.
सर, क्या है, पहले तो आप मुझे ये बता दें कि दिल्ली में आपने किस तरीके का प्रस्ताव रखा खरगे जी के सामने?
ठीक हो जाएगा मैम, 1 हफ्ते में सब ठीक हो जाएगा.
अच्छा सर, खरगे साहब ने आपकी मांग को किस तरीके से रिस्पॉन्ड किया है सर?
मैंने किया है. ही वांटेड टू टेक ओपिनियन ऑफ ऑल दिस हाई कमांड टीम मैम.
ओके.
So he wanted to talk to all high command these things. So they need some time मैम. So इसमें हफ्ता 10 दिन में सब ठीक हो जाएगा मैम.
Okay, but sir, what's the kind of assurance that has been given to you since you spoke to Kharge ji, sir?
You know well what is his struggle for bringing the government, ma'am.
Correct.
What are the efforts he has made to get government, ma'am.
Correct.
So everyone who knows his potentiality, his leadership, everything, ma'am. On that things we request, the High Command and even our Siddaramaiah sir. To give a chance for him also, ma'am. We have hope on Siddaramaiah, sir. We have very good hope because he is a very good, honest and sincere, and in words he keeps his words.
But
so
sir, you see, even Siddaramaiah,
when you see this, he'll understand the situation and he will respect.
But sir, the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah has also said that he will remain to be the CM for the 5 complete years. Now, while you were meeting Kharge ji yesterday, you had Satish Jarkiholi, Parmeshwar and other leaders here as well, who are basically backing Siddaramaiah to continue as the 5 years, complete his 5 years tenure. They say that there is an AICC communication letter which states completely, very clearly, saying that Siddaramaiah should be the CM for the next 5 years. Now, at this point in time, how do you see changes can be made?
That's what we have some discipline in Congress, ma'am. So we have to obey this High Command. We hope that we will get justice from High Command.
It is there in the AICC, ನಿಮ್ಮ press release ಅಲ್ಲಿ. Siddaramaiah will be the leader. DK Shivakumar, he will be the lone DCM. He will continue up to the parliament elections ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರನ್ನ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡೋರ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅದು ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇನೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ನೀನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸತ್ಯ ಹರಿಶ್ಚಂದ್ರ ಆಗು, ನಾನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸತ್ಯ ಹರಿಶ್ಚಂದ್ರ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತೀನಿ.
Well, now, amid whole of this political drama that's unfolding here in the Karnataka, now, of course, for the strike of the CM chair, you have the BJP, which is mocking the state government, mocking the Congress leader, therefore, for en routing to Delhi, where that their whole problem seems to be unresolved, and they're just being paraded there in the Delhi is what that the BJP is basically stating as well. You know, therein, with an exclusive conversation with the NDTV, the BJP LOP has said that from what he can really sense, that DK Shivakumar is not someone who would give up this easily. Now the senior Kharge is dragging this whole matter of who should be the CM, whether Siddaramaiah should continue as the CM for the complete 5 years or DK Shivakumar should become the new CM here in the state. Is all that a deliberate act by the senior Kharge? But he says, as far as what he can sense, DK Shivakumar is not someone who can give up easily. Listening to what that exactly the BJP LOP had to say. In Karnataka regarding the politics, you have the camp, DK's camp going to Delhi and routing to Delhi, putting forth their demands, saying that it is the time now that DK Shivakumar needs to be given a chance. How do you see this, sir?
Last 1 year this is happening. Already DK Shivakumar is climbing. Many MLAs, Congress MLAs go to Delhi, remove Siddaramaiah. I think in Karnataka there is a big division between Siddaramaiah and DK Shivakumar. I think this government will collapse. The weak high command in Congress party. A good CM needed for Karnataka, but in Congress party there is no good. Only ATMs is in Congress party. That's why we need election. We need election. If election comes, BJP will contest with the JDS. We will win this election as Bihar.
So what do you anticipate? This whole matter will get over here, or whether it is going to get more dragged as well? Because you were the one who had said that the November revolution is going to happen. So
I think Congress High Command want to drag, but DK will not allow to drag. That's why Siddaramaiah want to drag. High Command want to drag, but DK will not leave this drag. He want immediate result. That's why he is making his formula. I think you will be success or fail, but Congress party will divide.
the Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, who's made his comment basically about what really is unfolding here in the state regarding the CM chair. You see that the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah says that the High Command has not spoken about any sort of a leadership change. Some leaders have made statement earlier and have gone to Delhi. Therefore, so he is aware basically what really is panning out here in the state politically. But ultimately, whether it is me or Deputy CM DK Shivakumar, we will go by what the High Command decides. Now, that's what the CM had to state basically regarding this drama that's unfolding. There you see, he also further goes on to say that, yes, I am a man of my word. He reiterates the same what we have seen him basically saying in the past, and further says that I have delivered all the guarantees, basically all the promises here in the state. As far as the leadership change is concerned, the decision rests entirely with the High Command, and I will continue as CM. So yes, this of course is yet another time that the CM is making it clear to the DK's camp who are routing to the Delhi. You see what is more important as well, he makes it very categorically clear. Says that upcoming budget that's going to be in the Feb probably, that is also going to be presented by him. So yes, he is hopeful that he's going to complete 5 years. He's not here to give up on that CM chair. Now amid all that, how is really this going to pan out here in the state now? How that DK Shivakumar is going to observe the statement of him as well, that needs to be seen. Now you see, very important what's for us to understand is also that he, Mallikarjun Kharge, who's going to be here in Bengaluru in some time. So the CM basically plans to meet him tomorrow to discuss the whole matter, whether the High Command should really intervene now and put this whole, the controversy, the kind of conversations that are around the bus to a rest. That needs to be seen. But listening to what exactly the CM had to say.
ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವರು ಹಿಂದೇನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು. ಈಗಲೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಈಗಲೂ ಮಾತು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಯಾವುದು ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ? ಹೌದು, ನಾನೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀನಿ, ಬಜೆಟ್ನು ನಾನೇ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾರು ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾಳೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರ?
Well, there you heard what the CM had to say about this whole political drama, being very assertive, saying that he will continue to be the chief minister and complete his full 5-year as in the tenure. So he is not in a mood to basically give up on his position. Now needs to be seen, because DK Shivakumar is someone who will not be quite probably, his silent move will be observed in the coming days. Needs to be seen how is that he's going to move forward as well with this whole matter. But let's first try and understand what really panned out about the CM strike that we are seeing, the chair strike that we are seeing here in the state in the last 24 hours. First, you have the set of MLAs from the DK Shivakumar's camp, MLAs like Iqbal Hussain Ramnagara MLA his, and there you have Ravi Ganiga, other MLAs, the Vokaliga leaders as well as part of this camp, who en route to Delhi. Suddenly this plan comes up, goes to Delhi, meet Kharge, senior Kharge therein, put forth their demand saying that 2.5 years of the government is over. 20th of this month is when the government has completed its 2.5 years. Now this is the time where that the DK Shivakumar needs to be made the chief minister of the state. Now as part of their loyalty that they are trying to express through the DK Shivakumar, they have also done it as part of their job in front of the high command as well. But very interestingly, you see, in the meanwhile, on the same day, in the night around that, for a dinner that, these set of MLAs from the Karnataka CM Siddaramaya's camp gather for a dinner to speak about this matter. Of course, they have maintained silence on this, to not speak any political. They say that there are no rifts within the party leaders as well. They continue to be one. The High Command will resolve this matter. But however, you see, the timing over here is in the question. Now, right after that, there are other set of MLAs as well who again en route to Delhi to meet Kharge. Yes, they are yet to, we are yet to hear from them what they have been able to speak to the High Command, what has really happened to their demand as well. But amid all that, you see, you have, with all this controversy that is going around it, you have there the Deputy CM DK Shivakumar coming out and posting on his X platform, where he's speaking about the kind of guarantees that he has delivered, the kind of work that the government has been able to deliver as well, and about the loyalty, how that he is really devotional to the party. He has never given up any sort of his duties whenever the party had told him to be on toes. He has been on toes and proved him. That's the reason he is called as the troubleshooter of the Congress party too. So this is what has happened in the past 24 hours. We will continue to track this more on this particular matter. But for now, let's listen into what really is happening in Tamil Nadu, wherein Sam Daniel, our colleague, will bring us more news from Tamil Nadu. Sam, over to you.
Thank you, Ritu. The war of words over the ongoing SIR exercise in Tamil Nadu continues. The ruling DMK has slammed the centre for hastily undertaking this exercise through the Election Commission just before the 2026 polls in the state, calling it hasty, and that the Election Commission staff have not been adequately trained, and that this amid the onset of the monsoon would make it extremely difficult, with the risk of large sections of voters in Tamil Nadu losing their voting rights. They also alleged that the BJP, in collusion with the Election Commission, aims to remove anti-BJP votes across Tamil Nadu, something the BJP has denied. And the latest to attack the ruling DMK on this is Tamil Nadu BJP's youth wing leader, Vinod Piselvam.
The DMK's double standards are being exposed again. One side they're trying to protest against SAR, on the other side they are trying to manipulate the state government officers and the BLOs to work in favor of the party. In a recent episode in the Tinagar Assembly constituency, what has come to light is that without issuing forms to the people overnight, the entire system, the app reflected that all the members, like all the people belonging to the particular constituency, were issued forms. How is it possible without studying and analyzing the number of deceased people, without analyzing the number of people who have been shifted their votes? So without doing any of these activities, it is reflecting that the entire voters have been issued SIR forms. So it is very unlikely that we can expect any sort of fair process to be done by the state government, by DMK government.
The ruling DMK also targets the key opposition AIADMK over SIR. AIADMK, an ally of the BJP, supports and endorses SIR, saying that the aim of the SIR is only to purify the voters' list. Launching a book yesterday in Chennai, Deputy Chief Minister Udayanidhi Stalin slammed AIADMK Chief Edappadi Palaniswamy, calling him the #1 slave of the BJP, as he puts it. He says of all the other allies of BJP who may want to be seen supporting the BJP, EPS, he says, is different, and he goes out of the way to please BJP, and that's why he says the AIADMK has filed a petition in support of the SIR in the Supreme Court, something the AIADMK has denied, saying that it wants pure voters list, unlike the ruling DMK, which the AIADMK alleges aims to retain names of people who have passed away. And that's why the DMK functionaries have taken over the work of Election Commission officials on the ground, distributing the enumeration forms. And this is what Udayanidhi had to say on EPS.
SIR மூலமாக பாஜக எதிர்ப்பு வாக்குகளை எல்லாம் நீக்க முயற்சி எடுத்துக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க, செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. பீகார்ல கண்கூட பார்த்திருக்கிறோம். குறிப்பா சிறுபான்மையினர், பெண்கள், ஒடுக்கப்பட்ட பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட மக்களுடைய அந்த சமூக வாக்குகளை எல்லாம் நீக்க முயற்சி செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. இந்த மோசடி எதிர்த்து தான் இன்னைக்கு நம்முடைய கழக உடன்பிறப்புகள் நீங்க ஒவ்வொரு வாக்குச்சாவடியிலும் மக்களுக்காக, அவங்களுடைய ஓட்டுரிமைக்காக நாம போராடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். ஆனா இங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவர் திரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் என்ன சொல்றாரு? SIRக்கு ஆதரவு தெரிவிக்கிறாரு. ஏன்னு கேட்டா திமுக எதிர்க்குது, அதனால நாங்க ஆதரிக்கிறோம் அப்படிங்கிறார். சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட்ல அதற்கு ஆதரவா வழக்கு தொடர்ந்து இருக்கிறாரு. பாஜகவுக்கு இன்னைக்கு நாடு முழுக்க பல மாநிலங்கள்ல அடிமைகள் இருக்கலாம், வாய்க்கலாம். ஆனா நம்ம ஊர்ல இருக்கிற மாதிரி அடிமைகள் மாதிரி, அதிமுக அடிமைகள் மாதிரி ஒரு கடைஞ்செடுத்த அடிமைகள் அவங்களுக்கு எந்த மாநிலத்திலையும் சிக்க மாட்டாங்க. அதனாலதான் பாஜகவுடைய #1 அடிமைகள் அவங்க தான் நிரூபிக்க திரு எடப்பாடி பழனிசாமி அவர்கள் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு வழக்கு தொடர்ந்திருக்கிறார்.
Some breaking news from the Madras High Court. The Tamil Nadu government has submitted the draft SOP for conduct of political rallies across Tamil Nadu. This in the wake of the recent Karur TVK stampede tragedy that killed 41 people. And the draft SOP puts the onus on the crowd safety and orderly management of political rallies on the political parties or organizers, including ensuring the structural safety of the stage as well as the barricades political parties may erect. In case of road shows, the government says it cannot be more than 3 hours long, and the political parties also should communicate to the police much in advance the expected number of people, and if there is a rise in people who turn up for these political rallies by 50% or more, and that could be construed as a major violation, and the local police officer in charge can take appropriate decision. Lastly, in case of rejection, they have an option to apply, and in political rallies where they expect more than 50,000 people, they have to give the permission letter at least a month before the exact date of the political rally. The ruling DMK continues to turn its heat against the centre a day after holding rallies in both Coimbatore and Madurai for the centre's rejection of the metro rail projects in these two cities. The DMK would now hold protest rallies over the weekend in the Delta region against the centre for not granting relaxation in terms of the moisture content of paddy in the Delta region because of the recent monsoon rains there. The Chief Minister had written to the centre asking for relaxation so that farmers will not incur any losses. But the day after the Prime Minister addressed a huge farmers' rally in Coimbatore, MK Stalin had claimed that the centre has ultimately turned down the state's plea for relaxation in terms of the moisture content to help the farmers. And in this context now, the DMK would be holding protests in the Delta region. There's so far no response from the BJP or the central government giving the reasons why exactly they had to deny the relaxation sought by the Tamil Nadu government. That's all from Tamil Nadu. Now it's over to my colleague Umar Sudhir for all the news from Telangana. Umar.
Thank you, Sam. On Monday, the Telangana cabinet met and approved what is called the Hyderabad Industrial Land Use Policy. What was proposed is that 50% of the 9,292 acres of what was meant to be industrial land has been lying vacant for a very long time, and therefore the government proposed that it would be transformed into multi-use zones, which means they will be used for either commercial or other residential or even health infrastructure purposes within the city. But opposition leader and BRS working president KT Ramarao sees a huge land scam in it, and he's alleging that 9,292 acres of prime land in Hyderabad is being sought to be diverted by the chief minister, and he's alleging that this is a 4.5 lakh rupees scam, 4.5 lakh crore rupees scam, and he says his the chief minister as well as his associates and family members would be taking possession of this land, and he wants this to be reversed by the Congress government here. I got a reaction from Mr. KT Ramarao in an exclusive interview where I also asked him about the approval given by Governor Jishnudev Verma to the prosecution of KT Ramarao in the Formula E case, in which it has been alleged that 54.88 crore rupees of public funds has been misused. Let's listen into this exclusive chat. Issue that I must talk to you about is about the nod that the governor has given for your prosecution, which means a charge sheet will be filed in this particular case. Was it technically necessary, first of all, for the governor's nod for the charge sheet to be filed?
Well, it was just a ruse, to use in Jubilee Hills by-elections, to say that BJP and BRS are together or some such nonsense. But the fact is, when governor had initially given the permission to file a case, that itself means, see, charge sheet is part of the case. वो अलग तो नहीं होता है. तो फिर से आने की ज़रूरत नहीं थी, पर गए, बट हो गया. अब अगर चार्जशीट अगर फाइल कर रहे हैं, तो मैं तो समझता हूँ इन्वेस्टिगेशन खत्म होने के बाद ही चार्जशीट फाइल करते हैं ना. तो देखते हैं चार्जशीट में क्या लिखेंगे. आई एम अ लॉ अबाइडिंग सिटीजन. आई विल अबाइड बाय द लॉ एंड द लॉ विल टेक इट्स ओन कोर्स.
You have defended yourself in the past vis-a-vis this particular case as well, saying that you built the brand for Hyderabad. I'll allow you to make that defense because the case is something that's been spoken about along with the Kaleshwaram and other cases as well.
Well, I'll make my defense in the court of law for sure, but all I'm saying is, I've done nothing wrong. We as a government, see, Revanth Reddy government had promoted Miss World contest, where they spent really 200 crores of exchequers money. Now, what did the state get out of it, if I may ask? So we promote various events across, governments. Now, it is very petty of the chief minister and his team to go after me, thinking that, I've done some misappropriation in this, when they fully know, they are fully aware, including one of his cabinet ministers, who on record said, there is no misappropriation, there is no corruption. So when there is no corruption, I don't...
Talk about a quid pro quo.
Quid pro quo of what sorts? I don't know what the charge sheet would say. If you are privy to charge sheet, I'm not sure. I don't know what kind of quid pro quo they're talking about. If there is a quid pro quo, I would also like to know. If the company that they talk about has given me some electoral bonds, let me remind them two things. One, they have given electoral bonds to Congress, BJP, TMC and multiple other parties, and also to BRS. Second thing I would like to also put on record and tell you and remind you is, they had given electoral bonds in the year of 2022. The race happened in 2023. So unless there is some perverse logic somewhere in the universe which tells them that, an event much before it happened, somebody paid me a bribe, and if that is what they would like to have the judiciary believe, I don't get the logic. I don't know what kind of a perverse case this is.
So KT Ramarao wanting to put out his defense in the Formula E case while keeping the focus on the allegation of a land scam by the Revanth Reddy government. Now we go over to my colleague Ashwin Nandkumar in Kerala for news on Sabarimala and on an exclusive that he has on an FIR filed regarding an ISIS recruitment. Over to you, Ashwin.
Yes, thank you, Umar. In fact, NDTV is the first network to access this FIR with regard to the alleged luring of a 16-year-old kid to ISIS. Now, this FIR that we have accessed has given very important clues and, in fact, the very shocking details, which has stated that the first accused, which is a stepfather of the child, has been identified as an ISIS activist linked to the banned terror outfit. Not just that, he has also stated the child has stated he had glorified ISIS ideology, calling it the greatest path to Islam. The accused, which includes the mother, have tried to allegedly coach to hate the other religions. Now, this is what has been mentioned in this FIR that has been filed by the Vinyarumod police station. And what also gives incriminating details that the complainant mother, in fact, allegedly have supported and aided the radicalization attempt. So these are big details that we are getting from this FIR. The FIR has also stated the location of the first accused. In fact, yesterday when we broke the story of the accused whereabouts, who is known to be the brother of ISIS activist who was convicted in a previous NIA case, that has also now been conclusive because this FIR has actually named the right person. And what it has been stated that this man, along with the mother, has tried to coerce the kid to radicalize him, and both the accused, in mutual coordination, has tried to influence the minor. So this is the exact details of the FIR. The mother is right now in Kerala. Her name has also been given. Her name has been told as Fida Muhammad Ali, and the first accused has been called as Anzar, who's located at the Leicester in United Kingdom, and that has been stated. So this is the first network that we are bringing in all the details of the FIR that has been filed with regards to the luring of a 16-year-old minor child to ISIS. From here, we have another interesting story. NDTV did a ground report on Sabarimala. What is exactly happening over there? What are the problems that has been faced by the devotees over there? In fact, we did a complete walkthrough of the filth, the mismanagement, as well as the problems that have been faced by the devotees. Let's see this report that has been filed by the reporter.
While the government has many lapses in terms of providing even basic facilities to Sabarimala devotees, there is other problems that are even created by the public who come here in large numbers. Look all around me, the clothes that have been thrown due to some corrupt practice where it is believed that one should leave the clothes in Sabarimala in the Ghats of Pampa has led to this massive catastrophe. In fact, the holy river of Pampa is still filled with clothes. It's filled with innerwears of these thousands of devotees who come from far away. Cleaning them is an impossible task for any government, and cleaning them at such level is really impossible. The government is given contract, but that is solely to make money out of it. But the devotees also are not taking care of the holy shrine of Sabarimala and to keep it clean. At the holy Pampa Ghat, what you see over here is extremely shocking. You see, the waste water that is coming from different shops is right now flowing out right into the Ghat, where downstreams people are taking a holy dip and having a shower. This water is just getting mixed over there. Whether this water that is coming out is being treated or not is definitely does not looks like it, but there is a direct outflow of wastewater that is coming to the Pampa Ghat.
Well, the Sabarimala fiasco continues to shock people of Kerala. That's all for now from the state. Now I pass on to my colleague Ritu. Is there anything more from Bangalore?
Well, Ashwin, here you see in Bengaluru, we have continuously been reporting on the city's crumbling infrastructure, and this time around that at the Bengaluru Tech Summit, when the Shubhanshu Shukla was there to present his presentation, you see an astronaut goes on to make a statement saying that he had basically traveled 3 times more to present that 15 minutes presentation on the stage, and thus he tries to take the attention of the audience while he's talking about the kind of traffic that he had to travel in almost from one location to reach the Bengaluru Tech Summit. It took him that long. Now, of course, this again is highlighting the crumbling infrastructure of the city. Just a couple of minutes later, you see when the IT Minister Priyank Kharge gets onto the dais, he addresses exactly what that the Shubhanshu Shukla had to say, and he assures that such kind of matters would be looked into as the government continues its effort to better the city's infrastructure. Now, listen into what that firstly Shubhanshu Shukla said and how that the IT Minister reacted to that.
I'm coming all the way from the other side of the Bangalore, Marathalli. So I've spent thrice the time that I'm going to be spending on this presentation with you. So you have to look at the commitment that I have.
So I'll not take much time. I know everybody has to get back. Like Mr. Shubham Shukla said, it was easier for him to get from space to Bangalore, but from Marathalli to here was a little difficult. So we'll ensure that that doesn't happen again.
Well, that's all we had in this show. We will continue to bring you more news, but stick around. We have more news coming in right after the break. Meanwhile, I thank all my colleagues who joined us from South India.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. The fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. I is Vikrant. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
क्या हाल बा? क्या है ब्रेकफास्ट का इंतजाम आज सुबह? You're watching NDTV coverage of the Bihar elections. Cricket style RoboCam walking around. This is a wave of a kind which was only seen last in 2010. उम्मीद से बढ़कर जहां आप जाते हैं आप पार्टी को जीत दिला रहे हैं. ओवैसी and the BJP right next to each other. क्या हो रहा है ये? आपने तो बिहार के चुनावी मैदान पे एक के बाद एक छक्के मारे आज. Prashant Kishore in his debut election in Bihar is not headed for the ceiling. Results on NDTV is the top trend right now. Oh, wow. जो मखाना बनाते हैं वहाँ पे मैं आपको तालाब में देखा था. Digital live viewership, NDTV is right on top. NDTV has been the OG of election coverage. Everyone who's watching, thank you for your trust, thank you for your time.
Check one, check.
माइक सिर्फ आवाज ऊंची नहीं करता, आवाज मजबूत भी करता है। माइक के साथ आती है जिम्मेदारी। जिम्मेदारी आपकी आवाज बनने की, दूसरों की आवाज सुनने की और सुनाने की, बिना कुछ छुपाए हर बात ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखने की, क्योंकि जब हमारा माइक ऑन होता है तो कुछ कट नहीं होता है। आ रही हूं मैं एनडीटीवी हेडक्वार्टर्स से और यहां माइक ऑन है।
जब आ रहे थे नतीजे और बीजेपी जेडीयू 200 के पार जा रहे थे, आपका दिल एकदम डूब रहा था?
जब से रिजल्ट आए हैं मैं प्रॉपर्ली सो नहीं पाया हूँ।
जब वाजपेयी जी और अडवाणी जी बीजेपी चला रहे थे, 2 सीटें आई तो सिनेमा देखने गए, इतनी बड़ी हार हुई, आपने क्या किया?
यहाँ घर पे बैठ के रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा हूँ।
एक और जो मुझे लगता है शायद आपसे चूक हुई, जिस पे मैं आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूँ, वो ये कि आप ही ने नीतीश कुमार की तबीयत को अटैक किया। बाकी जो लोग थे, तेजस्वी का मैंने इंटरव्यू किया, वो कहते देखिए हमारे कल्चर में नहीं है बड़े लोगों को हेल्थ को लेकर अटैक करना।
मैं आपको फिर से कैमरे पे दूर आ देता हूँ। मैं अभी भी नीतीश कुमार जी मानसिक और शारीरिक तौर पर स्वस्थ नहीं है, ये कहने में कोई गुरेज नहीं है।
नहीं, पर ये बैकफायर करेगा ना।
आप ये कैसे जानते हैं? ये कॉज एंड इफेक्ट, मेरे पास ऐसा कोई दूरबीन नहीं है।
जब बातचीत हुई लोग एनेक्डोटली जब बातचीत हुई लोगों से, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई बड़ों को इंडिया के कल्चर में कहाँ कोई अटैक करता है। आपने तो बोला था कि चुनाव हार लूंगा, नहीं मतलब अगर 25 सीट आएंगी तो राजनीति से संन्यास ले लूंगा। ये आप बोलते बहुत हैं, ये आप ही ने बोला, मतलब ये फुट एंड माउथ डिजीज है क्या? मतलब आप बोलते हैं फिर लोग बोलते हैं आपने बोला था कि राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा।
ऐसा है ना राहुल, जब आप हमसे सवाल करेंगे तो जवाब तो देना ही पड़ेगा। तो बोलते ज्यादा ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आप सवाल नहीं कर रहे और मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
गाड़ी घोड़ा सब लोग वो हैं, इनको पैसा चाहिए। पैसा तो पहले कंसल्टेंसी से कमा रहे थे, अब कंसल्टेंसी नहीं करेंगे तो पैसा कहाँ से आएगा?
फिर किया जाएगा उपाय, लोगों से पैसे मांगेंगे। पिछले 5 साल में भी 2 बार पलटे हैं नीतीश कुमार।
नहीं, पर अब जो लोग देख रहे हैं आपको, वो कहेंगे फिर शगुफा छोड़ रहे हैं।
फिर क्या शगुफा छोड़ने?
अरे कि आपको बुलंदी थी, आप पलट जाएंगे। अब एक तरफ बोल रहे हैं कि वो सेहत उनकी ठीक नहीं है, मानसिक स्थिति ठीक नहीं है।
आप लोग से कि आप सवाल पूछते हो और जवाब देने पे कहते हो शगुफा छोड़ रहे हो। तो या तो आप बोलो कि भाई जवाब दो मत, मैं सवाल पूछूंगा और फिर सवाल ही पूछता रहूंगा।
नहीं, आप
इंटरव्यू करो ही मत।
नहीं, क्योंकि आप आंध्र में भी कंसल्टेंसी कर रहे थे।
नहीं, कहीं अभी कोई पिछले 3 साल में कोई कंसल्टिंग वगैरह काम नहीं किया।
वो विजय के साथ तो आप कर ही रहे थे।
भाई विजय के साथ मैं एक बार मुलाकात मैंने करी थी, कहा था करेंगे और ये तय किया था कि नवंबर के बाद करेंगे, जब बिहार से फ्री हो जाएंगे। जब बिहार से फ्री नहीं हो रहे तो कोई काम नहीं करेंगे।
पर आपको आज भी उम्मीद है कि किसी दिन आप बन सकते हैं बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री?
बिल्कुल, बिहार को जीते बगैर पीछे हटने का सवाल नहीं है। आप मेरे जिद को नहीं जानते हैं, मैं एकदम बिल्कुल संकल्पित हूँ, बिना इसको किए बगैर पीछे नहीं हटूंगा, चाहे 5 साल लगे 10 साल लगे।
कि जीतेंगे ही?
किए बगैर मानने ही वाला नहीं हूँ, पीछे हटूंगा ही।
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Thank you very much. You're starting golf. We want to thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. I think that's very, very important.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vatla. Let's begin with Home Minister Umar, who slammed the Congress party and the TMC over the SIR exercise. It's Home Minister Umar saying that the Congress has been protecting infiltrators for long and has gone on to send them back. In fact, the opposition comes as the TMC scales its SIR fight in Bengal and is slated to hold a key meeting. This meeting is coming up in 3 days' time from now on the 24th. The meeting will be chaired by the TMC MP. We're talking about Abhishek Banerjee. Well, it is the West Bengal Chief Minister who has been critical of this exercise in the state, calling it rushed, says that continuing the SIR drive will endanger lives, says it's dangerous as there's no clear communication from day one regarding the documentation. The critical gaps is what has been highlighted existing in its training. That is what she's put out in that letter that she's written out to Gyanesh Kumar, the CEC. She earlier urged the CEC to halt the SIR drive. Now, this is a sharp retort that's coming about, by the opposition party. And the opposition party with the BJP, they're saying that, this is Suvendu Adhikari claiming that there is a systematic fraud that's taking place out of the TMC regime and called it an assault on democracy.
जिस तरीके से ममता बनर्जी नॉन कोऑपरेशन कर रहा है, बीएलओ का रेम्यूनरेशन का फाइल फिनेंस में पेंडिंग है, उसका बाद आपका डाटा एंट्री ऑपरेटर प्रोवाइड नहीं किया है, और पश्चिम बंगाल में थर्ड पार्टी जो सरकार का लोग नहीं है वो भी डाटा एंट्री कर रहा है, खास करके वेबल्स जो बीएसके का एम्प्लॉय है, टीएमसी का सब कैडर है। ये सब धांधली बंद होना चाहिए और डेमोग्राफी जिस तरीके से बंगाल में चेंज हो गया उसके अंकुश लगाना चाहिए।
ये वो ममता बनर्जी है जो देश के कानून को पारित होने के बाद अगर लागू होना होता है एनआरसी सीए तो वक्तव्य देती है अराजक ममता बनर्जी जी कि गृह युद्ध हो जाएगा भारत में अगर इसे लागू किया। तो ममता बनर्जी जी कान खोल के सुन लीजिए, देश संविधान से चलता है और अगर देश के निर्वाचन आयोग ने फैसला लिया है कि एसआईआर होगा 12 प्रदेशों में तो वो होकर रहेगा। इससे अगर आपकी कुर्सी हिल रही है और आप ये जान गई हैं कि अगली बार आप सत्ता में नहीं आएंगी तो ये डर अच्छा है।
CEC is surely highly influenced by Bharatiya Janata Party, and as a result of that, in one side, the common citizens, they came into tremendous pressure and committing suicides, as well as the BLOs. They are facing huge problems, and with proper importance to Honorable CM's letter, they should analyze the situation and reconsider their process.
2200 kilometers is not just fencing. Hundreds of kilometers are without fencing. There are jungles, there are rivers, there are mountains. And even if blame is put on the BSF and the Home Ministry, some BSF may be corrupt. But these people in lakhs who have come into West Bengal, they have got all documents. Who has provided them with all documents? Mamata Banerjee, Police Minister, Chief Minister, Home Minister, she doesn't know where such people are coming from, where are they staying, where are their documents?
Well, Ritik, my colleague, is with us. Ritik, of course, the Home Minister there hitting out at the opposition parties over SIR.
Definitely a very crucial development that is coming with regard to SIR. Remember, TNC continue to mount pressure on Election Commission and they demand an immediate halt of the entire process that is being undergoing in the state of West Bengal. Apart from Amit Shah hit out at the Trinamool Congress party as well as the Congress, we also see that the ruling opposition parties, the leader of the opposition Shubhendu Adhikari today met the special delegation of the Election Commission, which is touring Bengal and currently carrying out a drill as per the upcoming assembly election is concerned. Shubhendu Adhikari met Ganesh Bharati today in Kolkata and lodged several complaints that in a way the Trinamool Congress is trying to shield the Bangladeshi citizen over here. They want and there is a significant change of demography that has been highlighted by Shubhendu Adhikari when he met this Election Commission delegation, and BJP continue to attack Trinamool Congress as they are trying to shield the Bangladeshi citizen who have been living over here for illegally for decades now. And they said that all documents have been provided by Trinamool Congress, and out of fear, Trinamool Congress is doing this thing. They want to anyway stop the SIR process because they feel that in order to, if SIR goes on, it will result a defeat of Trinamool Congress party in the state of West Bengal, which is why political war of words has begun over this entire
Absolutely, we see that war of words that continues. Thank you so much for getting us those details. We have breaking news at the moment, and this is coming out of Karnataka. In fact, the news that is coming about that Mallikarjun Kharge, the Congress president, has left his residence. He's going to Bengaluru. Do remember that MLAs were here in the national capital just yesterday, meeting with Mallikarjun Kharge. On the other side, we had Siddaramaiah camp people there having that dinner yesterday in Bengaluru. So there's been a lot of murmur doing the rounds ever since. But setting the record straight is DK Shiv Kumar, the Deputy Chief Minister there, saying that the Honourable Chief Minister Siddaramaiah will continue for 5 years. So he is clearing the air, setting the record straight putting all those rumors to rest and going on to say that, you know, all these meetings have been taking place over the last 2.5 years. There's nothing new as far as the meetings are concerned. He's also gone on to talk about the MLAs in Delhi, saying that that was a work trip and he is not even aware of that trip, is what DK Shiv Kumar has said. So putting aside all those rumors, laying to rest all those rumors, is DK Shiv Kumar there showing absolute, putting up that show of unity, as you can see, and saying that we are here, we are working as a team. Listen in.
All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him.
And from Karnataka, let's switch tracks now to the national capital. This after the tragic news of a 16-year-old boy, Shaurya, who died by suicide in the national capital over alleged bullying by his teachers in his own school. 4 teachers of the private Delhi school have now been suspended. Action has been taken by the school authorities against the headmaster and teachers. The Delhi government has formed this committee in order to probe the untimely death of the poor life, the innocent life that has been cut short. The government has now ordered an inquiry, the report that needs to be submitted within 3 days' time. In fact, the Delhi school concerned, that is the St. Columbus School, has responded saying that teachers are under supervision, they are available for questioning, and that they won't be allowed to come and visit the school campus up until the time that they remain suspended. On Wednesday, it was Shaurya's father who put out that FIR. He has registered that complaint with the police, naming the school's headmaster and the teachers for mentally harassing his son. Shaurya died by suicide after he jumped off the platform of a nearby overground, this is the metro station, on Tuesday, and left behind a note blaming those teachers and the headmaster for that step. Now, the step that the government is taking, the Delhi Education Minister has gone on to say that schools will be asked to strictly follow the CBSE mental well-being guidelines, with a high-level inquiry now examining whether protocols were really followed or not in this particular case.
मैं एक पत्र लिख रहा हूं, स्कूलों में सीबीएसई के मानकों के आधार पर किस प्रकार से जो मेंटल हेल्थ, मेंटल वेलबीइंग के लिए व्यवस्थाएं की जानी चाहिए, क्या वो सुचारू रूप से हो रही हैं, इसके संदर्भ में मैं स्कूलों को पूछ रहा हूं। और कहीं स्कूलों को अगर ज़रूरत है तो हम उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे, उनको मदद करेंगे। हमारी अगली पीढ़ी मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहे, विषाद के में ना पड़े, इसकी हमें बहुत चिंता है। देखिए, हमने एक कमेटी भेजी है जो जांच करेगी, अपनी रिपोर्ट लाएगी। उसके पैरामीटर ये भी होंगे क्या मेंटल हेल्थ से संबंधित हर चीज़ का फॉलोअप किया जा रहा था, नहीं किया जा रहा था। अगर कुछ कमी है तो भविष्य में ना रहे, इसका भी ध्यान रखिए।
And speaking to NDTV was the father of Shaurya. In his emotional account, he went on to say that there were plans to change his school because he had constantly been complaining of these particular teachers and the headmaster.
The school has suspended 4 staff members. Do you think this is enough, sir, or do you fear that these teachers may return in a few weeks or months from today?
बिल्कुल ये इनफ एक्शन नहीं है मैम। हमने इनको बोला है कि ये टीचर्स को पहले अरेस्ट करो, और अरेस्ट करने के बाद ही, क्योंकि टीचर्स पुलिस वाले अभी तक इनको इतना टाइम क्यों दे रहे, स्कूल को इतना टाइम देने का रीजन क्या है? अभी इन्होंने जो सस्पेंड किया है, कल एक हाई लेवल कमेटी बैठी है, उसके बाद इन्होंने इनको सस्पेंड किया है। आज इतने लोग स्कूल के सामने प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। हम कहते हैं कि ये टीचर्स के या प्रिंसिपल्स के पासपोर्ट जमा करो, क्योंकि ये कहीं बाहर ना चले जाए, और इनके ऊपर एक्शन पहले लिए जाए, अरेस्ट किया जाए कि इसको और क्या एंगल है क्या, और इसके ऊपर पूरी सी पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन होनी चाहिए। और कल भी इस 2019 का एक पास आउट बच्चे ने भी ये बोला कि ये स्कूल में ये टीचरों ने हमें भी बहुत तकलीफ देते थे, लेकिन हमने कभी इसके खिलाफ आवाज नहीं उठाई कि डर के मारे। तो मतलब ये आज से नहीं है, बहुत पहले से बच्चों को यहाँ पे तकलीफ दिया जा रहा है, सिर्फ मेरे बच्चों को नहीं, लेकिन बच्चे डरते हैं। इसके साथ वाले बच्चों ने भी बोला ये चीजें कल की इंटरव्यू में, बहुत सारे बच्चों ने ये चीजें बोली।
That's very important that you say that you have a lot of people who are supporting you at this time, Mr. Patil, but I want to understand from you, has the school administration reached out to you directly since the incident? If they have, what has the conversation been with the school administration?
18th को इंसिडेंट हुआ है 2:45 को, और 19th को सुबह एफआईआर लगभग 10 बजे एफआईआर हुई है। उसके बाद 4 बजे मुझे स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल का ब्रदर का फोन आता है कि हम आपके साथ है, आपको जो हेल्प चाहिए हम करेंगे। मैंने बोला मेरा बेटा मुझे चाहिए, मुझे मेरा बेटा आप दे सकते हो तो दे दो, मुझे हेल्प और क्या कर सकते हैं, इससे बड़ी हेल्प मेरे घर में कुछ है ही नहीं अभी, मेरे लिए क्या हेल्प है। लेकिन वो क्या किस तरह से हेल्प मुझे करना चाहते थे मुझे नहीं पता। बट कल जब प्रोटेस्ट हुआ तो हमारे टीम के 2 बंदे अंदर गए थे, तो वहां के हेडमास्टर्स की वर्डिंग थी कि ऐसा किसी कोई भी लिख सकता है अपनी चिट्ठी में नाम, और वहां से कैसे हम एक्शन लेंगे। तो जो अंदर गए थे उन्होंने ये बोला था कि प्रिंसिपल साहब अपने बच्चे को आप मारो, और मेरी वाइफ का भी यही वर्डिंग है उसके बच्चे का कि आप उसके बच्चे को मारो और मेरा नाम लिखो चिट्ठी में, ऐसा अगर हो सकता है तो ऐसा करो ना। ऐसा कोई बच्चा मरने वाला किसी और के नाम क्यों लिखेगा, जो जिसने किया उन्हीं के तो नाम लिखे ना, और भी तो टीचर्स है स्कूल में, उनके नाम क्यों नहीं लिखे। और हेडमास्टर के सामने अगर हो रहा है और हेडमास्टर कुछ रिएक्शन नहीं दे रही, कुछ एक्शन नहीं दे रही, इसका मतलब क्या है। हम चाहते कि
Mr. Patil, then would you say the school has failed in its duty of care, sir?
100% फेल है, 100% फेल है। स्कूल ने कोई अभी तक एक्शन नहीं लिया था, एक्शन तो ले लिया, लेकिन हम टेम्पररी सस्पेंशन नहीं चाहते, हम उनको अरेस्ट करना चाहते हैं और उसके ऊपर कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिलनी चाहिए, एक्शन लेना चाहिए।
Let's get you the latest when it comes to the blast that took place in the Red Fort area on the 10th of November here in the national capital. NDTV has now accessed the image of recoveries made during the blast probe. The NIA team recovered a flour mill and some electrical machines from the house of a taxi driver living in Faridabad. And this has taken place on Wednesday night. The flour mill was used by Dr. Muzammil in the room that he had rented, from where on the 9th of November is when the police of JNK and Faridabad had recovered that a large amount of ammonium nitrate and other explosives as well. In fact, NDTV has also accessed visuals of the ammonium nitrate, 50 bags found on the day of the blast from Faridabad itself. The probe has also relieved. Now, what we are coming to know is that Umar didn't just make that one video that we showed on NDTV just 2 days ago, in which he has, spoken about suicide bombing, talked about, the arguments around it, saying that it's in the name of Islam and this is martyrdom, an operation, and so on and so forth in that very fluent English, speaking in a very calm and collected manner. But it wasn't the only video that this man made. He had made 12 videos that have been recovered from his mobile phone. The videos are said to be centered around radical thoughts. In his video, he can be heard invoking the Afghan Mujahideen and is also said to have shared videos of radical Islamists in order to influence young professionals, young people using English again as a medium. To get you more latest as far as security agencies are concerned, they're really hot on the trail of this man, this Pakistani Jaish handler named Hanzullah, who reportedly supplied bomb-making videos to one of the accused in the case. The accused is Muzammil. As per sources, the handler had shared bomb-making videos with the terror module accused. This is the security agencies there investigating the blast bomb, and they're really trying to find out who this man, Hanzullah, really is. Remember that it is the Jaish-e-Mohammed posters that came up on the 18th of October. Those very posters bore the name of the handler, clearly stating Commander Hanzullah. And tracking the latest is where we really are at is in the latest as far as the agencies are concerned. They are suspecting that hospital lockers were seen as a safe haven for hiding arms and explosives, similar to what happened in Hamas. They do remember that authorities are investigating the role of Danish, also known as Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support to the blast accused Umar and helped plan drone attacks as well. Now, the Jaish-e module involved in the Red Fort blast was planning to turn hospitals in Kashmir into major weapons storage centers, similar to what we saw happen in Gaza. This major revelation has come out during the investigation. In Gaza, it was the Al-Shifa hospital that was used as weapons storage site. Taking a cue from that is this Jaish-e module, which is trying to convert several hospitals in Baramulla, in Anantnag, and other areas into weapons storage centers as well. Akhil, my colleague, joining us. Akhil, of course, taking a cue from Hamas, was this Jaish-e module wanting to replicate that here in JNK as well?
That's right. If you see an important disclosure has been made by the investigative agency in this case, and what we have got to know that this terror module was operating on several fronts and at several tier level. And if you see in this doctor terror module, what we have also got to know that they were conspiring to turn hospital in several districts, which include Anantnag, Srinagar, Baramulla, and Nagaon, into a storage center for such deadly weapons. And after that, what we have seen that as soon as this information was received by the security forces, after that, earlier this week, what we have seen that a major raid was conducted by Jammu and Kashmir police at several hospitals in Kashmir as well, where weapons have been recovered from lockers belonging to these accused. So there was a bigger plot, larger plot, which was at play right now. And in this case, what we have seen that the agency initially suspected that these lockers were basically a safe haven for hiding arms and explosive materials.
Right, thank you so much, Akhil, for getting us the very latest. With that, we're wrapping this edition. News and updates will continue on the other side. Thank you for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, stay tuned.
Namaste India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. Something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Fayakun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
Pulling us into this country.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France in it.
Never a dull day in Karnataka politics. We get you all those details. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. You're watching NDTV. But first up, the headlines. The Karnataka power tussle intensifies. DK Shivkumar camp MLAs are in Delhi to push for his elevation as the Chief Minister. Siddaramaiah camp ministers meanwhile hold strategy meeting during dinner. Amidst this, a cryptic tweet by the Deputy Chief Minister says where there is effort, there is fruit. NIA makes big revelations in the Delhi blast case, says hospital lockers were used to hide arms and ammunition. Agencies suspect Hamas-style tactics. Home Minister Amit Shah's big comment on SIR says stopping infiltration is essential and few parties are busy protecting infiltrators. TMC meanwhile decides to scale up the fight against SIR. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee is all set to meet party leaders on the 24th of this month. And Prime Minister Modi heads to South Africa for the G20 summit. Ahead of his departure, the Prime Minister said the summit will be an opportunity to discuss key global issues. Even as the US snubs South African President, US government representative to only attend the closing ceremony of the G20. All right, let's get you breaking news that's coming in on the broadcast. The latest as far as the drama that's unfolding in Karnataka politics. DK Shivkumar has come out with a cryptic comment with regard to Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and said that the CM says he will be there for 5 years. DK Shivkumar says he wishes the Chief Minister all the best. Amidst the power tussle, this is a fresh comment that's coming from DK Shivkumar, who says that the Chief Minister will be there for 5 years. Now remember, there are these two camps, which are actually, it's camp versus camp that's playing out in Karnataka and New Delhi. And it's been going on for the last 2.5 years, the power tussle between DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah. Let's first play out that soundbite of exactly what DK Shivkumar said, and then we break this down for you.
All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him.
All right, my colleague Ritu joins us for more on this. Ritu, this power tussle isn't new. It's been going on for some time. But at this stage, it almost seemed like everything from cabinet reshuffle to ensuring that that which camp actually gets what in the entire power dynamic was really deciding which way this is likely to go from here on.
Well, very true. As you rightly pointed out, no end to the CM chair drama that we are seeing here in the state, where on the one side you have the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah making it very clear, saying that he will continue to be the CM for the 5 complete years. Now, more importantly, you see, he is also wishing and desiring to present his next budget as well, that's upcoming in the February month. So you see, that's where he clearly states that there are already events that which he will be part of and be making very important declarations as well. On the other side, you see, with the silent moves that the DK Shiv Umar is being seen, basically the deputy CM of the state. He says that the CM has already made it clear that he's going to be the CM and he only wishes him the best about it. However, there's a decision that the CM has made it before the High Command that there needs to be a cabinet reshuffle for which the party will basically be looking into. Now, amid all that, you see, what is important for us to try and understand at this point in time is also that the DK Shiv stating that a groupism is not in his blood and he does not believe in that concept at all. And now, as an AICC chief, for him, all 140 MLAs, basically all around 137 MLAs of the state are important for him, and he's the chief for all these leaders. Now, even as that the DK Shiv and the Siddaramaiah continues to make their silent statements, amid all that, their camp is basically proving that what's really happening within the party itself. Now, all that needs to be seen because Mallikarjun Kharge, the AICC chief, is is going to be here in the state. Now, what is that he is going to decide, and whether he'll come out to give a strict instructions to these leaders who are making these statements and put all this to a rest, or that with the pressure mounting on the High Command, whether they will have to go ahead, how are they going to really ensure that this matter gets died down over here? All that needs to be seen.
That remains to be seen as to how this unfolds, but I want to play out that soundbite once again, viewers, in terms of DK Shiv making that big comment, and that really sets the stage for how this is likely to pan out in Karnataka. Listen in.
All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him.
Now, Ritu, this power tussle isn't new. It's been going on since this government came to power, since the government formation itself. The fact that DK Shiv MLAs are, it's a show of strength that's happening from both sides, from both camps. How do you've been working up the phones, you've been speaking to your sources. How is this likely to pan out from here on?
Well, you see, what we really try and understand right now with what is really panning out within the CM camp, or for that matter from the DCM camp, is what is on the minds of the High Command. Looks like at this point in time, the High Command is not in mood to change the leadership, because it's the Rahul Gandhi who is very close with the Siddaramaiah than with the DK Shiv. Now, that's the probable likes that why that, Siddaramaiah says at this point in time becomes important for the High Command as well, or probably whether the High Command is moving in his direction, that can really be observed through these unlikely changes that are going to take place right now. On those lines, you see, the camps are themselves proving that what is really panning out. Now, remember, right after there was a declaration that the Siddaramaiah is going to be the chief minister of the state, we since then had the MLAs basically coming out and making these statements before the media, saying that there has been a power sharing ratio document that has been done, and the agreement has been signed as well. Now, on those lines, since then till date, we've been seeing. Now, you see, again, the timing over here is in question as well. The moment that on November 20th, when the state government completes its 2.5 years, since then we've been seeing these political leaders' movements from Bengaluru to Delhi to Bengaluru as well. That itself is kind of proving that what's really happening. There have been an advanced talks as well between these leaders and the High Command too. No, but why that there are not walking the talk is also being questioned as well. But needs to be seen, because of course leadership change is not that the High Command at this point in time looking as well. Now, remember, just couple of weeks now, and we will be having a winter session starting here in the Karnataka's Belgavi district as well. No, but what we are sensing is that probably the High Command would not go with the leadership change as far as the till the winter session gets over. After that, needs to be seen if the pressure keeps mounting on the High Command, if these political drama keeps continuing as well. Either they will have to come out and make some amicable decision, or put these the buzz hole on the rest as well. So yes, the move of the High Command more than DK Shivakumar and Siddaramaiah will be important for us to wait and watch out.
All right, we leave it there. Ritu, I want to play out that soundbite once again for our viewers.
All 140 members are eligible to become minister, chief minister, everything they can become. Now no question is there. Honorable Chief Minister is there. He said that he will come to complete 5 years. I wish him all the best. We will all work with him.
Now, viewers, in the last 24 hours, a lot has spiraled over Karnataka power tussle. Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar camp MLAs arrived in Delhi amidst the CM wars that has only escalated. The DK Shivakumar camp MLAs and Congress Mallikarjun Kharge held talks. The Congress president held talks with this camp, and the move is being viewed as a show of strength by the DKS camp. The Siddaramaiah camp dined together last night in Bengaluru, discussed the strategy ahead. Meanwhile, the DK Shivakumar camp, and in fact the Deputy Chief Minister himself, made a cryptic comment saying the CM says that he will stay for the next 5 years, and that adds to the drama and the uncertainty that has been playing out as far as Karnataka politics is concerned, and the power tussle that's been playing on. In fact, my colleague Ritu spoke to Karnataka MLA Iqbal Hussain, who met Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and even advocated to DK Shivakumar as Chief Minister. I'm going to play out that soundbite in just a minute and that conversation that Ritu had in just a minute. But viewers tuning in right now, the latest update and what you're seeing on your screens are those images of the Siddaramaiah camp ministers dining and putting up that show of strength message to all those who are doubting what's really happening as far as the political drama that's unfolding in Karnataka. Updates coming in as far as Karnataka is concerned. That's the big story that we continue to track. The DK Shivakumar camp MLAs were in Delhi. They reached out to Congress top leadership, national leadership, the Congress president, to try and see how this can be managed from here on. And let's play out that conversation that Ritu had with Iqbal Hussain.
सर क्या है, पहले तो आप मुझे ये बता दें कि दिल्ली में आपने किस तरीके का प्रस्ताव रखा खरगे जी के सामने?
ठीक हो जाएगा मैम, 1 हफ्ते में सब ठीक हो जाएगा।
अच्छा सर, खरगे साहब ने आपकी मांग को किस तरीके से रिस्पॉन्ड किया है सर?
मैंने किया है, ही वांटेड टू टेक ओपिनियन ऑफ ऑल दिस हाई कमांड टीम मैम।
ओके,
so he wanted to talk to all high command these things, so they need some time मैम। so इसमें हफ्ता 10 दिन में सब ठीक हो जाएगा मैम।
Okay, but sir, what's the kind of assurance that has been given to you since you spoke to Kharge ji, sir?
You know well what is his struggle for bringing the government, ma'am.
Correct.
What are the efforts he has made to get government, ma'am.
Correct.
So everyone who knows his potentiality, his leadership, everything, ma'am. On that things we request, the High Command and even our Siddaramaiah sir, to give a chance for him also, ma'am. That is our request, that's all.
But do you think, sir, that
we have
time,
hope on Siddaramaiah, sir. We have very good hope because he is a very good, honest and sincere and in words, he keeps his words.
But
so
sir, you see even Siddaramaiah, when you see this,
he'll understand the situation and he will respect.
But sir, the Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah has also said that he will remain to be the CM for the 5 complete years. Now, while you were meeting Kharge ji yesterday, you had Satish Jarkiholi, Parmeshwar and other leaders here as well, who are basically backing Siddaramaiah to continue as the 5 years, complete his 5 years tenure. They say that there is an AICC communication letter which states completely, very clearly, saying that Siddaramaiah should be the CM for the next 5 years. Now, at this point in time, how do you see changes can be made?
That's what we have some discipline in Congress, ma'am. So we have to obey this High Command. Once we hope that we will get justice from High Command.
Listening to what Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah said on the power tussle and several other reactions that have been coming in on the big story that we're tracking right now.
High Command ಅವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾರಾ? ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಕೆಲವರು ಹಿಂದೇನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿದ್ರು, ಈಗಲೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂತಿಮವಾಗಿ ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಡಿ ಕೆ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಈಗಲೂ ಮಾತು ತಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ಯಾರಂಟಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದು ಹೈಕಮಾಂಡ್ ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೌದು, ಯಾವುದು ನೀನು ಯಾಕೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ? ಹೌದು, ನಾನೇ ಮುಂದುವರಿತೀನಿ, ಬಜೆಟ್ನು ನಾನೇ ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾರು ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರೇ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಂದಾಗ ನಾಳೆ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ACC. ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ Siddhamaya will be the leader, D.K. Shivakumar, he will be the lone DCM, he will continue up to the parliament elections ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾರನ್ನ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡೋರ ರೈಟಿಂಗ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ವ ಅದು? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮೊದಲು ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ನಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ನಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇನೆ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರು ನೀನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಸತ್ಯ ಹರಿಶ್ಚಂದ್ರ ಆಗು, ನಾನು ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಷ್ಟ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತದ? ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸತ್ಯ ಹರಿಶ್ಚಂದ್ರ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ.
D.K. Shivakumar hinted that he will be in the forefront of leadership without KPCC presidency. Today, his supporters are flying to Delhi and probably parading in front of an high command stating that D.K. Shivakumar should be the Chief Minister of Karnataka. As well, lot of points raised and said by Siddaramaya clearly indicates that Siddaramaya is quitting his job and D.K. Shivakumar will be the new Chief Minister of Karnataka. Lot of hints are coming out. And Karnataka and Kannadigas are not going to benefit from the power struggle what is there within the Congress party, and people of Karnataka are suffering then also, and probably there will be no change in their suffering.
When asked to D.K. Shivakumar in Bengaluru, he said that he doesn't know about why these MLAs have went to meet the Congress president. What was that particular reason and what was communicated?
See, I don't want to comment any other MLA's visit to Delhi. Personally, I came 2 years back. I'm staying in Karnataka. I'm alone. So I came here for some other, there are a lot of forest issues are there in my constituency. Man and animal conflict. Regarding that, I have discussed with forest secretaries, ministers, and I met Venugopalji. I also explained regarding forest issues. And since from 6 months, a lot of rain in our area, Malnad, a lot of road damage happened. So to rebuild that road, we need some funds. So I given a letter to Honorable PW Minister through some of my MPs.
What was the assurance that was given by the Congress president?
Regarding what?
The talks that you did with the Congress president yesterday regarding the entire project.
So I came here some other developmental work, not for any political crisis. So there are rumors that some reshuffle is there. So if there is any possibilities, we requested them to give one opportunity to Chikmagalur also.
So we've been seeing how that there is a huge confusion that's right now there about the leadership change. You have said of MLAs go meet the High Command, put forth their demand as well. So firstly, sir, how do you see this?
There is no confusion. Where is the confusion? We've been running this government for 2.5 years. Since 2.5 years, we've been saying there is confusion. There is no confusion.
So, but speaking to NDTV exclusively, Iqbal Hussain states that this is the time that the D.K. Shivakumar needs to be made the CM. He has already proved his potentiality. What does the High Command need it more now? Siddaramaya should listen to it and also, help basically, D.K. to become CM. Now, what would be your point in this point in time?
No, I'm not going to say each MLA, he is an ardent follower of Mr. Shivakumar. So, he may have his opinion, that's all. All these things are not, this will be all decided by the party High Command. So there is no confusion amongst MLAs. Some may have some opinions. That is there with every person is free to have opinion. But there is no confusion. We are all together. We are all one. There is no dissidence. There is no disagreement. We've been working together. We've given effective governance 2.5 years. High Command is not under any pressure, and High Command doesn't have to answer to every person. Somebody saying something, and they are very clear of what they are going to do. And these things are nothing to be discussed in public. And always there will be some opinions of their own followers saying a few things, but that is not going to make any impact.
All right, let's get you now details in terms of and some perspective about where these two leaders stand, DK Shiv Kumar and Siddaramaiah, the difference and the distinct style of leadership. What is it that they bring to the table, and why this power tussle is something that even the central leadership in the Congress is finding it difficult to address, because they have different constituencies, different strengths that they bring to the table. Let's get those out here. First up, let's get in details as far as the SWOT analysis that we are doing. DK Shiv Kumar, first and foremost, he's an organizational man. He's known to have a very strong connect in terms of bringing the entire cadre of the Congress party together. Huge flex as far as resources is concerned, known to be the go-to person even for the central Congress leadership when it comes to resources and network. Huge influence amongst the very prominent Vokaliga community. The Vokaliga is a significant community in Karnataka, about 12 to 14% it could be, and he is their most prominent face of this community. So these are of course the strengths that he brings on the table. Now specifically in terms of the downsides, the weaknesses as a leader, first and foremost, he's seen as someone who's very confrontational by nature, which is that he doesn't bring everybody together, which should be the highlight and the hallmark really of leadership, more so in public life. Secondly, most importantly, he has multiple cases with regard to ED, IT that are still currently on, and that really makes up his image more tainted in terms of those very significant corruption allegations that he is facing. Locally he is strong, but not a statewide appeal that he has, because again, as I said, he is viewed as a Vokaliga leader, but just as a vocal leader. Now there are several opportunities as well that lie ahead of him right now in this major power tussle that's going on. First and foremost, he is positioned as the natural successor within the Congress party. He can leverage the backing that he has from Vokaliga base and broaden that and broad base it into having a much larger appeal. But there are some, of course, visible threats that DK Shiv Kumar faces right now. First and foremost, if these tensions with Siddaramaiah persist, then this could also mean and in fact be a major backlash for him to actually scale up his stature and image. And a counter Vokaliga mobilization in old Mysuru, the old Mysuru region is where the JDS has been very powerful traditionally. That could have a major impact on the overall vote bank calculations and the electoral calculations that the Congress party has. Let's now put up Siddaramaiah's SWOT analysis and tell you why this is such a complicated political picture in Karnataka. He is an experienced administrator. He's been a multiple-time chief minister and he knows how to handle an important state like Karnataka, and that is his big strength that he has. He has a huge Hinda appeal. He's been able to have that deep connect. He himself comes from a backward community, and he has that deep connect and formed that major social umbrella with backward classes as well as Dalits. He has strongly projected that image of being secular and social justice. Remember, he's talked about having a caste enumeration several times in Karnataka. The secular aspect again is a very important aspect of his overall political personality, and that really is the big strength that he brings on the table. Now, in terms of weaknesses, first and foremost, health is a concern. Age is a concern. When you talk about planning leadership for the future, then you want to cultivate younger leaders. That's what the national leadership would also be looking at. So that's a concern for him. And he's viewed as anti-Vokaliga. He's viewed anti-Lingayat. And both of these are very strong communities in Karnataka. So the fact that he has a social umbrella, caste umbrella that doesn't have Vokaligas and Lingayats in it and is almost seen to be anti them is a major flaw and a concern for him as a political leader. There is also significant frictions that lie with DK Shiv Kumar for him. Again, a man who has more resources, a large cadre and several other things that have him going, and that's another important area that ends up becoming a concern. Now, what are the opportunities that lie ahead for Siddaramaiah? First and foremost, build on the legacy that he has already. As I said, he's been the Chief Minister more than once. He has a certain legacy. A lot of it rides on the welfare model. Whether that's successful or not remains to be seen, but that's a model that he's spoken about and the Congress central leadership also speaks about. And beyond that, Ahinda consolidation is something that is a huge opportunity that lies ahead for him. And he could, can he transition to an advisory role remains to be seen, because moving away from active politics could be something that Siddaramaiah may not give in to so easily. But the threat that he faces is that the power tussle could actually impact governance, which is a major concern given the fact that Karnataka has IT CEOs who've time and again spoken about governance being impacted. All right, that really sums up in terms of how things stand between the two leaders. But I'm going to shift focus now to talk about the other big story we're tracking on the show, that is the Delhi blast. The latest update there is that the agencies suspect that hospital lockers were a safe haven for hiding arms and explosives similar to Hamas tactics in Gaza. Remember, authorities are investigating the role of Jasir Bilal Wani, who allegedly provided technical support to the blast-accused Umar and helping him plan possible drone attacks, robot attacks. That's what he was actually looking to plan. And as per source-based information coming in, the Jaish module involved in the Red Fort blast was planning to turn hospitals in Kashmir into major weapons storage centers, similar to how Hamas stored weapons deep inside hospitals in Gaza itself. This major revelation has come out during the NI investigations in Gaza at the Al-Shifa hospital. Weapons were stored there in a very large volume. Taking a cue from that, the Jaish-e-Mohammed module was trying to convert several hospitals in Baramulla, Anantnag and Budgam into weapons storage centers. And as per sources in the NI, investigation is also underway to see if the groups received technical assistance from Hamas, pointing out at deeper international linkages, if any, in this entire case. Let's get in Akhil, who's been tracking this probe very closely for us. Akhil, those are very significant revelations coming in there. Yet another possible Hamas link?
Well, absolutely. If you see, there's an important disclosure made by the NIA sources in which what we have seen that during the interrogation of Dr. Adil Rathar was someone who was held from the UP's Saharanpur district. Initially, he was taken into Jammu and Kashmir police custody. Yesterday, what we have seen that the custody was gained by the NIA, and then he was produced in the NIA court, in which what we have seen that the court has granted 10 days of NIA custody. So right now the interrogation of Dr. Adil Rathar is going on, in which the interrogators have got to know that this Dr. Terror module was conspiring to turn hospitals in several districts, which include Anantnag, Srinagar, Baramulla, into storage centers for such deadly weapons. So earlier what we have seen that they have taken a cue from the Hamas tactics in Gaza, because earlier what we have seen that if you see the kind of a module that the Hamas leaders were running, and they have made Al-Shifa hospital as a storage for weapons, weapon site. So this is the kind of module that these individuals, which include Jaish operatives, Dr. Adil Rathar, apart from Dr. Muzammil and Dr. Shaheen, they were trying to basically make several hospitals in Baramulla, Anantnag and Budgam into a weapons storage center.
All right. Akhil filling us with those latest details. Now, viewers, it's been 10 days. Today is, in fact, the 11th day since the Delhi blast took place. NDTV has accessed images of the recoveries made during the blast probe. And during this investigation, NI team recovered a flour mill and some electrical machines from the house of a taxi driver living in Faridabad's village Dhoj. Late on Wednesday night, the flour mill was used by Dr. Muzammil in the room he had rented in Dhoj, from where on the 9th of November, a day before the blast, the police of Jammu and Kashmir and Faridabad had recovered 360 kilograms of ammonium nitrate and several other explosive materials. In fact, NDTV has also accessed visuals of ammonium nitrate, 50 bags found on the day of the blast from Fatehpur Taga in Faridabad. The probe has also revealed that the accused Umar made several videos. As many as 12 videos have been recovered from Umar's mobile phone. The videos are said to be centered around Umar's radical thoughts. And in his videos, Umar can be heard invoking the Afghan Mujahideen and is also said to have shared videos of radical Islamists to influence other young professionals as well. In fact, let's get you now more details in terms of how all of this is flowing in for viewers to better understand how this is looking right now. First and foremost, Umar bin Khattab, who is the Pakistan operative who is involved in this. Let's first put that out and then we will decode that in greater detail. He is the Pak operative and he then gets in touch with Maulvi Irfan, who is a cleric in a mosque in Shopian, radicalized youth and connected. He radicalized them and connected them with the Jaish as well. That's the first link of it. We're going to connect those dots for you viewers. Next is Dr. Muzammil, who then recruited all doctors, transported explosives, and his key role once again was continue to radicalize youth because you need them, and that's the machinery that he was working at most. Whom does it lead to? Let's get those next line for you here, which is Dr. Adil, who arranged the logistics for the module. He arranged the I-20 car, which was used for the blast. And then there is Dr. Umar, who actually was the suicide bomber, and the doctor with knowledge of chemicals, trained in making bombs. Arrest led to the exposure of the module, and his role was arrange the weapons for module. And then last, Dr. Shaheen, the one who raised the funds for the module, connected poor women and girls with the very well funded module run by Jaish and had 20 lakh rupees. Now Umar recruited Jasir Bilal Wani. Let's get that next in terms of the entire flow chart that we are putting out for you. Jasir Bilal Wani is the techie of the module. He was trained in bomb assembly and his role was to fit explosives into the drones. Then there was Dr. Amir Rashid Ali. What did he do? He was the one who ensured all logistics were tied in, including that car that was used. So this is how all of them are tying in. As I said, that is Jasir Bilal Wani, who's also now being investigating in the arrest, has been arrested by investigating agencies for his role in the blast. All right, viewers, let's get you now details in terms of the security agencies who are hot on the trail of a Jaish handler named Hanzullah, who reportedly supplied bomb-making videos to one of the accused in the case, that is Muzammil. We connected those dots for you right there. And sources tell us the Jaish handler, Hanzullah, shared bomb-making videos with the Red Fort blast accused. Security agencies are investigating the blast probe and are trying to find out who is this person. Remember the Jaish-e-Mohammed posters that came up on the 18th of October, those posters that bore the name of the handler, clearly stating Commander Hanzullah. That's the most important part, and that's how we are connecting. In fact, NDTV has accessed these explosive as well as exclusive details about one of the most crucial individuals in the entire terror modules, Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathir. From his travel tickets, ID documents, money chats, and account records, investigations are now leading to a chilling pattern of how this entire deception emerged. And NDTV traveled to Saharanpur to track the entire trail and uncover the hidden network that is behind that operation. Take a look at this ground report. It's exclusively filed by my colleague.
A doctor, a quiet neighbor, a man earning 5 lakh rupees a month, yet living in a 5,000 rupee rented room. And now, a key link in the Delhi blast terror module. This is the story of Dr. Adil Ahmed Rathir, a man who allegedly lived a double life. Adil was the first person arrested in the case. On November 6, Jammu and Kashmir police picked him up for putting up posters supporting Jaish-e-Mohammed in Srinagar. That arrest led to a series of raids, including one in Faridabad, where 2,900 kgs of explosives were recovered and Dr. Muzammil was arrested.
नहीं ऐसा नहीं हम कह सकते भाई कोई उससे रात को ही आता हो मिलने. हाँ हॉस्पिटल से कुछ आदमी जो उसके साथ रहे तो हॉस्पिटल काम कर रहे थे वो आते जाते रहे थे. तो पता ही नहीं चला कब छोड़ गया. हमें तो यूँ पता चला कि भाई वो अरेस्ट हो गया. ये नहीं पता भाई कब छोड़ के गया वो कब नहीं.
NDTV has accessed his Aadhaar card, PAN card, domicile and degree certificates, and exclusive WhatsApp chats where he repeatedly demanded money. Investigators say he was planning to abscond on the very day he was arrested. Adil worked at Vibras Hospital for 2.5 months after joining in November 2024 and raised suspicions even then.
ज़्यादातर वो अपनी ओपीडी में ही रहते थे और कश्मीरी लैंग्वेज में ही वो बातें किया करते थे एंड व्हेनेवर वी आर गोइंग इनसाइड तो या तो वो फ़ोन कट कर दिया करते थे और इन केस अगर वो हमसे बात भी कर रहे होते थे तो दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट द कश्मीरी लैंग्वेज.
Hospital staff say he spoke in Kashmiri on calls and would abruptly disconnect if someone walked in. He also pushed hard to get 2 other Kashmiri doctors hired, both now believed to be part of the terror module.
I remember that कि around December उन्होंने मुझे 2 डॉक्टर्स के लिए बोला था कि मैम 2 डॉक्टर हैं और एक दिल्ली से ही थे और एक दिल्ली में ही रहते थे, दोनों ही कश्मीरी थे.
Before his arrest, Adil spent 6 months at famous Medicare hospital. This was the room where Dr. Adil used to sit, he used to treat his patients, and we do not know even that what actually transpired from here till the year 2025, because we have seen that he was the one who was involved in installing the posters of Jaish-e-Mohammed in Kashmir, and it is from there when this entire module was busted. The connection of 2900 kilogram of explosive was recovered from Faridabad. Dr. Muzammil has also deep connections with Adil, and also we should not forget Dr. Umar also, who was the one who carried out that particular blast at the Red Fort, and that's why Adil plays a main role, because if Adil would not have been caught, then nothing would have come to light.
इनका बिहेवियर बिल्कुल शांत नॉर्मल जो होता है और पेशेंट्स के ऊपर ज़्यादा फोकस करना, लेकिन वो आपसे क्षणिक मिलते थे. अगर आप रिलेट
कम टाइम के लिए,
बहुत कम टाइम, जब आप चीज़ों को रिलेट करोगे तो आपको थोड़ा सा आइडिया होगा कि ये आके एक अपना इंप्रेशन आपके दिमाग में दे देते थे कि हाँ ये गले मिलने वाले. जनरली हम लोग हाथ मिलाते हैं, ये आके सीधा गले मिलते थे. अगर हम मोटा मोटा हिसाब लगाएं तो 39,10,000 रुपीज़ हमने ट्रांसफ़र किए हैं. तो वो मुझे बार बार इस चीज़ की तरफ बोलते थे कि मेरा कोई मित्र है और बहुत अच्छा सर्जन है जो
कहाँ से है,
कश्मीर से ही है. मैंने कभी नाम नहीं पूछा क्योंकि मुझे उस साइड जाना ही नहीं था, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ ऑलरेडी फैकल्टीज़ पूरी थी. तो
कश्मीर से है, दिल्ली में रहता है,
ऐसा कुछ नहीं बताया उन्होंने मुझको. कश्मीर से है और MS सर्जरी है, आप उनको रखिए और आपका काम दिन दुना रात चौगुना होगा. बल्कि उन्होंने हमें ये भी बोला कि काफ़ी डॉक्टर्स हैं, मैं यहाँ पे फैकल्टीज़ ले आऊँगा कश्मीर से. अच्छा. और आप उनको यहाँ पे अपॉइंटमेंट दीजिएगा और अस्पताल
से रहने वाले कश्मीर के जो डॉक्टर्स हैं उनको यहाँ पर ले आएंगे, ऐसा उनका कहना था. NDTV has also accessed his flight ticket, showing he flew from Srinagar to Delhi on October 31st, just days before the November 10 Red Fort blast. Dr. Adil married on October 4 in Kazikund. Even colleagues who attended the wedding didn't sense anything unusual.
शादी उनकी 4 तारीख की थी, 4/10 में, और शादी सिंपल, कुछ उनका कल्चर जो अलग होता है इस तरीके से वो शादी हुई है. उसमें भी हमें कोई ऐसा सस्पिशियस कोई पर्सन नहीं लगा, कोई एक्टिविटीज़ नहीं लगी. हमें नहीं पता था वो लोगों को गले मिलता था और लोगों को गले मिलके गले काटने का काम करेगा, हमें नहीं पता था. वो सबसे हाथ नहीं मिलाता था.
किससे मिला? वो
गले मिलता था सबसे. हाथ मिलाने के बदले वो गले मिलता था. वो एक ऐसा खतरनाक इंसान था कि उसके बारे में सोच के भी डर लगता है.
Investigators say this is the new face of terror modules. White-collar professionals, educated, low profile, blending into society, like Dr. Muzammil and now Dr. Adil. A respected doctor, now accused of being a key link in a major terror module spanning Srinagar, Faridabad, Saharanpur and Delhi. A network that operated quietly inside hospitals, clinics and neighborhoods. With Tejri Purandare, NDTV Bureau Report.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
क्या हाल बा? क्या है ब्रेकफास्ट का इंतजाम आज सुबह? You're watching NDTV coverage of the Bihar elections. Cricket style RoboCam walking around. This is a wave of a kind which was only seen last in 2010. उम्मीद से बढ़कर जहां आप जाते हैं आप पार्टी को जीत दिला रहे हैं. ओवैसी and the BJP right next to each other. क्या हो रहा है ये? आपने तो बिहार के चुनावी मैदान पे एक के बाद एक छक्के मारे आज. Prashant Kishore in his debut election in Bihar is not headed for the ceiling. Results on NDTV is the top trend right now. Wow.
जो मखाना बनाते हैं वहाँ पे मैं आपको तालाब में देखा था.
Digital live viewership, NDTV is right on top. NDTV has been the OG of election coverage. Everyone who's watching, thank you for your trust, thank you for your time.
Check one, check.
माइक सिर्फ आवाज ऊंची नहीं करता, आवाज मजबूत भी करता है. माइक के साथ आती है जिम्मेदारी. जिम्मेदारी आपकी आवाज बनने की, दूसरों की आवाज सुनने की और सुनाने की. बिना कुछ छुपाए हर बात ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखने की, क्योंकि जब हमारा माइक ऑन होता है तो कुछ कट नहीं होता है. आ रही हूं मैं एनडीटीवी हेडक्वार्टर्स से और यहां माइक ऑन है.
जब आ रहे थे नतीजे और बीजेपी जेडीयू 200 के पार जा रहे थे, आपका दिल एकदम डूब रहा था?
जब से रिजल्ट आए हैं मैं प्रॉपर्ली सो नहीं पाया हूँ.
जब वाजपेयी जी और अडवाणी जी बीजेपी चला रहे थे, 2 सीटें आई तो सिनेमा देखने गए, इतनी बड़ी हार हुई, आपने क्या किया?
यहाँ घर पे बैठ के रिफ्लेक्ट कर रहा हूँ.
एक और जो मुझे लगता है शायद आपसे चूक हुई, जिस पे मैं आपकी राय जानना चाहता हूँ, वो ये कि आप ही ने नीतीश कुमार की तबीयत को अटैक किया. बाकी जो लोग थे, तेजस्वी का मैंने इंटरव्यू किया, वो कहते देखिए हमारे कल्चर में नहीं है बड़े लोगों को हेल्थ को लेकर अटैक करना.
मैं आपको फिर से कैमरे पे दूर आ देता हूँ. मैं अभी भी नीतीश कुमार जी मानसिक और शारीरिक तौर पर स्वस्थ नहीं है, ये कहने में कोई गुरेज नहीं है.
नहीं, पर ये बैकफायर करेगा ना.
आप ये कैसे जानते हैं? ये कॉज एंड इफेक्ट, मेरे पास ऐसा कोई दूरबीन नहीं है.
जब बातचीत हुई लोग एनेक्डोटली जब बातचीत हुई लोगों से, तो उन्होंने कहा कि भाई बड़ों को इंडिया के कल्चर में कहाँ कोई अटैक करता है. आपने तो बोला था कि चुनाव हार लूंगा, नहीं मतलब अगर 25 सीट आएंगी तो राजनीति से संन्यास ले लूंगा. ये आप बोलते बहुत हैं, ये आप ही ने बोला, मतलब ये फुट एंड माउथ डिजीज है क्या? मतलब आप बोलते हैं फिर लोग बोलते हैं आपने बोला था कि राजनीति छोड़ दूंगा.
ऐसा है ना राहुल, जब आप हमसे सवाल करेंगे तो जवाब तो देना ही पड़ेगा. तो बोलते ज्यादा ऐसा तो है नहीं कि आप सवाल नहीं कर रहे और मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
गाड़ी घोड़ा सब लोग हो गए, इनको पैसा चाहिए. पैसा तो पहले कंसल्टेंसी से कमा रहे थे, अब कंसल्टेंसी नहीं करेंगे तो पैसा कहाँ से?
फिर किया जाएगा उपाय, लोगों से पैसे मांगेंगे. पिछले 5 साल में भी 2 बार पलटे हैं नीतीश कुमार.
नहीं, पर अब जो लोग देख रहे हैं आपको, वो कहेंगे फिर शगुफा छोड़ रहे हैं.
फिर क्या शगुफा छोड़ना?
अरे कि आपको पलट जाएंगे. अब एक तरफ बोल रहे हैं कि वो सेहत उनकी ठीक नहीं है, मानसिक स्थिति ठीक नहीं है.
आप सवाल पूछते हो और जवाब देने पे कहते हो शगुफा छोड़ रहे हो. तो या तो आप बोलो कि भाई जवाब दो मत, मैं सवाल पूछूंगा और फिर सवाल ही पूछता रहूंगा.
नहीं, आप इंटरव्यू करो ही मत. नहीं, क्योंकि आप आंध्र में भी कंसल्टेंसी कर रहे थे.
नहीं, कहीं अभी कोई पिछले 3 साल में कोई कंसल्टिंग वगैरह काम नहीं किया.
वो विजय के साथ तो आप कर ही रहे थे.
भाई विजय के साथ मैं एक बार मुलाकात मैंने करी थी, कहा था करेंगे और ये तय किया था कि नवंबर के बाद करेंगे, जब बिहार से फ्री हो जाएंगे. जब बिहार से फ्री नहीं हो रहे तो कोई काम नहीं करेंगे.
पर आपको आज भी उम्मीद है कि किसी दिन आप बन सकते हैं बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री?
बिल्कुल, बिहार को जीते बगैर पीछे हटने का सवाल नहीं है. आप मेरे जिद को नहीं जानते हैं. मैं एकदम बिल्कुल संकल्पित हूँ, बिना इसको किए बगैर पीछे नहीं हटूंगा, चाहे 5 साल लगे 10 साल लगे.
कि जीतेंगे ही?
किए बगैर मानने ही वाला नहीं हूँ, पीछे हटूंगा ही.
We unveil NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 Golf Pro-Am, the course of champions, the conversation of leaders.
What a stellar lineup we have here on the stage of the NDTV World Summit to announce the launch of the NDTV Pro-Am. Arguably India's greatest cricketer, one of India's most distinguished bureaucrats, a top international golfer and also a top Indian pro at the moment.
All the top champions, the Tiger Woods, will all come from India in future.
It's great to be here. Golf is growing across the globe and here in India as well.
Thank you very much for starting golf. We want to thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. I think that's very, very important.
करना है, मजे को 3 गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, कमाल से।
After a 16-year-old boy, Shaurya, died by suicide in the national capital over alleged bullying by his teachers in school, 4 teachers of the private Delhi school have now been suspended. Viewers, the Delhi government has formed a committee to probe the untimely death allegedly caused by harassment. The government has ordered for a report to be submitted in the next 3 days. In fact, the Delhi school concerned has responded saying that the teachers are under suspension till further notice. The headmaster and teachers who are responsible for this will not be allowed to visit the school campus. On Wednesday, Shaurya's father, Mr. Pradeep, had filed an FIR, named the school's headmaster as well as teachers for mentally harassing his son. Shaurya died by suicide after he jumped off the platform of a nearby overground metro station on Tuesday, left behind a note that blamed his teachers for the extreme step that he had undertaken. Delhi Education Minister Ashish Sood says schools will be asked to strictly follow CBSE mental well-being guidelines, with a high-level inquiry now examining whether protocols were actually followed in the suicide case or not. But either way, this is a case that has sent shockwaves across Delhi and the country.
मैं एक पत्र लिख रहा हूं, स्कूलों में सीबीएसई के मानकों के आधार पर किस प्रकार से जो मेंटल हेल्थ, मेंटल वेलबीइंग के लिए व्यवस्थाएं की जानी चाहिए, क्या वो सुचारू रूप से हो रही हैं, इसके संदर्भ में मैं स्कूलों को पूछ रहा हूं। और कहीं स्कूलों को अगर ज़रूरत है तो हम उनकी हैंड होल्डिंग करेंगे, उनको मदद करेंगे। हमारी अगली पीढ़ी मानसिक रूप से स्वस्थ रहे, विषाद के में ना पड़े, इसकी हमें बहुत चिंता है। देखिए, हमने एक कमेटी भेजी है जो जांच करेगी, अपनी रिपोर्ट लाएगी। उसके पैरामीटर ये भी होंगे क्या मेंटल हेल्थ से संबंधित हर चीज़ का फॉलोअप किया जा रहा था, नहीं किया जा रहा था। अगर कुछ कमी है तो भविष्य में ना रहे, इसका भी ध्यान रखिए।
On that note, a quick break, viewers. We return with more news on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Edge 60 Pro. Grab Motorola Edge 60 Pro today.
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
The most coveted invitation in the Indian corporate golf calendar, where top corporates go head-to-head with the finest professional golfers. An exclusive circuit across multiple cities, aspirational, unforgettable. NDTV Golf Pro-Am, India's #1 golf Pro-Am, is here. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. NDTV Golf Pro-Am. Stay tuned.
Namaste, India. As you all know, I've been traveling around the world with my music. But this one is truly special. something that's India. You all must have seen the magic that was created in Kun Faya Kun. Now it's your chance to experience it with me. So book your tickets from District app and together let's create harmony of hearts. See you, Delhi.
Other opposition parties.
They argue, I conclude. They deflect, I drill down. This isn't a free-for-all. It's a reckoning. No filler, no fog. Only the facts and where they lead. Every night at 9, the case closes because the buck stops here.
I don't sugarcoat. I shoot straight and tell you stories the way they need to be told. Unfiltered, unafraid, unmissable. That's how I roll. Watch me, Priyanka Deo, on NDTV World. Namaste.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France.
मजे को दुगुना करना है, मजे को तीन गुना करना है। गाजी, रोहन, दोबारा से।
33 knockout matches from Delhi, and they've been shifted from Delhi to Mumbai in the wake of high levels of air pollution. The AQI has been very high in the last couple of weeks, and now the knockout games scheduled from the 25th of November till the 1st of December have been moved out of Delhi. Let's get in Rika for more details on this.
Well, I'm coming to you from one of the biggest sports conclaves in the country and at the center of Delhi. The air here is almost unbreathable. Well, the big news today has been that BCCI has decided to shift the knockout matches of the Under-23 tournament from Delhi to Mumbai because all advisories say that right now playing any sport outside is not feasible. There's a court order which has stopped sports, outdoor sports for all kids as well. So the national capital increasingly getting a trickier place as a sporting destination. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, the Minister of Sports, in fact, made a big announcement of coming up with a 102-acre sports city at the heart of national capital, bringing in a lot more sports. But with the air quality going down day by day, there is a big question mark on how many athletes will actually come here and perform, how many coaches, how many teams will actually get to the national capital. I was also speaking to to former South African international John T. Rhodes, who expressed concern about Delhi's air getting very difficult for the athletes to cope up, athletes to perform. He lives in Goa for most part of the year, and he says because he's an outdoor person, he needs to go outdoor with his kids. And he said it's not just as an athlete, but as a dad also, he's very, very concerned about what kind of impact this is having on the health of the kids.
John T. Rhodes has always been one of the greatest as far as cricket is concerned and known for pioneering outdoor sports. And in fact, he spoke exclusively to Rika. He spoke exclusively to Rika on the reason why outdoor air right now is just not good for anyone who plays sports. The reason why BCCI has moved these matches out of Delhi to Mumbai. This is the knockout matches that have been moved out that were to take place from the 25th of November till the 1st of December. Viewers, remember, the Delhi government has come out with a very clear directive, which is that all outdoor sports and activities for kids will not be done right now in the wake of rising levels of pollution. The alarmingly high AQI levels is the reason why BCCI has shifted out under 23 knockout matches out of Delhi to Mumbai due to the heavy and due to the air pollution, and also due to the government's directive. The Delhi government has given out a clear directive, in the wake of which this decision was taken. News coming in on the broadcast, which is that the Indian fighter jet Tejas has crashed in Mumbai. This is the information that we have right now. An Indian Tejas has crashed in Mumbai. This is during the Dubai Air Show. This is the report that we have right now. We are still awaiting details of the causes, the possible causes of this crash, who all were there on board Tejas. Until we have any information on the pilot and any other such details, viewers, we will not be speculating. The working information that we have right now is that an Indian fighter jet has crashed in Dubai. This was at the air show. Let's get in Shivarur, managing editor NDTV, with more details on this. Shiv.
We're just getting details of a Tejas fighter aircraft. It's a Indian homegrown fighter jet, which is in service with the Indian Air Force as well, has crashed in Dubai. That's the first picture that's been put out by Indian photographer and aviation journalist Angad Singh. So this picture has been taken by him at the Dubai Air Show. This is very bad news, but a Tejas fighter was part of an air display. A group of Tejas fighters were at the Dubai Air Show, which is a very prestigious air show in the region, where fighter aircraft from different countries converge and conduct different kinds of air displays and aerobatic maneuvers in front of large crowds of spectators. We have another picture that we're going to put on our screen in just a moment of the Tejas fighters that have been performing for the last few days at the Dubai Air Show. This particular picture shows you the moment just after impact, perhaps, where that aircraft has gone down. It appears to have impacted the ground far away from where the spectators are. There is no information just yet about the pilot or the pilots in this particular aircraft. These were all Tejas single-seater aircraft, so there would have been one pilot. We are hoping and praying that this hasn't been a fatal accident. It's very likely that the pilot was able to eject, but we are awaiting details on that at this time, Gauri. The Tejas fighter is a fully Indian fighter aircraft designed and built here in India. 2 squadrons of the Tejas began entering Indian Air Force service in 2016. It's an aircraft that has an incredibly good safety record as well. It's an aircraft that the Indian Air Force has been looking forward to upgrading. The Indian Air Force recently signed a huge deal for nearly 200 fighters that are going to start entering service very, very shortly. So the Tejas fighter is an important aircraft in the scheme of things for India. Unlike
the overwhelming number of aircraft that the Indian Air Force operates. The Tejas is an Indian fighter. It was Atal Bihari Vajpayee that gave the Tejas its name. It had its first flight way back in 2001, and this is only the second Tejas to have ever crashed in all that time. So I just wanted to put that data out there by way of telling our viewers that this is an aircraft that has otherwise had a very, very good safety record. Speaking specifically about this crash, we don't know yet. These are the early minutes since impact. Angad Singh, my friend and journalist, has just put out this picture on his social media, which we're showing to our viewers. But we don't know yet under what circumstances the aircraft crashed. Was there some kind of a technical fault? Was there a bird hit? Was there something else that happened in the air? Was there an engine failure? Could there be been some kind of a multi-layered system failure for the aircraft to have been able to, for the pilot not have been able to recover the aircraft before it actually went down? We don't know any of that just yet, but these are pictures of that Tejas aircraft. What we showed you just now are file images of the Tejas aircraft in the air. Incredible flight display module that it has had, enthralling viewers from across the world at the Dubai Air Show. But these pictures are of that impact point of the Tejas.
Yes, so Shiv, for our viewers tuning in right now, what we are working with are two sets of information. One, the picture that we are putting out right now on our screens of the crash that took place of the Tejas fighter jet in the Dubai Air Show. And second, as of now, we have no other details with regard to the pilot or the causes, right?
All right, if I can just jump in over here, Shiv. This is just horrific, these images that we are seeing on our screen. This is of a Tejas fighter aircraft. We can confirm, we are told from Angad Singh, an excellent aviation journalist, of this incident taking place. This news very sadly breaking first on NDTV. It appears from this little video that we've got an excerpt of that this jet was trying to pull up, but for whatever the reason is, it didn't take place. I think the key thing that we need to know right now is, did the pilot eject in time? If this crash is one that involves the Tejas, as I understand it is, then this would be the second loss of a Tejas fighter aircraft. There's only been one further loss of a Tejas fighter. That took place a couple of years back, and that was as a result of an engine failure which took place. You can see in the last few moments before the aircraft went down that there was an effort to pitch up, but by then it was too late. Now, I do know that one of the maneuvers that the Tejas does pull at the Dubai Air Show, where it has been deployed, is a loop. That loop takes place very often in displays shortly after takeoff. It does rolls in the air, it proceeds onto a loop, it comes down. Let's go back to Shiv, who joins us at this stage as well. Shiv, go ahead with what you're hearing.
I don't want to jump to any conclusions yet, Vishnu, but this does look bad, doesn't it? The aircraft was coming in for a very low pass, and then to pull up suddenly at extremely low altitude. It's a difficult maneuver, but one that pilots of the Tejas have mastered over the years. This is not the Tejas' first excursion to the Dubai Air Show. They've been there before, but something catastrophically wrong has clearly taken place. For the pilot not to have been able to pull up. Now, we don't have video footage at this particular moment before this last clip that we're looking at on our screens, Vishnu. So I'm not sure yet about ejection. I don't know what you're hearing. We're awaiting an official word from the Indian Air Force. But in this particular clip, one cannot. Okay, I'm going to ask our producers to only play the clip that is on our screen right now, only of the crash, because we can't see an ejection in this clip. Vishnu, correct me if I'm wrong. Are you able to discern any ejection activity in the video footage that's on our screen? I can't see an ejection or a parachute of any kind. Perhaps it happened earlier. I'm praying that's the case, but I can't see it here right now, Vishnu.
No, I can't either. And if you look at Angad Singh's tweet, and he's right over there in Dubai, he says that no ejection has taken place. This is extremely unfortunate news, if indeed, it is accurate. The video, which I'm looking at also on my screen right now, and what we are playing out, does appear to confirm the crash of a Tejas aircraft number one. So let's just stick to what we know right now. Shiv, number one, it does appear to be a Tejas jet which has crashed at the Dubai Air Show. Number two, it's unclear at this stage whether there has been an ejection. It does appear that that may not be the case. We pray that that is the case if the pilot ejected earlier on. One can see in this video from the last few moments that the pilot has pitched the nose of the aircraft up. Unfortunately, that's not enough. It mushes into the ground over here, and there's that fiery explosion. The Dubai Air Show is one of the primary air shows where the Tejas has been performing over the last few days, along with India's aerobatic squadron, the Surya Kirans. The Tejas' displays over there have been very, very strong. For something like this to actually take place is absolutely horrific. It, as we understand right now, on the basis of what we are being told, very sadly, there does not appear to be an ejection which has taken place. Now, needless to mention, there's going to be a lot of information which comes in, the Indian Air Force informing us that they are looking into this, they are aware of these reports, and they will come back with more details. But from this particular angle, and whatever it is of the video that we see, there doesn't appear to be an ejection which has taken place, which would be horrific. The Tejas, this is a single-seater Tejas aircraft, which appears, which has gone down. Shiv.
This is very, very disheartening news, Vishnu, that Angad, our friend and journalist who captured that first image of the crash, has put out on his social media. He says he didn't see an ejection, or that there was no ejection, which would presumably mean that the pilot went down with the plane. I am still going to pray for some kind of an outside chance that he was able to get out before impact, but we have to believe what we're looking at and what eyewitnesses like Angad on the ground are telling us. In fact, our guest desk is trying to patch Angad through to us, Vishnu, for just a moment, and we're going to try and get a first-hand view from him, because he's right there. He's sitting there. He sent us these pictures and images. That's the reason why NDTV was able to report on it first. But this is absolutely horrifying. Now, for our viewers tuning in, and Vishnu, you'll bear me out on this, low altitude maneuvers of this kind are very much part of the display set that the Tejas engages in as part of the the aerobatics display. So that in itself is not alarming, but the aircraft would have had to pull up a few centimeters as far as this video goes before it actually impacted the ground. You can hear those shouts of horror from the spectators, because as soon as that aircraft disappears over the horizon, you see that huge plume of smoke and that fireball, confirming that the worst has happened and the aircraft has actually hit the ground. Like you rightly said, Vishnu, this is the second accident of the Tejas. It has otherwise enjoyed a stellar safety record right through development testing and active service with the Indian Air Force. The last time it crashed, which was during an exercise in Rajasthan, the pilot did manage to eject safely before the aircraft crashed. It was an engine fault of some kind. This time we don't know yet. We don't want to speculate or conjecture, but a very, very troubling day. We're still awaiting an official confirmation from the Indian Air Force about the circumstances, about the condition of the pilot. I'm hoping against hope once again that by some miracle the pilot's been able to get out of the plane before he went down. But all indications, as you're bringing to us, Vishnu, right now, is that this has ended with a fatality, has ended in a tragedy. Very, very sad. We're waiting for categorical information, Vishnu.
No, absolutely. This is very, very sad news. I think the video on the left, which is earlier video from that same Dubai Air Show, sort of indicates the maneuver the aircraft may have been in. This is something, and I've been watching these displays on YouTube every single day for the last couple of days. The Tejas goes up. It goes vertically up soon after takeoff. It then gets into a roll, and then it comes out of the roll somewhere over there on the left-hand side of your screen. But evidently, if it's that phase of the flight, the aircraft pulls up very, very safely. There are safe limits built into all air displays. Over here, it just mushed into the ground. Moments before that, the aircraft, you can see the nose of the aircraft pitching up. Perhaps a last-ditch effort by the pilot to sort of come out of that. Now, was this engine failure? Was this something else? That's something we don't know. But there are always major safety precautions which are underway, which exist, rules at air shows. So there is a minimum altitude that you can operate in, and when you pull out of a loop, you have to be well above that minimum, or you have to stay on that minimum. So in this case, it obviously went way below that. The reasons we don't know. We don't want to get into whether this is an engine failure or a failure of the fly-by-wire system or something else, potentially pilot incapacitation, whatever it is. What Angad Singh, a well-known journalist, is saying on the screen, what is saying is that this appears to be a fatal accident of the Tejas fighter aircraft. We've got Group Captain Augustine Vinod with us. He's a former fighter pilot himself. So this is just heartbreaking. Your first thoughts?
Absolutely, Vishnu. In fact, I was listening to you and Shiv talking about it, and just to me, I mean, visually it's appearing very similar to the F-16 crash in August, if you remember. One ace display pilot, Mr. Slab from Poland. It was very, very similar because he almost got out. So it just last couple of meters more and he won't have impacted the ground. This is my first thought. Secondly, we have in the aerobatics on the back of the loop and on vertically down, we have two checkpoints where we do check our altitude and speed, whether it is adequate for recovery or not. Those two checkpoints are there as kind of a safety. So in hot conditions, you have to have a little bit of an extra height in hand, so that your mush towards the ground is sort of catered for by that little extra height. Those are the things, passing thoughts that is coming to my mind. Like you correctly said, it's not time to speculate, it is time for prayer. I didn't see a parachute coming out, and I didn't see enough time for the parachute come out as well. So we hope for the best, like Shiv said, but I don't know. Let's wait for the final confirmation, official confirmation. Over to you.
No, absolutely, sir. And I think the other key point, of course, is that the Tejas has a very good safety record. There's been one previous crash, I believe, that was attributed to an engine problem, but the pilot ejected safely on that occasion. Now, the Tejas has been in service for an extended period of time. This is the second time only that, something like this has happened, but it might just be the first fatal crash.
Absolutely. In fact, the Jaisalmer crash, I happened to be close by when it happened, and I also came up on your channel covering that for a single engine fighter, in the history of single engine fighters, I think Tejas has the best record of any single engine fighter in the world, including Mirage 2000. So a wonderful safety record Tejas has enjoyed all this while, and the first fatal crash, not attributable to fault of Tejas, of course, is my first thought. I mean, we will come to know once the so-called black box is out, and if there has been a technical error. But that is my first thought, because listening to the sound.
I think at this stage, sir, we really don't know what caused this, but it could be human error. That's not uncommon. In air shows, it could be a mechanical error, it could be an engine failure as well. There could be a combination of many factors. Even pilot incapacitation is something that will not be ruled out by the court of inquiry. When a crash takes place, what does the Indian Air Force do in terms of procedure?
First, we collect all the evidence. We cordon off the area, take all the debris. In this case, it is going to be challenging because it is in a foreign soil. So it has to go through the External Affairs Ministry as well. And it could be that it will be a combined inquiry. That again, time will tell. But since it happened on a foreign soil, it could be a combined inquiry too. That is something which cannot be ruled out.
Right, and this crash, of course, took place at the Dubai International Air Show. It's an extremely prestigious international air show. I think we are fortunate. The video seems to indicate that there has been no debris or part of the aircraft which has crashed towards the audience or close to them. That is also important. There have been disasters in air shows where aircraft have actually, come in contact with people. There have been massive losses of life. That's not taken place. There was a certain safety, a distance which was maintained. Shiv, go ahead.
Vishnu, the Indian Air Force has just informed some of us journalists that a Tejas of the Indian Air Force has crashed at the Dubai Air Show. Further details are being ascertained at the moment, and that they will be bringing us further details in some time right now. So it's a sensitive moment, Vishnu, remember, because it was not one but a small group of Tejas fighters that were at the Dubai Air Show, and they were all flying, and horrifying pictures right now. The Indian Air Force is gathering information. They will have an official comment in just a moment. The worst fears as to the circumstances of this fighter jet involving a fatal casualty of the pilot is becoming more and more real. And as we wait for that comment from the Indian Air Force, let's also remember that there are families watching. There are families of pilots who will be frantically looking for authentic information about their loved ones. They will be trying to make calls to find out who it was in that aircraft. So we at NDTV will be extremely sensitive and careful about the information we put out. Any information we receive will not be put out in terms of names or identity of any pilots until the Indian Air Force identifies them categorically and officially. Only then, I promise all of our viewers, will we name them here on NDTV. At this point of time, just to recap, this is a fighter aircraft of the Indian Air Force, an active service fighter jet called the Tejas, which is a homegrown, indigenously built and developed fighter aircraft in active squadron service with the Indian Air Force that has crashed at the Dubai Air Show. This was part of an aerial display when the aircraft was doing its aerobatic maneuvers in front of a large crowd. The Dubai Air Show, to which both Vishnu and I have traveled several times before, is a world-famous congregation of aircraft and aviation enthusiasts where displays of this kind are very, very common. Photographers gather in large numbers to take pictures of aircraft they don't otherwise encounter. There's been a huge amount of interest in the Tejas fighter, which is a sprightly, light single-engine fighter of the Indian Air Force that's been in squadron service since 2016. It made its first flight way back in 2001, and this is only the second accident. And the reason why that is important is because it is an indication of how safe this aircraft has otherwise been. But be that as it may, today is a tragic day because all indications so far, until we wait for a categorical confirmation from the Indian Air Force, is that the pilot did go down tragically with the plane and is unlikely to have ejected. All spectators on the ground, eyewitness accounts coming in on social media, some agency reports as well, confirming that the pilot did not manage to eject, and therefore until we wait for a categorical formal statement from the Indian Air Force, we are going to go ahead and assume that we don't know everything yet about this horrifying accident. This aircraft has, over the last few days, as Vishnu just said, been conducting incredible aerial displays. It's been the cynosure of all eyes. I've seen pictures and videos going viral across Twitter and YouTube and Instagram with people marveling at this aircraft. We've seen people and aviation enthusiasts from around the world say very, very positive things about the fighter aircraft. The pilots on the ground, the maintenance engineers on the ground have been doing an incredible job of displaying and showcasing the Tejas fighter. But for it to crash in full public view at a air show like the Dubai Air Show, where one element of all of this is, of course, is to showcase India's aviation prowess, is extremely ironic and tragic, and I think that will come a little bit later. But accidents do happen. Military aviation is inherently risky, as Group Captain Augustine Vinod will bear out. These things do and can happen in aerobatic display sets, Vishnu, which you've seen close up. The limits of aircraft, the very, very low margins of error make this kind of thing inherently dangerous and extra dangerous. In this particular maneuver, just as an educated sort of observation, this aircraft was obviously trying to conduct a very low maneuver where it suddenly pulls up very close to the ground, which is hugely enthralling for spectators. But obviously something went dramatically wrong? Was it a loss of power? Was it an engine fault? Was it some kind of other glitch or technical failure that forced the aircraft to go into the ground? Was it controlled flight into terrain? We don't know any of that yet, and I agree with Group Captain Vinod that it is too early to speculate because there are a huge list of things that can go wrong. Just remember when an aircraft with a pilot at the controls is screaming towards the ground and the intention is to pull up at the last moment in order to evade the ground and suddenly take off once again, there is very little room for error. It's practically zero. So the smallest of failures is literally the difference between life and death. In this particular case, it looks like it is the latter. We are praying and hoping for some kind of a miracle that maybe the camera angles have not caught something, but all indications tragically coming in from the ground, Vishnu, suggest that the pilot did go down with the plane. Absolutely horrifying. A day of joy for the Tejas, displaying, flexing its wings in front of the world, has ended in this awful, awful tragedy. We are awaiting that formal statement from the Indian Air Force.
Shiv, I've just taken a look because there is some more video which is emerging on exactly what took place. Based on the video, there does not appear to be the ejection of the pilot, number one. But I've also seen the sequence of events. And it does appear, and I'm looking at that video right now, we'll have it up on our screens momentarily, is that the Tejas comes into a sharp turn, its wings level at a particular stage, it's inverted before the pilot sort of loses control and then tries to get out of the roll that he is in, by which time it prangs. It's this crash from another angle. And the video actually shows what takes place where the aircraft is actually inverted at a particular stage at a low altitude and then gets into a loop type situation. Obviously there is no chance of any altitude there. But under normal circumstances, a pilot would have had been wings level. The pilot would have been wings level. If you can just cut to me, if I can demonstrate to our viewers on the basis of what I'm seeing. If the director can just cut to me for a moment so that I can explain. If you can just cut to me so that I can explain what I'm saying over here. One of the videos which, the videos which I've actually, right, this is the video which I'm actually talking about. It starts over there and you can see the Tejas aircraft, right, in a bank, and then it suddenly loses control at that stage and it crashes. I'm going to play that out once again. It appears to be in control over here as it's coming out of a prior maneuver. It's in a bit of a bank. All of a sudden, it's inverted, nose down. The pilot recovers. He comes out of that roll, tries to pull up, but by then it's too late. You can see the aircraft over here. It gets into an uncontrolled roll at that stage. The pilot tries to pull up and it's too late. By then there's no altitude at that stage. Up till there it seems fine, and then something goes wrong. There is a roll which seems to get out of control. Normally a roll is a zero-G maneuver. It's on a by and large, you can do it on a, depending on the type of roll, on a level plane. In this case, all of a sudden, that roll, it's not on a level plane, it's not a snap roll as it were, and the aircraft loses altitude and it crashes. Abhishek Sen, an aviation journalist, joins us now. Abhishek, what can you share with us?
Hi.
Abhishek, you're on air. Could you give us the details that you have?
Hi, Vishnu. In fact, it's come as a shocker to me because I was I'm currently at the Dubai Air Show, standing in front of an Emirates A380. I was actually speaking at one of the stages inside, at the Advanced Air Mobility stage inside the Dubai Air Show. And when you look at the scenes in front of you right now, you will not be able to say that something like this has happened, which also goes to show how quick Dubai is in responding to such situations. There is absolutely no sight of the crash. There is no sense of what has happened unless you read It's of course now trending. I saw a Gulf News report, and exactly what you mentioned on air is what I read. And it's come out as a shocker to me. I'll have to verify, and we're still, like you rightly said, there's no official statement out yet from the Indian Air Force. But this is unfortunate. But currently, that has not dimmed the spirit of the air show here, one of the largest in the region, the 19th edition, that's seeing more than 200 aircraft from 98 countries, all coming together in a great show of, in fact, the skies are quiet at this point in time. Just around this time yesterday, it was absolutely buzzing with all kinds of aircraft, fighter jets, to some drones, advanced drones that are just doing test rounds. But at this point in time, the skies are quiet, but people are just out and about. Their aircraft on display. I can try and pan the camera just to show you some live footage here at the Dubai Air Show. So this is what it is at this point in time. This is the display area. You see an Emirates A380 on display. People can walk in. There are private jets, and there are some fighter jets also on display on to my left. And if you talk to the people, most of them may not even know something like this.
हो गया तुम्हारा आज. What we're going to do in just a moment from now is go through that footage very, very carefully, and I'm just going to ask my director to freeze the footage. Okay, when the next piece of footage rolls out. So can we actually have the footage which I wanted to focus on up on air, please? All right, this is not the one. If we can just play the other footage, the footage which, all right, this, yeah, let's stay with this. Freeze over there, freeze. All right, this is the one that we needed to freeze. So what this video actually shows, and we'll freeze it, is that it's coming in this way, right? The aircraft then gets into a nose down. It completes the roll, but by then there is no altitude left to trade off at that stage. So again, at this stage, the aircraft is flying this way, right? It goes down like this. The pilot comes out of it, but by then it's too late. So that's, it's very difficult to say what went wrong, and we, in having covered, all of this for an extended period of time, it's just this last maneuver where the aircraft, something goes wrong. It's a roll which seems to go wrong right over there. It seems fine over here, right? The aircraft is flying like this. It then goes down all of a sudden, loses altitude. The pilot does the roll, but he cannot recover. It's simply too late at that stage. So that's what we're looking at, and we'll play that out one more time from the very beginning. All right, so here is the Tejas aircraft flying like this. It loses altitude over there. The pilot, I think, does a roll, but by then it is too late. So that's the dreadful situation. Let's play out some of the other footage which we actually have on this crash, which shows this from different angles. There are all sorts of rolls. You can do a snap roll like this in an aircraft. There are barrel rolls which take place like this in an aircraft. In its flying display, the Tejas does all sorts of maneuvers and rolls, but the quick rolls are the ones that it does a lot of. And I've been watching this in Dubai over the last couple of days. But what happens over here is it suddenly loses altitude. The pilot tries to correct, but by then it's lost altitude and it's mushed into the ground. From whatever we have seen of this footage, of the last several seconds of this footage, and this is very, very sad to report, there doesn't appear to have been an ejection for whatever the reason was in what may have been an effort at doing a roll at a low altitude, right? As you're coming out from greater altitude, from greater height, the aircraft lost more altitude, the pilot corrected, ultimately the aircraft mushed into the ground. We won't get into the reasons. I mean, there could be pilot error, it could be an engine failure, it could be a problem with the fly-by-wire control system, but it just strikes me that the pilot was trying to recover at the last moment over here. That's where it loses altitude. He comes out of the roll, but by then it's too late. Let's have another angle of this where you can see the aircraft a little more clear, so that I can talk through that as well. If we can get the next video up so that I can talk about it, that would be helpful. Not this, the next video where we see the aircraft approaching from the other side. So we'll try and play out that video when we can. But we've got Wing Commander Gitanjali Singh with us. Wing Commander, this is dreadful news for all of us, and it's very, very sad. Your initial thoughts on this crash which has taken place at the Dubai International Air Show.
Good afternoon, Vishnu. Very, very disheartening, I would say, disheartening visuals that are being that we can see here. And yeah, there's always a certain energy at all the air shows. At the Dubai Air Show, being the biennial air show, it's looked forward to. And Tejas was being the flagship fighter aircraft, which on display, displaying the self-reliance of the country and everything. So this is a very disheartening visual that is being displayed here and played. And yeah, rightly so. It seems to be like a maneuver in progress, and the pilot is trying to recover. And then there is the aircraft is going into a dive, and he ejects. And I think it's too early to right now comment upon what led and what.
Yeah, so Gitanjali, we won't do that. I mean, that could take weeks, months, whatever it is. We're only reflecting on the facts at this stage. Now, this is another angle of what happened. As you can see at this stage, where we are moments away from the crash taking place, the Tejas is actually wings level. So the pilot appears to have come out of a maneuver. He's wings level at this stage. Let's go one frame and then freeze. Right. He's still wings level over here. And this is what is something we need to focus on, because at this stage, with the aircraft wings level, the pilot would try and pull up. In fact, let's play it out. Right there, you can see just barely the aircraft starts pulling up. Again, we'll play this angle out one more time so that we can explain to you what's happening. It comes down, it's wings level over here. It's moving down really fast. It's wings level, play it out. But at that stage, instead of pulling up, because there is no altitude to trade, the aircraft is a relatively high velocity, it crashes. Let's play the video from another angle so that I can describe what it is that we've been talking about. Play another video. Yeah, stop if we can. Right, this is a little less clear, but I'll try and explain this to you. This actually has a greater duration, so that you can see what's happening. Let's play that entire video, the previous one. Let's not mix up the videos so that I can explain what actually takes place. So, all right, so multiple videos over here. It's all happening very, very fast. The aircraft at one stage, it was inverted, it becomes, it rolls out of it, but it's too late. Abhishek Sengupta joins us. He's at the Dubai International Air Show. Abhishek, you saw this in front of you, right? A little while back?
Not quite. In fact, like I said, I was actually at an event. I was speaking at one of the stages inside. I mean, this is not just an air show, but it's also a gathering of some of the world's top aviation experts who come and sort of engage in discourses over 5 days. And I was moderating one of the sessions, and it came as an absolute shocker to me. And I've actually now come to the display area, and I'm not very far from where the incident happened. I'll try and pan my camera. So you see my finger pointed. That's the direction. That's where the crash might have happened. This is on the Emirates Road, and thankfully this is a little away from, cut off from the busier roads of Dubai and the neighboring areas. So again, we're still waiting for verification from the authorities. But when you look at what it is right now, you will not be able to tell that something like this happened. And which also tells you Dubai's quick response to situations like these. I'm in front of an Emirates A380, Airbus A380 aeroplane. People are queuing up, unbeknownst that something like this just happened moments ago. And, you see private jets, fighter jets onto my left. Only thing that you can tell is that the skies have gone quiet around, about half an hour ago. The skies were absolutely buzzing with, air acrobatics. Fighter jet teams from different countries come here and they engage in exercises over 5 days. Today is the last day of this biannual event. Happens every 2 years. This is the 19th edition, the largest of its kind in the region. And of course, this is very, very unfortunate. So we'll have to go by the reports at this point in time. On the ground, I don't see much. There's just a police car in front of me. But beyond that, I can't really see much at this point in time.
Right. Thanks very much for being with us and sharing those details. It's such a sad day that something like this would have to take place. Shiv, I'm just going to discuss a few of the details over here. This video actually shows, the moment the aircraft actually loses altitude, the pilot manages to get the aircraft wings level, but by then it's too late. Now, what are the circumstances? What I can tell you is somewhere over here, the video seems to indicate that the aircraft over here is pulling a maneuver which the Tejas actually does quite well. It's sort of it flies. It's a high G negative maneuver, and then at some stage he loses altitude, right? Recovers from that, but by then there's no time. That's when the pilot loses control, recovers, fights back, gets wings level, but something happened at a critical stage. And if there was more altitude to trade for the speed at which the aircraft was traveling, then perhaps we would have seen a different outcome. Shiv, your thoughts?
You're absolutely right. And Vishnu, the illustration that you just gave us standing next to that graphic wall of each and every step of that aircraft's final maneuvers tells the real story. While you were speaking to Abhishek at the Dubai Air Show just now, I was exchanging messages with some contacts in the aviation ecosystem. Atish Pillai, another very well-known journalist and aviation photographer, just sent in some details. He's been looking at those videos. Many others have written in to say this was one of the signature moves of the Tejas, where a negative G turn and a recovery from it is one of the very spectacular low altitude maneuvers that is a routine part of the Tejas display set. And it looks like the pilot was unable to get out, Vishnu, as you pointed out, after leveling out from that negative G turn. And we'll explain that with graphics in just a moment from now. But every frame of what you've just seen Vishnu show you, every frame of what you're looking at from all of the different camera angles makes one thing patently clear, and you don't need to be an aviation expert to know this, that the aircraft traveling at a hurtling speed, extremely high speed, pointed towards the ground, leaves the pilot with absolutely zero room for error. Any small mistake, any small glitch, any small failure, that compromises the aircraft's ability to switch directions, add power and pull away from the ground, pull away from the terrain means the difference between life and death. In absolute microseconds, this aircraft has obviously plowed into the ground, crossing that point of no return where the aircraft could have safely peeled away from the earth, resulting in this horrific tragedy. Vishnu, just to update our viewers once again, the Indian Air Force has confirmed this crash. They are awaiting more details from their team on the ground. This Tejas, of course, belongs to one of the two Tejas squadrons that are stationed at the Sulur Air Force Base near Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu, where they've been in active service since 2016. we don't want to give any further details than that at this time, because we want to wait for the Indian Air Force, to follow protocol, share information about it. We won't jump the gun in terms of what may have actually happened. But this is not just a terrible tragedy, but an inherently dangerous, sort of sphere of activity that we are talking about. Air display accidents have happened many times before, Vishnu. If you go onto YouTube right now, there are large compilations of videos over the years, over the decades, of aircraft that has crashed during air shows, during air displays, during aerobatic displays. And one of the reasons for that is because the margins of error are very small. The reaction times are absolutely minuscule, if not non-existent. And that is really the thrill of aerobatic displays and display flying. But all we can do right now is offer our thoughts to the Indian Air Force, to the families who will be frantically looking for accurate information, which is why on NDTV we will not be putting anything out until the Indian Air Force actually puts out a statement. One can only imagine the anxiety, the worry, the grief, the horror among the families of the Indian Air Force contingent that is at Dubai right now in the wake of this crash. So we are going to be waiting for that statement. It's expected to come very soon. Vishnu, there is a crash investigation team and a recovery team already on site, which will be beginning investigations. Since this has happened on foreign soil, I'm sure there will be all manner of detail to go into as far as how this happened. Abhishek Sengupta is still with us from the ground, and we're very grateful to have a reporter on the ground telling us more about this. Abhishek is flying. I'm assuming that flying has been stopped right now at the Dubai Air Show in the wake of this tragedy. Can you give us an update of anything further that is taking place right now? I imagine recovery and salvage teams will already be on the spot to put out the fire and recover the wreckage.
Yeah, you're right. Flying has, I can confirm that there is no flying going on at the moment. In fact, it happened, I would say, about half an hour or 40 minutes ago. I was constantly interrupted by flights above us. I was speaking at a panel, and all of that has stopped, which means, the response team is on the ground. I don't see any fire at this point in time. I'm standing not very far from where the incident actually happened. Thankfully, this is cut off from the busier roads that connect Sharjah and Dubai. So there is no signs of any destruction, any fire at this point in time. Flying has certainly stopped, as you rightly said. Dubai Air Show is known for its aerobatics.
Right now, which has come in, we've got an official statement from the Indian Air Force. I'm reading it out. An Indian Air Force Tejas aircraft met with an accident during an aerial display at the Dubai Air Show today. The pilot sustained fatal injuries in the accident. The Indian Air Force deeply regrets the loss of life and stands firmly with the bereaved family in this time of grief. A court of inquiry is being constituted to ascertain the cause of the accident. This is a statement that's just come in from the Indian Air Force. This is just absolutely horrific, what has taken place. The pilot has been killed in this crash, which would make this the first fatal crash of a Tejas fighter aircraft. There are multiple angles coming in. This has taken place at the Dubai International Air Show, one of the most prominent air shows around the world. The Tejas has been putting up displays for the last couple of days. This is, this is video which actually shows the last couple of moments. And what we're going to do next is I'm going to ask my director to freeze this so that I can explain. So if you can freeze over here right now, freeze over here. And if you can just come to me, then I'm going to explain what exactly it is that you see over here. From my position over here, you can see the aircraft like this, right? Like this. Now, normally if an aircraft is like this, and if this is the tail of the aircraft, then when you pull away, when you bank to the right, if you can come back to me so that I can demonstrate this. Right, we'll come back to this explanation in a bit, but the news is that the Indian Air Force has confirmed that a court of inquiry is on. This is a fatal accident, and I'm going to just read out that statement one more time as it comes in. This is an absolutely horrific incident. An Indian Air Force Tejas aircraft met with an accident during an aerial display at the Dubai Air Show today. The pilot sustained fatal injuries in the accident. The Indian Air Force deeply regrets the loss of life and stands firmly with the bereaved family in this time of grief. Now, the Indian Air Force, its pilots, the squadrons, they are all extremely tight. The families are all extremely tight. They work very closely together. The sense of camaraderie is the basis on which the Indian Air Force operates. At this stage, a confirmation would have come only after the family of the pilot has been informed of this horrific accident which has taken place in Dubai. There are multiple camera angles, but it does appear from one of those angles that during a signature move of the Tejas aircraft, which is a negative maneuver, a negative bank as it were, the aircraft appeared to lose control. It plunged towards the ground. The pilot was seen to be able potentially of recovering, right? In fact, this is the video where you're in that negative move. The aircraft then goes down. The pilot seems to recover, but by then it's too late and the aircraft crashes. This is very, very sad indeed. If I can just come back to Shiv, but before Shiv and I discuss this, if we can just play this footage out and then Shiv and I can just discuss this for a moment. We're going to freeze this video in the next couple of frames. Yeah, freeze over here, please. So what this actually shows is the aircraft in this maneuver. And this is a negative G maneuver which the Tejas pulls in this manner. Normally in a G maneuver, you would pull when you bank away this way. The Tejas, because of its flight control system, is able to actually do this to a certain extent as well. Move on to the next frame. At this stage, what you can actually see is the aircraft lose control right over there where it plunges towards the ground. And so it plunges to the ground. At this stage, the pilot recovers. The pilot actually recovers, has wings level, but by then it's too late. Shiv, your thoughts on this?
Absolutely accurate, Vishnu. As soon as he recovers, let's keep that same visual on our screen. As soon as he recovers, as soon as the wings go level, he's parallel, the wings are parallel to the terrain. It's just too late. Practically 1/3 of a second later, he's hit the ground. The aircraft was in control. The aircraft did not seem to be out of control in any manner. This seems to have been some kind of a possible miscalculation. I don't want to speculate about the possibility about, loss of power and any kind of technical reasoning for this inability to judge where the ground was. But when the margins are this small, the tiniest of miscalculations can result in this kind of tragedy. Now remember, Tejas pilots are among the best in the country, so there is no question as far as the proficiency and the flying abilities of the Indian Air Force's aviators. They are, as Vishnu, you will bear me out, among the best in the world. I imagine that there would have been test pilots flying some of these aerial displays as well, which means that they are even more cutting-edge aviators in these Tejas cockpits. But as soon as the aircraft is flat and level, that is when the aircraft is simply unable to recover, because as you repeatedly said, Vishnu, there simply isn't enough altitude for that recovery. If that altitude was just a little bit more, maybe a few tens of feet more, I imagine the fighter aircraft pilot would have had just enough cushion, just enough separation from the ground to be able to pull back on his stick really, really hard for that aircraft to change direction and climb back out of the ground and away from the ground. But the fact that he didn't have that separation was literally the difference between life and death, and that is what has happened. What an incredibly tragic turn of events after what was supposed to be a joyous air display by the Tejas. They've been there for the last few days, enthralling audiences. I've seen such incredible viral imagery for the last few days of this Tejas. It's been the beloved of so many aviation watchers, and on behalf of everyone here at NDTV, Vishnu, We wish to offer our deepest condolences to the family of the pilot, to the squadron based in Sulur in Tamil Nadu, and to the Indian Air Force at large, because today is a truly tragic day. One human lost is a bereavement for the entire service, and even though tragedy, loss is very much part of what the Indian Air Force is used to. This is a terrible, terrible and sad day. This was not during operations. This was during an air display. Questions will be asked. A court of inquiry has already been ordered by the Indian Air Force. A probe will go into every aspect of what really happened, the technical aspects, the human aspects, the planning aspects, things around the aircraft, bird activity. You know what crash investigations look like, Vishnu. They don't leave absolutely anything uninvestigated. So that is going to continue right now. But again, there's lots of chatter on social media trying to identify the pilot. I want to repeat once again before handing it back to you, Vishnu, that we will not be identifying anyone until the Indian Air Force has put out a name. That's not the way we do things here on NDTV. We will respect the family. We will respect the dignity and the privacy of the force and the squadron. Remember, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of misinformation that may be doing the rounds. There are lots of Pakistani social media handles that are making a meal out of, a day of tragedy and grief for the Indian Air Force. But we will only report the facts here, Vishnu.
I think at this stage, it's also important to reflect on squadrons. It's important to reflect on families. These are warfighters who work very closely together. The squadron is one tight-knit family. It needs to be that way because you cannot perform at war if you are not one hugely integral unit. At one level, there is professionalism, but at one level, the loss of a pilot from the squadron is something which would impact not just families, the entire squadron as well. This is something that they would need to understand. The way it works whenever there is a fatal accident is that the Indian Air Force will only release a public tweet or a public statement after the family is informed. In this particular case, that's exactly what took place. They said to us that they're investigating what has taken place. It's only once, and it was quite clear what took place, but they would use that time to get in touch with the family. The outcome of this crash is absolutely clear. The chances of anybody surviving seem very, very unlikely. And tragically, it's once they informed the near and dear ones that they went on record in public in a few minutes and they said that this is a fatal crash of a Tejas aircraft. There is a court of inquiry which has been ordered. There are multiple factors which can actually go into this, but I would like to assert one or two key points. Firstly, there is nothing easy about military flying. Aerobatic flying requires the highest level of skill and precision. These pilots would have been training for weeks, if not months. This would have been an extremely anticipated event. If there was a pilot miscalculation, a pilot error as it was, this is something that the court of inquiry will find out. If there was a technical issue, that's something they would find out as well. A problem with the fly-by-wire system, a bird hit, or an engine malfunction at a critical low altitude are other factors that they would actually look at. Was the pilot incapacitated in any way? That's also something that's important because remember, in this, the pilot performs extremely high Gs. It's not easy. Sometimes the Tejas goes up to 8 Gs, right? And therefore, that means that you've effectively got 8 times your body weight upon you when you're pulling those high G maneuvers. You are wearing a G suit, of course, but the pilot needs to be able to recover from that. They're trained for that, but it is extremely fatiguing. It is extremely tiring, but you are trained for that. There is something called G lock. That is when a pilot is unable to come out of a hard G maneuver, and then in a situation like that, there can be something that goes terribly wrong. When there is altitude to play with, then things often get better. Unfortunately, there was no altitude. From what we have seen on different angles of this footage, the aircraft was performing a signature move of the Tejas called a negative bank. Instead of pulling away like this, the aircraft was actually pulling into negative G scenario. In a negative G, the blood actually moves from your feet to your head. In a positive G maneuver, the blood actually moves from your head to your feet. You are wearing a kamarband over here, which is part of your G suit, and of course leg restrainers, and the G suit extends onto the legs. which and the G suit actually inflates with air, pushes down on your legs to ensure that that flow of blood either from the head to the feet or from the feet to the head is restricted, with one goal, that the pilot remains conscious. Now, in a negative G maneuver, which is what was likely taking place, we found out from a different video, it is the blood rushing from the feet to the head which takes place. Instead of a blackout, you get into a red out scenario. However, there are strict restrictions on a negative G. You do not do a negative G beyond, let us say, minus 1.2 negative or something like that, because of the dangers which are in a sense more dangerous in a negative G maneuver than in a positive G maneuver. But it's when that aircraft was like this, right, in that negative G maneuver, that for some reason it lost altitude. The pilot recovered, with wings level, but by then the aircraft mushed into the ground. The rate of descent at that stage was simply too high. Now, this is the first fatal crash of an Indian Air Force Tejas. We can confirm that. It's the second crash involving a Tejas aircraft. We lost a Tejas earlier on. That was because of an engine error. The Tejas has arguably, in fact, I'm fairly sure of this, the best safety record of any Indian Air Force mainstream fighter. It was inducted, the first flights were back in, I think, 2001. Since then, there has been only this fatal accident. Now, crashes take place in military aviation, whether it was a technical issue, it was a pilot error, or maybe a combination of both. That's something we're going to have to look at. All of this has taken place at the Dubai International Air Show, one of the prominent air shows around the world. There were lots of spectators, and it's fortunate that the aircraft went down far away from the spectators because of the safety distances which were maintained. Shiv.
You know, all manner of protocols, standard operating procedures, checks, etc. would have been conducted, Vishnu, because display flying requires, extra safety measures, a huge amount of practice, additional maintenance checks, etc. And the Indian Air Force goes through all of these without fail. There is no exception whatsoever. The circumstances of this particular crash will perhaps only be known once the cockpit voice recorder and the data from the aircraft will be recovered by investigators. Until then, most of what we can actually do is only a bit of visual forensics, which, Vishnu, you're actually the best at. And I think what you've done is as far as anyone can really go in terms of decoding what we can glean from the visual evidence available of this terrible tragedy. It is very clear, like you said, that the aircraft was executing a negative G turn very close to the ground. The purpose of that maneuver was for the aircraft to pull up very, very suddenly at the last moment, demonstrating the aircraft's maneuverability, agility very close to the ground. The thrilling aspect of it being very close to the ground is, of course, quite a common aspect of display flying, because showcasing danger, showcasing the ability of an aircraft to turn away from the terrain at the last minute is one of those moments that makes the entire audiences seated there, gasp in, with a thrill. So it's very common for aircraft to actually do this. But I repeat once again, military aviation, and Vishnu, you've just said this because it's an important thing to say, is inherently dangerous. Fighter aircraft are designed and built to be unstable. They are aerodynamically unstable. That's the reason why they are very agile, very nimble in the air. They can turn on a dime. The Tejas fighter itself, is a very light fighter, but it is powerful, able to turn very, very quickly. But when you're flying this close to the ground in a complicated symphony of movements where the aircraft is twisting, it's rolling, it's pointing towards the ground, it's conducting those negative Gs as Vishnu was talking about, all of those mean that the pilot sitting inside the cockpit, he's the only one that matters, has practically microseconds, to make any recovery actions. He's got no time at all to make those recovery actions. It is a risk that is baked into, such maneuvers, because that is what the thrill of display flying is really all about. That's what test flying is all about, the ability to push aircraft to their absolute limits, knowing full well what those margins are and where those margins actually end. But like I said, those margins are so wafer thin that the tiniest of deviations of any kind, what those deviations were caused by, I don't want to say, because it is so tragic. Because the pilot involved in this crash, we know for a fact, would have been one of the most qualified, most capable aviators in the Indian Air Force, hand-picked to conduct these flight display maneuvers at the Dubai Air Show. And therefore, there can be no question in anyone's mind about proficiency, training and capability. But a matrix or a mixture of factors, low altitude, very little elbow room, extremely non-existent reaction time, the vagaries of military aviation in terms of the aircraft, in terms of power, in terms of input, whatever feedback the aircraft pilot had inside the cockpit, all of those put together would have come down to a microsecond of reaction time, which this pilot tragically simply did not have. If it was a few seconds earlier, maybe he would have been able to punch out of the aircraft, but clearly he didn't have that, Vishnu.
That's right. He clearly didn't, and he fought. I would suggest he fought at the controls till the very last moment. Group Captain Augustine Vinod with us. Group Captain, from the video that we've seen, and we'll try and play that out again, the pilot was in a signature move of the Tejas. This was an inverted bank, a negative, not an inverted bank, a negative bank, right to the left. When it appears that the aircraft, he departed somewhat or he lost control. Are you able to hear, Group Captain? All right, we'll fix that line and we'll come back to him. But this is the video that we've been actually saying, I've been talking about. Let's play this out. Let's freeze it over here if we can. If we can just freeze right. Now this is important because at this stage, the aircraft is like this, right? Normally an aircraft would peel off like this, but as part of the signature maneuver in a negative G context, the Tejas can actually fly like this to a certain extent. Very few fighter jets actually have a fly-by-wire system which is capable of doing this. The pilot at this stage, play the next frame, please. The next couple of frames, I'll tell you to freeze. Right there, stop. At this stage, the aircraft has departed, it's sort of nose down at this stage. Whether the pilot was trying to do a roll out of that negative maneuver, we don't really know, but there was no altitude here. Move to the next frame. Stop over here. At this stage, the pilot is level, wings up. So he has managed to come from this position. He's turned, he's rolled, and he is wings level at this stage. But the rate of descent over here is just too fast. And unfortunately, at this stage, the aircraft, let's roll out that video, just doesn't have the altitude to sort of trade at this stage. If there were a few hundred feet more, and if the pilot was all right, and I would suggest the pilot was, because the aircraft was maneuvering right till the end, I would suggest the pilot would have pulled out of that very, very easily. Group Captain Augustine Vinod, that negative G maneuver, the video shows it quite clearly. It's a signature Tejas maneuver, and to come out of that, you would possibly roll, right? You would roll to come out of that. That's when something seems to have gone wrong. That's what the video seems to indicate. Your thoughts?
A couple of things, Shiv.
Vishnu, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, a couple of things, Vishnu. One is when he has pulled out, like you correctly said, when he has pulled out, the nose is above the horizon.
Yes.
I mean, as a pilot, I can putting myself in the cockpit and seeing this. I would be seeing the sky, and would be probably more or less certain that I am, going to get out of the situation, or I have already got out of the situation. But it is this mush. It is the time the nose comes above the horizon to the time the aeroplane responds to the control to the input of the pilot is finite. And Vishnu, this time is variable. It is variable on two accounts. One, the rate at which he pulled out, and two, and most importantly, I've been saying this in a couple of channels, is the temperature conditions. The same maneuver done in the morning and the same maneuver done in a desert area like UAE, in the afternoon would be different because the air is thinner. The mush is much, much higher when the air is thinner. At high altitude, ranges, when we do very close to the ground, we come and drop a bomb and get out. The air is so thin that you can feel the mush. The nose is well above the horizon, but your vertical speed indicator is still showing a descent, and you can feel that you are going in towards the ground and you're not coming out. So that is where I will, I'm not trying to hazard a guess. By the time official report comes out, it will be 2-3 months down the road. And like you, I'm also trying to find out what could be the reason. And like you correctly brought out, Vishnu, is completely under control till the time the aeroplane hit the ground, and the pilot is completely maneuvering the aeroplane. So the conditions of G-lock, etc., can be safely ruled out because he is still maneuvering the aeroplane positively. So the
just break that up for the benefit of our viewers. What the group captain is basically saying is that he's ruling out G-lock. G-lock is something which takes place when a pilot performs an extreme G maneuver, whether it's a positive G or a negative G. In that scenario, you either enter into a blackout situation, or in a negative G like this, you get into a red out situation. Both of these can be potentially fatal. This happens sometimes despite the pilots always wearing G suits. But the fact that the wings at the end, last few moments of the flight of the aircraft, came around, the pilot was back level, and it appears had started to try and get out of that, but the vertical speed was just too great, meant